from the King Center CEO, the urgency of creating the beloved community.
Greetings. It is my honor to welcome you virtually from around the world to the King Center's inaugural Beloved Community Summit. This summit is a part of our larger Martin Luther King Jr. holiday observance programs. Let me take this time to thank the Carter Center, the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, and Points of Light for joining us as partners in this summit. I also wish to express my gratitude to all of the program participants and all of our sponsors. As it turned out, launching this summit in January of 2021 during the King holiday observance is extraordinarily timely. Who knew at this time last year we would be here, not being able to gather in person because of a global pandemic, and at the same time wading through the fallout of an insurrection at the United States Capitol, perpetrated by the President of the United States. Who could have imagined that an insurrection on American democracy would have been organized on Twitter and other social media platforms, and we would be able to watch it in real time? That hours-long attack was part Revolutionary War, part British War, and part Civil War. Our Beloved Community Summit has not only come at a time of great peril and just physical violence, but even violence in our speech, what we say, how we say it, and how we treat one another. It is frankly out of control, and we are causing too much harm to one another. We cannot continue down this road. As it turns out, nobody had the vision to see what transpired in 2020, and certainly not 2021 coming in like this. My father, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., as many of you know, used peaceful, nonviolent means in order to fight the chaos in America in the mid-20th century. And here we are in the early 21st century, and we need to use those same peaceful, nonviolent means in order to fight the chaos in America and around the world still today. And that's why we are having this Beloved Community Summit. And your participation today could not be better timing. The urgency of creating the beloved community is what I'm going to address today. A lot of people use that phrase, beloved community, and talk about it. And it sounds good, but not many take a deep dive into what it actually means and what's required to create it. The King Center, through this summit, will devote high energy and renewed fervor towards laying the foundation for creating the beloved community my father envisioned, where people of all cultural beliefs and identities coexist in a just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world. Looking at our world today, you would think we had no values, no value for life, no value for others, no value for peace, no value for safety, and no value for equity, justice, nor democracy. We are playing host to the triple evils facing our nation in 2021 that my father talked about in 1967: racism, poverty, and militarism. He understood the interrelatedness of militarism, racism, and poverty is a threat to our survival as a world. And he knew that what humanity needs is a revolution of values to overcome. My father said then, we as a nation must undergo a revolution of values. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. He went on to say that when machines and computers, profit motives, and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. And then he said, true compassion is more than flinging a coin to a beggar. It is not haphazard and superficial. It comes to see that an edifice which produces beggars needs restructuring. And he went on to say that a true revolution of values will soon look uneasily on the glaring contrast of poverty and wealth. He even said a nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. And yet, we are here. This is why our theme for this year's holiday observance, the urgency of creating the beloved community, is so apropos. The resurgent culture of divisiveness, hate, racism, nationalism, and violence has reached a critical mass in our global society. And right now, the United States, unfortunately, is the poster child for it. In light of those recent acts of insurrection and terrorism, as well as the threat of further acts of insurrection this weekend and leading up to the inauguration at state capitals in all 50 states, there is a serious need right now for some introspection and examination into our social climate, not just in our country, but in other nations around the world. We are now facing the urgency of creating the beloved community, and our past is our prologue. Let's not forget that the United States of America has been no stranger to violence. Our nation has been embroiled in violence since its founding. Not only was our country birthed in violence, but violence has been the American way for centuries. The question that we must now answer is, do we want to continue on this pathway of violence, or do we want to choose another way? This will require an honest evaluation of who we have been, with an accounting of the injustices to date that have caused great calamity in our nation and around the world. My father's judgment on this nation almost 54 years ago still remains true today. America, he said, is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. Not only are we the greatest purveyor, we also have a very hearty appetite for violence. According to the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva, there are more than 393 million civilian-owned firearms in the United States, enough for every man, woman, and child to own one, and still have 67 million guns left over. And that was 2 years ago, before COVID-19, the 2020 protests, and a contentious presidential election. According to a 2018 report from the Switzerland-based Small Arms Survey, the United States had just 4% of the world's population, yet owned 40% of civilian-owned guns globally. And according to a Pew Research Center survey, 67% of gun owners say protection and self-defense is the reason they own a gun. It's as if violence is a pastime in these United States of America. We love violent entertainment. And many of our systems, policies, and practices are violent because they violate the dignity of people. Violence in the form of a racial hierarchy in our world has resulted in grave disparities and disadvantages for Black and brown people throughout every system, such as health, education, the environment, criminal justice, policing. And racism has impacted life expectancy, caused unprecedented loss of life, killed off the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of millions, and stifled growth and progress. A resurgence of white supremacist groups in the United States and nationalistic posturing throughout the world, as well as the continual indiscriminate killing of Black people by law enforcement with no enforceable legal consequences, suggest that racism still has a strong and violent grip on this nation. And consider this: the absence of a livable wage for most people, the lack of affordable and adequate housing for 1.6 billion of the world's population, the lack of safe drinking water for 2.1 billion people around the world, the number of people affected by hunger globally, the disturbing number of people around the world who lack access to healthcare and essential services, especially in light of the global pandemic, the unprecedented loss of life and businesses in light of COVID-19, the 150 million who are homeless in our world, and the growing wealth gap, where the concentration of 99% of the wealth is in the hands of 1% of the world's population, are all intolerable economic realities and conditions caused by centuries of violence through economic exploitation, colonialism, and white supremacy. If not addressed, this violence will not only lead to greater eruptions of violence, but will create chaos, the likes that we have never, ever seen before. These are impoverished conditions that are not sustainable for a continuing civilization. Our affinity for violence obviously extends to militarism, which is the most egregious form of violence in the world, because more often than not, it is in the name of and under the guise of defending democracy or advancing national interests that the superpowers of the world have used military force to subdue or destroy the people of other nations for the purpose of exploiting their land and resources, often tied to capitalistic pursuits or to maintain superior power over groups of people who, through constitutional means of protest, threaten the power base of an economic hierarchy. The machinery and mechanism of militarism utilized in confrontations between nations and within nations have led to countless casualties in oppressed communities, regardless of borders, and consistently leaves in its wake impoverished conditions. And in today's society, with the sophistication of technology, militarism often translates into decision-making dictated by the algorithms of facial recognition technology, which more times than not further exacerbates racial disparities. This in turn creates more opportunity to oppress Black, brown, and poor people, encroaching on both our civil and privacy rights. It has been apparent in the last several years that our world is in desperate need of a cataclysmic shift to not only preserve our civilization, but to save the soul of our very humanity. We have an opportunity to turn the tide of these current inhumane and unjust world conditions and create a more just, humane, equitable, peaceful, and even sustainable world for all of God's children by answering the question my father posed in his last published book during his lifetime: where do we go from here? Chaos or community? In the United States, our society is in chaos. 2020 pulled the curtain back on our beautiful for spacious skies and showed us our very ugliness. While the current chaos in the United States, which led to insurrectionist and terroristic actions, must be addressed with the full force of our legal system, those who see themselves as children of light have a responsibility to consistently and persistently call people to a higher level of consciousness and living. Yes, there are many who will continue to endorse and even employ violence as their answer to social change. But in the words of my mother, somebody has to cut off the chain of violence. Otherwise, we will continue in the direction of a descending spiral that would lead us to self-destruction and a state of uncivilization. The purpose of this summit is to begin the work of moving us away from the chaos and toward community by collectively focusing our energy on creating the beloved community. We must first understand, though, what the beloved community is. The beloved community is an inclusive, achievable society in which problems and conflicts do exist, but are resolved peaceably. In the beloved community, poverty, discrimination, and violence are unacceptable, and our policies, practices, and language are infused with unconditional love. If we are to create this kind of community in our world, the greatest challenge before us is to do as my Father instructed, which is to learn how to live together as brothers and sisters, or together we will be forced to perish as fools. Now, in a special conversation, I will further explore the meaning of the beloved community and how each of us must urgently embrace Nonviolence 365 as the pathway to the creation of the beloved community.
We just heard a powerful message from Dr. Bernice A. King, CEO of the King Center, where she expressed more about the human condition and the urgency for creating the beloved community, which is the theme for this year's King Holiday observance. We want to continue the talk and further the conversation. So, Dr. King, when you think about how we can create the beloved community, why is it important that we learn how to live together in order to get to that beloved community that both your parents talked about?
I think that the one key thing is to focus on that word civilization and humanity. If we are going to survive as a humanity, then we're going to have to find a way to coexist with all of our differences. And that work begins first by seeking out knowledge and understanding, as to why it's important to learn. When I think about it, I think about the fact that, we live in this very interconnected world. We're intertwined, interwoven in the fabric of humanity from the time we were born. My daddy said it best: we're caught in this inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment. What affects one directly affects all indirectly. And nothing could be further from the truth. And I think the pandemic was a great way to expose us to that reality, that we're interconnected, we're interrelated, that we need each other, we depend on each other, that interrelatedness helps me to gain a greater understanding for the value, and this is key, the value, the worth of every single solitary person. They are a part of me. In the beloved community, you have to have that understanding. So that's why I say, seeking knowledge and seeking truth. People are connected to you, whether they are your relative for real or not. Just by our DNA. Less than 1% in science proves that we are connected. And technology has even drawn us closer together. We are now part of each other's world. And the things that happen inside of each other's world, can tap and does tap into many of us. It awakens that sense of connectedness. If I see something happening to you that's not right, that's unjust, it awakens me. It awakens that care and that compassion. And so this learning process is difficult. And, because it's like children, we must be like children. Because with all the chaos in the world, we've been taught the best way to deal with chaos, the best way to deal with wrongdoing, the best way to deal with, violence is with other violence, which, nothing could be further from the truth, because that will only lead to further violence. And violence, as we know, just separates. It further separates us because it creates distrust, and it creates hate. And so this learning process is so important, learning how to create just and equitable circumstances together in a community. You know, that means really learning where injustice lies. That means learning the truth of our history.
Do you think it's important for us, because you've mentioned a number of things, that it sounds like in tandem with our learning, it's become important even more so now that there are some things that we unlearn? Like your father talked about conquering self-centeredness, and he mentioned becoming more of a person-oriented than thing-oriented society. How important is it that we unlearn self-centeredness and unlearn being...
Well, you know, if we're going to create the beloved community, we have to have other-centeredness. We have to be concerned about the overall well-being of every person, you know. And so if it's other-centered for that community to work, then you have to work through your own self-centeredness and rid yourself of it. It's important that we unlearn how to deal with conflict. You know, in our world, you know, when we have conflict, or when, you know, there are grave things that happen in our world in terms of wrongdoing and injustice, you know, our initial response is always, you know, how do we just shut down and shut out people? And if we're going to have community, we can't do that. Now, in community, there are rules, you know, there are principles, there are regulations. And so when people are doing things that are harmful and damaging, you know, you do have laws to address that, but those laws still have to be carried out in a way that the inhumane act that the person did is addressed, but their humanity and dignity is still intact. Now, that's hard for some people to swallow, because, you know, we believe that if you hurt me, and the greater you hurt me, that same harm and depth of hurt should come upon you.
Right. It sounds like we need to redefine justice too.
Exactly.
Can you talk about that for a moment? How important is it, critical even, to look at your father's definition of justice and how it can help us create the beloved community?
Yeah, he talks about justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love. And so retribution doesn't correct, it punishes.
That's true.
So you might have the penalty in place, but what can we put in society? Because I believe in rehabilitation. That's just me. That when people do something of a dark nature, we shouldn't leave them in the darkness. We shouldn't just punish them and that's it. There should always be this concern and consideration for people being transformed, rehabilitated, and even for the spirit of reconciliation to operate. Because again, we're an interconnected community. And Daddy was saying in essence that we are a family, you know, live together as brothers and sisters. Families, as we know, we've had it in our family, have deep, sometimes divisions in the family. It doesn't have to be divisive, but deep differences and divisions. But does that mean that I don't love that person, that I still don't want the best for that person, that I don't want them to remain in the darkness, in the state of hate? I always say to people, it's irresponsible, because this is a part of the beloved community. It's irresponsible to leave people in their hate, in their ignorance, you know, in their unjust behaviors. You know, there has to be an opportunity for those people to be awakened and to learn another way.
Now that's
justice. They can't learn in isolation, and they certainly can't learn amongst those who are just like them. That's why this conference, this summit is so important, because even what's happening in our country now with those who committed acts of insurrection and terrorism, even they have to be won over. And that's why nonviolence is that pathway to creating the beloved community, because nonviolence is ultimately about reconciliation. It's ultimately about a pathway, a win-win pathway that is created in the end, that you're not trying to win over those people, defeat them. You know, as nonviolence says, we're not trying to destroy people. We're trying to destroy and rid ourselves of the injustice. Because
Yeah.
the enemy is injustice.
Mm.
You know, the enemy is inequality and inequity. People are not the enemy. And I know that's hard, you know, because everything that is dark, everything that causes us to be inhumane, really, from as a preacher, I believe it's a spiritual thing. You know, it seeks to find hosts, you know, that will do the dirty work. Carriers, you know. And so that's why violence could never get rid of it, because as soon as that person's going, find another host.
Yeah. That's an important distinction that helps with reconciliation, because you're dealing with people who are carriers. You often say we were all born into this world.
Right.
And maybe that's something that helps us reconcile too. But reconciliation is, like justice and like nonviolence, a very misunderstood concept.
Right.
Let's talk more about what reconciliation is and what it's not. Because you mentioned justice. Do you believe justice and truth play key parts in reconciliation?
Oh, certainly. I mean, you can't get to reconciliation without truth. I mean, because again, it's dignity. Let's keep dignity at the core of the beloved community, because love is about dignity. It's about kindness. Love is about truth. So dignity means that when you're dealing with issues of injustice, whatever the issue is, that dignity recognizes that we have to ensure that there's a process that's in place that reflects that. And so, yeah, I think it's very much a part of it. I think so. Justice is not just individual.
True.
That's
It'd be
hard.
Collective.
It's collective, because the wrong has been done personally, but the implications of it are global, because it's in our society. You know, again, the interrelatedness. We see it, we hear it, we're drawn into it, and technology again has made it so. You know, it does something to those of us, you know, who are bothered by any form of injustice. And so even if a person is convicted, put in jail, and whatever that penalty is in terms of jail, the length of time that is, that whole process has to be done in a way of dignity.
Yes.
I mean, and I know that's hard for people to swallow. I get that, you know, and people come from different sides of the world, you know, like in our family, just personally, my father was assassinated. My uncle was found mysteriously in a swimming pool. He didn't drown. He didn't have water in his lungs. My grandmother was shot in church when I was 11. To this day, I never wanted anybody who caused any of that harm to my family, that loss, grave loss, violently to my family. I never wanted them to suffer the death penalty, because I value life that much, that person's life. And yet I know there has to be some form of retribution. But who knows? There are many people who've been in those places that have been transformed, become new people, you know? And so if we diminish them, if we degrade them further, their act already does that in and of itself. So in the beloved community, you're always thinking about what's in the best interest of the overall. And you're always thinking about, how do we do this in a way that we remain humane, you know, as a humanity, that we're not just in a destruction business. And then I want to say something about this, because it's very important, because I think this is like where rubber meets the road for me. There are a lot of things we talk about in the beloved community we're going to talk about the rest of the day. The word inclusion, because it's really an inclusive community. Now, many people, when they talk about the beloved community, it's about, you know, these diverse people coming together, you know, having diverse representation. Well, if that representation is not a part that their thinking, their ideas are not a part of the creation and the decision making, is that really true inclusion? You know, and I think that's where we are in this nation now. We really are going to have to reimagine, recreate new policies, procedures, and practices if we're going to get to a beloved community.
Yeah.
Because we created the society where other people from other cultures, you know, other human beings, because we were human beings, even though they said we weren't as Black people, slaves, that our concepts and ideas are part of shaping the whole.
Well, you mentioned earlier value. So there's a difference between inclusion and value. What you're talking about is somebody being included and they're also valued at the same time.
Exactly.
But we also can shift who builds the table. We, you know, the language that says we're inviting people to the table.
Right.
How do we need to shift that to where people, you mentioned earlier, redistribution of power and resources. And that's one of the things that you say and your father taught needs to happen in this beloved community. So it's a part of inclusion, saying we truly need to value you and we need to redistribute resources. And who makes those decisions? Is it important that people that are in power historically don't make those decisions about redistribution of power and resources?
I think it's a collective, personally. I mean, again, when you talk about the beloved community, you want to make sure that every person's thoughts and ideas are represented in the creation of whatever it is that we are creating. If we're talking about resources and opportunities, we want to make sure that we determine a fair way. We means everybody, and everybody doesn't literally mean everybody in the world. It means within our concentric circles, because we're in different spaces and places where we can manifest the beloved community. And so if there are resources and opportunities, we have to determine the way, how do we make sure that those resources and opportunities are fairly distributed from a societal standpoint? You know, we got to do a lot of stepping back because in our capitalistic pursuit, we have left out so many people, and that's why we have poverty. That's why we have such a wealth gap, because we're so used to the economic system that we have. We're afraid, you know, to really, you know, kind of step back and reimagine a new system that is an inclusive economy. And you can't, you literally may have to start over. You may have to continue to inspire people to share. You know, some people have more than enough. And I know that's uncomfortable for people. But yeah, I think you have to do all of that. And in our policy making, you know, in cities and states across the nation, when we get ready to make decisions, instead of just making the decisions and deciding this is what we want to do in our city, why not bring in the people who would be impacted by the thought and the idea so that they can be a part at the outset of how this happens? You know, we just kind of roughshod in and, you know, and then we say, well, you got a representative and they're your voice, but still just dignity again. Even if they are the voice, we know oftentimes when signs are put up that there's going to be some kind of zoning meeting or whatever, everybody doesn't see that sign. So who are the critical parties that represent everybody in that section, in that area, that need to be at the table? And those parties need to make sure they are communicating. Yeah. If I'm an NPU person, I really need to make sure I'm communicating with my community and get my community's input starting out, and making sure that what we do in the end is a win-win outcome, because we want to, again, keep connection. We want to keep community.
That sounds like beloved community thinking. We have time for one last question. And this is an essential question because, as your mother said, your mother, Coretta Scott King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, she said that the road to the beloved community is the road of nonviolence. Can you share, because throughout this 2-day summit, as we talk about creating the beloved community, we'll also be sharing about nonviolence. Could you share more about why nonviolence is the path to the beloved community?
Well, because again, that word dignity, it keeps coming back around. You know, dignity, the value, the worth of the person, and the value of humanity as a whole. We have to have a means of getting to the kind of community where there is justice and equity, and value and respect for all people, that does not diminish, destroy, belittle, exploit, all the words we can think about. And what nonviolence does is it really uplifts the human being, the person. You know, it always keeps the person at the center of value. So when we are fighting against injustice, we defeat injustice, not the people. We seek to win a process of commonality, so that when the outcome happens, we can live with it. And because we all, you know, participated in it. So nonviolence, we'll find out as we talk about it later on, has principles and steps. And those principles and steps, at the heart of them, are love and the value for the human person. My father really, you know, studied personalism, and he really understood the importance of the personhood. And so everything that was done in that movement, you know, respected the personhood. I never want to do anything that's going to strip an individual of their personhood. And so that's how we get to the beloved community, because community is not separation, really. It's a coexistence. It's an interdependence and interconnectedness. And so that's, you know, that's part of that pathway. And again, the engine is reconciliation.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. King.
Thank you.
When it feels as though the world has stopped and life's been put on hold, what do you do? At Mercedes-Benz, we got to work. Mercedes-Benz USA and its dealers have quickly mobilized to help our local heroes by giving frontliners a lift, contributing to relief efforts, making vehicles safer for first responders and customers, and sometimes simply serving up a hot meal. Coming together to lend a hand is what this country's always been about. Americans have never wavered in crisis, nor hid from responsibility. And this time was no different. This was our calling. Mercedes-Benz USA is proud to be a part of this great American fabric and take inspiration in seeing the best emerge in all of us. America never rests until the job is done and the race is won. And until then, we won't either.
Dear FedEx, we are a small juice company and cafe in the heart of New York City. When the social distancing and shutdowns came through, we set up a system where our customers could purchase our juice as a donation, and we deliver it to our local hospital in Harlem to give to all doctors, nurses, and others on the front line.
We were humbled by the outpouring. Overnight, we hand-delivered hundreds of bottles. And then we got the first request to send our fresh juice to a hospital in Canada, then Arkansas, then Tennessee. We're soon fulfilling orders to send across the city, state, and America. And even when the world seems to have ground to a halt, we're able to count on FedEx.
Our cafe may be temporarily closed, but because of FedEx, we're able to keep pouring our juice and making a difference. Thanks for having our back. Sincerely, Rahim and Mohamed Diallo, Jinjan Brothers.
Advancing Black Pathways is a program we launched to truly make targeted impact across education, careers, and wealth creation.
The apprentice program was life-changing for me, not having access and a network, especially as a Black man. ABP gave me that. I can call people right now and they'll answer my questions. They'll give me wisdom, and that's not something I've ever had before.
Everyone thought I was crazy. They were like, there's no beauty, there's no fashion in Detroit. And I was like, but there will be because I'm coming back home. We reached out to JP Morgan and they created the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund, and we were able to get a loan to help fund our Target purchase order.
Talent is created equally. Opportunity is not. And my hope is that we're doing our part by helping Black people succeed in whatever they wish to accomplish.
Now we have a very special message from our title sponsor for the Beloved Community Global Summit, the Director of Community Development, Pam Alexander.
Thank you, and hello everyone. I am Pamela Alexander, and I'm Director of Community Development at Ford Motor Company Fund, title sponsor of the Beloved Community Summit. Ford Fund is the philanthropic arm of Ford Motor Company, and over time, we have invested $2 billion, more than $2 billion in programs that build communities and help make people's lives better all over the world. We are a mobility company, and at Ford Fund, a focus of our investments is in social mobility. We help to provide resources and remove barriers so that people can reach their fullest potential and realize their dreams. Our programs include Ford's Men of Courage, which we launched in 2015. Men of Courage is a national initiative that is changing the narrative around African American men and providing tools like entrepreneurship training and coding classes for youth to empower success. There's also our Ford First Gen program launched at Spelman College that provides scholarships and mentoring and wraparound support to first-generation students to ensure that they both get into college and graduate. We have many programs throughout the country and throughout the world, and if you'd like more information about them, you can get that at fordfund.org. But we have been very proud and continue to be very proud of what we've been able to accomplish, but we can't do it without our partners. We have a long history with the King Center because, as we all know, there can be no social mobility without equity. The pathway to success is literally built on the presence of equity. The King Center is at the forefront of this issue with many programs year-round that accomplish this and also honor Dr. King and educate and empower to ensure that his work continues. I'd like to take a brief second to thank Dr. Bernice King for her unwavering commitment, her energy to making sure that Dr. King and Mrs. Coretta Scott King's work goes on. So as we celebrate this year's Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, let's all reaffirm our commitment to honoring his legacy by together building the beloved community. Thank you all for participating today and being here, and enjoy the summit.
Wow, what powerful moments already in this inaugural Beloved Community Global Summit that the King Center is hosting today and tomorrow. We're excited to continue the conversation now with a special panel that will introduce this summit called Perspectives on the Beloved Community. We just want to continue to learn more about what the beloved community is and how we can create it. And so in the interest of the theme for this year's King Holiday observance, the urgency of creating the beloved community, we're continuing to talk with some special panelists right now for this introductory panel. Our panelists today are leaders in moral courage, leaders in educating the world on how to eradicate what Dr. King called the triple evils of poverty, racism, and war. And so here they are joining us for this panel, Perspectives on the Beloved Community. Reverend Dr. William Barber is our one of our panelists today. Reverend Barber is the president and senior lecturer of Repairers of the Breach. He's the co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign and the National Call for Moral Revival. And he's the architect of the moral movement. What do we need more today than a moral movement that helps move us into creating the beloved community. Reverend Barber.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to Dr. Bernice King and to the memory of her mother and her father and all that the King Center does. Thank you so much, Dr. West.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Our next panelist is Mr. Ben Phillips. Mr. Ben Phillips joins us. I met Mr. Phillips at a nonviolence training at the King Center last year. He is the author of How to Fight Inequality. He advises the United Nations, governments, and civil society organizations from across the world. And he has combined the roles of NGO director, political advisor, civil society activist, and writer on every continent. We're excited to welcome you today, Ben. Thank you for being here.
Thanks so much, Vanetta, and it's so wonderful to be here. And as Reverend Barber said, this isn't just a commemoration of a beautiful history. This is an organization for now, for what we're going to do now, and that's so exciting.
Absolutely. We want this to be active engagement for people to take from this summit information on what they can do to create the beloved community. And we thank both of you for joining us in doing that. Our next panelist is Dr. Irshad Manji. She's the recipient of Oprah's first Chutzpah Award. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Dr. Manji.
It's actually chutzpah.
Chutzpah?
Yeah, give us a throaty ch. There you go. Chutzpah.
Chutzpah. I like it. Chutzpah Award for boldness. Dr. Manji is the founder of Moral Courage College. We all need to go. Moral Courage College, which teaches people how to do the right thing in the face of fear. She is a New York Times bestselling author, most recently of Don't Label Me, a guide to engaging your other without shaming or counseling. Wow. Thank you to the three of you for being a part of this panel today as we talk about not just what the beloved community is, but how to create it throughout the 2 days of this summit. So welcome again. And on behalf of our King Center CEO, Dr. Bernice A. King, we appreciate your being with us today. We want to go into first this quote from Mrs. Coretta Scott King, who I believe in her book, Coretta, My Life, My Love, My Legacy, provides some excellent teaching on what the beloved community is. But one of her quotes from that book is that the beloved community is a vision, a realistic vision of an achievable society. Some key words right there, right? One in which problems and conflicts exist, but are resolved peacefully and without bitterness. And this is a key thing, especially for today. In the beloved community, caring and compassion even drive political policies. And they drive those policies in support of the worldwide elimination of poverty and hunger and all forms of bigotry and violence. As you think about that quote, what comes to mind when you consider, this is Coretta Scott King, when you consider this definition, what do you believe is the most important step we need to take in beginning to create collectively the beloved community? We'll start with you, Dr. Manji.
Well, one cannot outdo Coretta Scott King, so I will not try. I will try, however, to expand on what she was conveying. You know, first let me say, Dr. West, and to my panelists and all viewers, you know, it takes chutzpah. It takes some degree of audacity to be talking about the beloved community in such a messy time in our history. And yet, I speak as a Muslim here when I affirm that the Quran calls this the uphill path. However, it's also the only path to healing sustainably. And that's all people's healing, not one group or another. And, you know, I love the fact that Coretta Scott King emphasized that the beloved community will see tension and conflict. You know, people often misunderstand. We're not talking about a place of rainbows and unicorns. No, the beloved community is a place that requires the maturity, emotional and spiritual, the maturity to live with paradox. And here's what I mean. In the beloved community, you can stand your ground and seek common ground. That sounds like a contradiction, but it's not. Here's why. The ground we stand on is where our righteous anger has brought us. And seeking common ground is about channeling that righteous anger for enduring solutions. And I'll just finish off my answer here by phrasing this slightly differently so I can really emphasize the point. Standing your ground is about what you believe. Nobody is asking you to compromise this. Seeking common ground is about how you express what you believe. And if you express what you believe in a way that does not intentionally humiliate your other, we are on the path then to you being heard because you have first set the example of giving the other a fair hearing as well.
Thank you, Dr. Manji. That's a powerful way to phrase it. Standing your ground, but also finding common ground. Ben.
Thanks so much. I think there's just two things I really want to share on this point about how do we get to the beloved community. The first is that we're not softies. You know, there's been an effort, a decades-long effort by those in the elite to try to tell us that when they say be like Dr. King, that they want us to be soft. They deliberately confuse nonviolence with a kind of passivity. Dr. King said that we've not made a single gain without persistent pressure. And he defined his task and the task he did with others as organizing our strength into a compelling power. So this is about challenge. This is about push. It is a fight. It's a non-violent fight, but it is a struggle. That's the first point. The second point, and you spoke very movingly, Vanetta, about what's happened just now in the States, but that this is a global issue. You know, I've just written this book, How to Fight Inequality, and what I found was that the model that the King family stood for is the model that's delivered success in tackling inequality across the world and across centuries. So right now, as you in the States struggle with a president that twists the Constitution and threatens people and twists the rule of law because he doesn't want to leave office. People in Uganda are dealing also with a president who twists the Constitution, who uses force because he doesn't want to leave office. The successful non-violent movement that we've seen, that Dr. King and Mrs. King led, we now see in India, the largest protest in the world, as farmers push to not be pushed further into debt and poverty. And all over the world, in the context of this COVID crisis, we see people struggling for the same struggle that you're struggling for, health for all, vaccines for all, and healthcare for all, without the fear that you'll either become poor for being sick or get sick for being poor. So the whole world, what Dr. King called the World House, is with you in this.
Then there's some key distinctions there. It is true when people think of nonviolence, which we'll talk about in some later panels today. And Dr. King said, nonviolence leads us to the beloved community. Mrs. King said the road to the beloved community is the road of nonviolence. It's not passive. It's courageous. And as we talk about moral courage as a part of the beloved community, I think, Reverend Barber, your work with the Poor People's Campaign and with Moral Revival has distinctly educated us on the fact that our social change does require, if we really want it, building the will to have social change and create the beloved community. Can you talk about when you heard this quote from, and when you look at this quote from Mrs. King, how that resonates with you and your work with the Poor People's Campaign and continuing the work of eradicating poverty?
Well, thank you so much. And the other guests were so striking in their comments. I'm appreciating them so much. You know, when Ms. Coretta Scott King said, but it is achievable. And before I get to practical, I want to talk in this philosophical way about the kind of mindset as we've been talking about that you have to have. Now, she said that against a backdrop, and as we hear it today against a backdrop where we must remember that 100 years ago, everything that today we claim as victories of the movement was seen as unachievable. And every form of oppression has two measurements in it, a death measurement and a theft measurement. Somebody dies because of these bad policies, and somebody is being stolen from that other folk might have more than they need. And everything that we hold dear today, the victories, were not only impossible, or seen as impossible, we were told they were impossible, cost people. It cost lives. You know, to get an 8-hour day work, 40 hours a week, people got killed in Chicago for nonviolent movement. When Dr. King put this in a global context on April 3rd in Riverside and connected the triune evils of poverty, racism, militarism, and said we have to deal with them if we're going to have any kind of a world, not just in America. You know, the next morning, 160 newspapers wrote articles against him. He lost his invite to the White House, and several civil rights organizations had resolutions against his position when he connected militarism, poverty, and racism. So there is a sense of we have to keep that the beloved community, while nonviolent, has to exist in a world that leans toward violence. And yet we have to maintain, which means we're not softies. I get bothered sometimes when I go places. I was at a event a few years ago, and the governor came in bragging about he loved the principles of Dr. King, and he talked about how he tutored a Black child every month. But when I started talking about the policies, he would not applaud. He would not stand up with the other people. The other thing I want to say about this beloved community is achievable, but it also means that we have to have a real broad definition of violence too. You know, Miss Coretta Scott King was asked one time after Martin had been assassinated, what is violence? And she said, yes, that's violence, but let me tell you what else is violence. Denying a child education, poverty, blocking people's health care. But then she said violence was also a attitude of apathy in the face of all the other forms of violence. She said that is in fact to not be concerned, to not push, to not look for change, to not connect with global movements across is also a form of violence. And then lastly, you know, Dr. King said, love without justice is weak, justice without love is harsh. And so in this season that we're in, the beloved community, as I heard my friend mention about India, I've been in conversation with people in India about what's happening. We have to connect and see that there is a meanness, there is a authoritarianness spirit that is afraid of the people, poor and low wealth around the country, around the world, coming together with advocates and moral leaders. You know, just recently, the Pope said in his encyclical, the world was going backwards. And he said, because we're not dealing with globally the issue of poverty, and he said, we are too often being led astray by what he called the magical formulas of either trickle-down economics or neoliberalism, neither one which really addressed the issue of lifting from the bottom that is an issue across the world. And so, yes, we must be strong and courageous in this fight for the beloved community, but we must do it in a context where, I like she said, achievable, because you have to say that even when it doesn't make sense. You know, I think about, and I'll stop here. We saw what we saw last Wednesday, this mob. Number one, we must not act like that's only happened twice in America. That's a narrative that's hurting us right now. It's because we make it like it's an anomaly or it's just a few bad folk. Ask any oppressed people. They have seen that happen to them. Maybe not at a capital, but in their churches or in their homes or on their street corners. And just last year, 2 years ago, We had 5,000 people across this country, the 41 state capital, U.S. Capitol, to try to simply deliver letters of an agenda about poverty, and we were all arrested by force, non-violently. Now, you didn't hear much about that, but what you are hearing about is a mob that goes in and destroys, and they don't get arrested. We were arrested while we were in the building for fighting for the beloved community. So the beloved community is also / a battle, but it's a battle where we choose the weapons of love and justice and truth, and not the weapons of meanness, hate, and violence.
Thank you. Thank you to the three of you for those powerful answers that I believe are a great segue into this next question, because there are so many words as we talk about the beloved community that I believe as concepts, as ideas, even just as words and phrases are misunderstood. Words like unity, words like peace, words like justice, that when I study the teachings of Dr. King, I see clearly what he meant when he said these words and how they can lead us to creating the beloved community. Some of the things that can lead us to creating the beloved community are justice, being more humane, peace, sustainability, equity. Let's talk for a moment about those words. I thought while you were speaking, Reverend Barbara, about Dr. Bernice King sharing that a few years ago, she didn't believe that it was hate that killed her father, but apathy. And she made a distinction between that it was the indifference that led to his assassination, people not caring, which would be violence. There are lots of forms of violence as we think about violence and nonviolence and how we get to this beloved community. How do we redefine these words? How do we think about them more comprehensively? Words like justice. Ben, when you hear the word justice, how do we define that in light of wanting to create urgently the beloved community?
Justice is never given. Justice isn't the system that we have. Justice should not be confused with what currently we see judges do unfairly in the way that they treat different people. There was an opinion poll in 1966. 63% of people said a particular guy they viewed unfavorably. You know who they were talking about? Martin Luther King. Because when you stand up for justice, you will be called a troublemaker. You're getting into what John Lewis called good trouble. You'll be called a troublemaker. You'll be called difficult. And every time when social justice has been won anywhere, it has always been won through defeating the unjust attacks of those in power. So justice is a sense that everyone is special, but it's not, as you said, it's not this fake unity that's now being used by defenders of the Capitol Hill mob. When they shout unity, what they want is impunity. Justice is something much bolder and tougher, but the challenge is, and here's the challenge to all of us, that we can't merely be commentators on the injustice of the status quo, because the justice has never been delivered by any hero. It's only ever been won by ordinary folk like us. And so the people that we're waiting for is us. You know, when Dr. King said, the arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice, people misunderstand that, and they think that means that either some hero politician or some cosmic force is going to pull it down. He didn't mean that. He said justice never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It is only ever achieved by the patient acts of men and women. And so if we are to have justice anywhere, it'll be through our determined and collective efforts.
May I jump in here? Ben, I really appreciate your point that when some people call for unity, what they actually mean is impunity. And I'm going to add to this, but I'm going to flip the script a little bit, because it's not just the people whom we see already as wrongdoers who define unity in self-serving ways. It is also the so-called do-gooders who often define unity in self-serving ways. So for example, within social justice movements, and we know this, and I am going to speak truth to power about this here and now. We know that many people, not all, and God willing, not most, but too many people define unity as uniformity. That not only are we working for a particular definition of justice, but that we will do it in my way. And if you disagree with my tactics or my strategy, then you're a sellout, you're a traitor, you are doing violence to the cause, instead of, again, recognizing that a world that celebrates diversity needs diversity of approach as well. Yeah? So I will quickly tell you all a story that goes to the heart of what I'm referring to. I have a very good young friend who is an anti-racist activist. Her name is Genesis B. She's a hip hop artist, grew up in Biloxi, Mississippi. A few years ago, she launched a provocative, in-your-face protest against what was then the Mississippi state flag, which, as we all know, featured at that time the Confederate battle emblem. And, you know, Genesis, she takes history personally. Her grandfather, himself a preacher, protected African-American voters when they were first allowed to vote, and was killed by the KKK for doing so. So for her, history is deeply personal. After she launched this provocative protest, she of course got oodles of hate mail. And yes, death threats, no surprise. But she came across in her social media feed a message from somebody whom she hadn't talked to in years, 25, 26 years. A white guy by the name of Lewis. And he too lived in Biloxi, Mississippi. And he said to her, Genesis, I don't want you dead, but I profoundly disagree with you. I think we should keep the Mississippi state flag as is. Instead of labeling him an outright racist, somebody who she could never learn from, she actually invited him to her backyard, poured him a glass of water, sat down and said, let's hash this out. And she asked him, she didn't tell him anything. She started with a sincere question. She said, how does that flag make you feel? He said, it makes me feel like I'm at home. And because she asked him a sincere question, not a gotcha question, his emotional defenses were down. And he asked her, how does it make you feel? And in the course of that conversation, you know what Lewis realized? He realized that he cared more about Genesis, the human being, than he did about the piece of cloth known as the Mississippi state flag.
That's powerful.
And though it didn't happen then and there, a year and a half later, without anybody asking him to, Lewis pulled down the flag that was flying in his backyard. He folded it up, put it in a box called Things of the Past, and became an active supporter of the movement to replace the Mississippi state flag, which I'm thrilled to report, for those who don't already know, succeeded only a few months ago. This is the power of respect. Respect doesn't mean agree with me. Respect means engage with me in a way that I have something to teach you and you have something to teach me. Over to you, Reverend Barber.
Yeah, I think that this is a powerful conversation. Now, when in the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for a moral revival, we define justice first by how the movement frames itself, because you can't be unjust and then fight injustice.
That's right.
That's right.
So we believe, I wrote a little book called We Are Called to Be a Movement. And it grows out of a scripture that Dr. King talked about when he said, let justice roll down like waters, righteousness like a mighty stream. But if you read up before that, it actually talks about how those who have been forced to the margin have to be centered as leadership in the movement. It's another text that I quote. It's called, the builders that the stones rejected must become the chief cornerstone. There's another one in Ezekiel where the people in the valley of dry bones, the people broken by political oppression that was caused because of the alignment of the religious forces and the forces of greed. And the book is entitled, We Are Called to Be a Movement. And the point it makes is the rejected are the key to the revival, right? The rejected. So then who is that? And how do you center them? So in our movement, justice begins with saying, what are the interlocking injustices that we must all care about? Not just our issues, not just transactional coalition, where if I get in and then we win my issue, I leave. But what are the interlocking injustices that we cannot be satisfied with if we are going to be moral human beings, that we cannot be okay with, even if we're fine, even if our issue is dealt with? We added to Dr. King's too. We said, first of all, it's systemic racism. But then we said we had to be just, and that can't just mean Black. It's got to talk about indigenous people around the world. It's got to talk about immigrants and Latino people around the world. So systemic racism in all of its policy forms, that's what we mean by systemic. Then we said systemic poverty. It has to be one of the interlocking injustice. That's in this country alone before COVID, 140 million people poor and low wealth. 140 million people poor and low, 43% of this country before COVID, right? 700 people dying a day before COVID. And then we said ecological devastation and denial of health care. And then we said the war economy, and where we spend in this country alone 54 cents of every discretionary dollar on the war economy going to corporation, and less than 16 cents of every discretionary dollar going to education, infrastructure, and wages. And then we said the false moral narrative of religious nationalism and Christian so-called white evangelicalism. And we said that in our movement to be just, to be about justice, we had to hold those 5 interlocking injustices together. And everybody that's participating must be committed. We do it in different ways, but that these are interlocking injustices. We don't get to address them separately. They must be addressed together. Then we said justice must be bringing people together in Appalachia and Alabama, in California and the Carolinas, to caring as much about the Apache Nation that's under fire now in Arizona as we do about the white person in Appalachia that's poor, as we do about the Black person in Alabama, and getting them in the same room and leading with the conversation about how systemic racism hurts Black people, brown people, indigenous people, Asian people, but the collateral damage that it also does to white people. Right? And having where a person in Appalachia can talk as strong about racism as a Black woman in Alabama, and a Black woman in Alabama can talk as strong about the poverty in Appalachia. So first of all, we had to have a just moral fusion posture. And then secondly, is justice is going down that list and developing clear, concrete policy changes. Because one of the things people miss about Dr. King and Coretta Scott King is they weren't just, high tower. It was about policy. Dr. King once said, a law might not make you love me, but it'll keep you from lynching me. And so we challenge anybody that says we don't need policy, we just need to get along. No, even this pandemic has taught us, along with the inept response of too many leaders and too many government, the issue of racial disparity and poverty are the fissures through which this pandemic is having its hold. And the truth is, as people are dying, there's another disaggregation we're not talking about. Poor people are dying. Poor and low wealth people are dying. And so we said we have to go down the list and give not only a cursing of the darkness of systemic racism, but concrete answers. And so we developed a moral political agenda. We developed a moral Jubilee agenda. We developed a budget. And then lastly, justice meant for us that we get groups like EPI, the Economic Policy Institute, and others to look at our things and show that a moral just budget, not capitalistic, not with a moral just budget rooted in our deepest religious values and our deepest human rights values, is also economically sane. It's actually insane to keep things separated. It's morally indefensible, it's constitutionally inconsistent, and it's economically insane to have even in this country, we lose $1 trillion from child poverty every year. We lose $2.6 trillion from lost wages based on gender and race. We've put $6.4 trillion into the endless wars. We flip that over and ask the question, I think is a justice question that economist Stiglitz raised when he says, Joseph Stiglitz, when he said the issue is not what does it cost to end inequality, what does it cost for it to remain the same? What is the cost of the inequality? See, and that's a justice question. What is the cost? Not we don't let you tell us we don't have the money, because we know whenever we're going to go to war, we can find the money. Whenever we want to bail out corporations around the world and in this country, we find them. So don't tell us that. But there's another question. What is the cost of not having guaranteed incomes and living wages and health care of everyone and infrastructure targeted at poor and low wealth communities in this country and around the world? What is the cost of not redirecting our military budgets, portions of it, to deal with the real issues? What is the cost of having bad tax structure programs? What is the cost of inequality? That's a justice question that must be.
Dr. Barber, I want to interject there because what the three of you have said, I believe, altogether provides for our audience an understanding of what the beloved community is, a greater understanding, because you've mentioned, each one of you, what I believe are components of the beloved community. Dr. Barber, in what he just shared about justice, being a part of the beloved community, actually, it reminds me of Dr. King saying, justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love. And he just gave a long list of ways that with love, he and his leaders from his group stepped in to say, we need to correct all of these things that stand against love. And Dr. Manji, you talked about understanding how critical it is that in the beloved community, in order to create it with urgency, which we need to do now, we have to understand and sit down and sometimes not seek to be understood, but seek to understand. And then, Ben, you talked about accountability. Accountability is a key part of the beloved community. The beloved community isn't a place where we say, hey, just go do what you want to do, and there are no consequences. It's a place where we put a demand on our humanity to be our most just, humane selves. And so we wanted people to take away from this panel some components of the beloved community and some steps for getting there. And one of the main that I haven't mentioned yet that we know in creating a beloved community, Dr. King said that the end is redemption, the end is reconciliation, the end is the beloved community. And Mrs. King said the beloved community is an engine of reconciliation. Let's talk about, as we close out this panel, reconciliation and what it is. People talk about it. They say we want to get to it, but often we skip some steps in trying to rush to reconciliation. Let's honestly assess with this panel, what does reconciliation include? What are the things we need to incorporate before we just rush to talk about reconciling? Let's start with you, Dr. Manji.
Well, it's a beautiful question. You're calling here, Dr. West, for patience, and that is in critically short supply in our age of social media. But I think that at least what I'm going to table as crucial steps can also be used, applied, embodied on social media. I take the lessons I'm going to give momentarily, I take them directly from the workshops that were taught during the civil rights movement. And as I studied the civil rights movement in depth, I came across a beautiful phrase. Are you ready for this? Educate our emotions. This is what the teachers of civil rights did for young people who came to their workshops, ticked off, upset, ready and spoiling for a fight. And who could blame them? They honestly believed that the way to counter violence was to counterpunch. And what these young people learned was that they would have to educate their emotions by, first of all, finding, glimpsing the humanity of the other by recognizing that whatever it is that the other does to you, they are more than the worst aspect that they are exhibiting to you right now. I think it's Brian Stevenson of the Equal Justice Initiative who reminds us all the time that we are all more than the worst thing we have ever done. And so if we can recognize one another as plurals, as multifaceted, just like I am, if I can recognize that in my other, then we've already got a degree of common ground. The next thing is when you enter into something that likely will be a contentious conversation, ask questions before making statements of your own, just like Genesis did, and ask, your other, help me understand what it is about your experiences that have led you to believe what you believe. It's not a gotcha question. It's not a hoity-toity intellectual question. It is about direct personal experiences. Then the next step, listen, but listen to understand, not to win. You see, not every discussion needs to become a debate. Some do, most don't. And finally, ask one more round of questions based on what you've heard, not based on some preconceived agenda that you've entered into the conversation with. When your brain starts coming up with questions like, what about this and what about that, otherwise known as whataboutism, you know that you have stopped listening to understand and are now listening to win. This is how we pull ourselves out of the us against them dynamic that it's only too easy to lapse into. And I bring it back to the point that Dr. King and Coretta Scott King continue to make, which is if we fight us against them with more us against them, we may be changing the jerseys on the field, but we ain't changing the game. It's time to change the game.
Thank you. Ben, reconciliation. Dr.
So
Munn has talked about some of the aspects of how we need to listen to get there and how we need to understand. Share your thoughts.
Reconciliation is about relationships. So when we want to build relationships, when we want to win people over, they're never won over by leadership as lecture. They're won over by organizing, as community building, as friendship, as assistance, as lived demonstrated support. A Mexican activist said to me that people start to get strong as a group when they think with their whole bodies. And what she meant was that it's a process. Cesar Chavez, the great activist in California who brought together Latino farm workers, Filipino farm workers, poor white Protestant farm workers, when they started to come together, they didn't come together having defeated their prejudices about each other. They came together whilst they still had those prejudices against each other for the material need of wanting to struggle for better wages and safety and security. Through the process of working together, of struggling together, they got to understand several things. Firstly, they got to understand that if they hadn't, they'd have lost. Secondly, they got to understand once they knew each other by name that maybe the other guy's not so bad. And, well, don't we have something in common? And thirdly, they thought, this is fun. I mean, let's do it again. We like winning. It's better than losing. And we like community. It's better than division. So I think the reconciliation that will come, whether it's in the United States or it's in other countries of the world, or it's a reconciliation between countries of the world, it will come through exploring our common ground and coming together, not as perfect people, but as flawed people. And I think that's what's so beautiful about what Reverend Barbara is doing in the Poor People's Campaign, bringing people together with contradictions in order that people can find the power of collective action, but also that people can find the power of the unity that comes from community. So that's what I'm really excited and optimistic about. Just one other thing to share was a powerful thing that I read from King, but he got this from a Jewish philosopher called Martin Buber. He said that we are in danger of replacing the I-thou relationship, me and you, with an I-it relationship. The commodification that has so dominated the past 40 years of economic practice has not just affected the policies, it's not just affected the hard power that shapes our lives, it's seeped into us. We have all become polluted by that idea of materialism, of consumption, of wanting to solve our own needs and thinking that they can be met by material rather than by relationships. So when we apply a Kingian lens, when we apply a beloved community lens, we have to remember that that lens isn't just a pair of spectacles or a pair of binoculars. It's a mirror. It's a mirror back at ourselves. And if we're going to build a beloved community, the first and most difficult questions will be ones that we'll ask about ourselves. How am I as a parent? How am I as a spouse? How am I as a friend? And am I willing to share power, not just to challenge the powerful, but to lift up everybody's power, whatever that means for my own?
Thank you, Reverend Barber. If you wrap us up, thank you, Mr. Phillips. I'm sorry, Ben. As we close out, if you would, please share your thoughts in the next 2 minutes as we prepare for our next panel.
Well, I'm so moved by Philip, Ben, and my sister. I'm telling you, it's just been a joy to learn from them today and grow. I want to put this in a kind of a 4 quick steps that from one of the perspectives. One of the great things about organizing among poor and low wealth people, who, by the way, now make up 1/3 of this electorate in just this country. There are 39 million poor and low wealth people in just voting that can vote. Last 2016, 29 million turned out. This time, 35 million turned out. And interestingly enough, 55% of poor and low wealth people making less than 50,000 voted for Biden-Harris. And this is not about partisan politics. I'm making a point because they said they heard something. They didn't hear everything. But when we did a survey among poor and low wealth people, why don't you participate? The first thing they said is nobody talks about it. Second thing was transportation and voter suppression, the second and third thing. But what I've learned about mobilizing among people who are poor and low wealth and are facing the bottom, all they have is relationship. They don't have time for crazy, the fight, some of the fights that we fight about. And while you can't reduce racism to just an economic critique, we've learned that if you use the economic piece as an entry point and get into communities, you can have the kind of conversations about unrepentant sins of the nation that if you don't have them, you can never have real reconciliation, right? Because you can't have reconciliation until you really have a dealing with the unrepented sins. That's the first thing to have. The second thing is you have to be willing to be an unlikely allies. And it's amazing when we go into places like Appalachia, we bring what we call people from the hood to the holler, Black folk from Louisville, white people from Harlan County, and they come together. And we start with the conversation about systemic racism, not from a blame and all you white people are bad or all us Black people are angry, but we just look at voter suppression and who's benefited from voter suppression and who gets elected, and then what policies they pass that actually hurt white people too. And invariably in those rooms, people will say, well, doggone it, we're being played against each other. And that opens up a place for us to talk about this fusion, right? And not being played. Dr. King said that in '65, that every time the Negro masses and the white masses have the power to join together, the aristocracy deliberately sows division. Last two, we have to not only deal with unrepentant sins, we have to not only be unlikely allies, we have to know that unearned suffering is worth it. There is no promise that if you really are about trying to redeem in this world, it may not cost you everything, but it's worth it. It's worth it to have lived a life where you've tried than to live a life that have never tried at all. It is worth living a life committed to love and dying for it than living a life of hate and living in it. My professor said Dr. King didn't die because he preached love. He died because he preached love in the wrong places. He demanded it in places of public policy. How does this piece of public policy establish just, and how does it prove that you say you love everybody? And then lastly, we have to have unmoved commitment. This is a journey. Sometimes we just pass the baton off, but unmoved commitment. And I think one of the last things that Dr. King said that we don't often talk about, we talk about I Have a Dream, which really wasn't the name of the speech. It was Normalcy Never Again. We talk about I've been to the mountaintop, which really was a closing as much as I can read. But on that last sermon, he was talking about how sick America was and the need for transformation. And then in the middle of it, it's 11 words that we never hear lifted up. I'm going to try to lift them up over the next 6 months. Nothing would be than for us. Nothing would be worse than for us to stop at this point. Nothing would be more tragic than for us to stop at this point. Then he says we must give ourselves to this movement, no matter what it costs. But that thing, we must have a commitment, a deep, unwavering commitment, an unmoved commitment to this cause, because nothing would be more tragic than for us to turn back at this point.
Wow. Thank you to the three of you. This is the first panel of several over the next 2 days, audience, and we want to encourage you to share this broadcast, to tweet about it, and to use the hashtag BCGS King Center, hashtag MLK Day 2021, and hashtag Beloved Community to share and invite other people to watch. And we encourage you in this. What you're learning about the Beloved Community, take note of it. And also, let's start to do it and be actively engaged. And I'll close with this. We try at the King Center, and one of our goals in creating the Beloved Community, which I believe is a powerful component of the Beloved Community, is to create a culture of honor. And so I want to say I honor Mr. Ben Phillips. I honor Dr. Irshad Manji. I honor Reverend Dr. William Barber. And I thank the three of you for being with us today for this panel, Perspectives on the Beloved Community. Thank you so much.
I always have to stop and try to define the meaning of love in this area. Agape is more than friendship. Agape is not something affectionate. Agape is understanding, creative, redemptive goodwill for all men. It is an overflowing love which seeks nothing in return. Theologians would say that it is the love of God operating in the human heart. When one rises to love on this level, he loves men not because he likes them, but he loves every man because God loves him.
I would definitely encourage anyone to come here. It kind of gave me a new insight as to what the civil rights movement is.
It's an experience that you kind of won't get anywhere else. You can read online, and seeing everything that's centered around him here is really, truly a special experience.
I think those tragedies are really a cornerstone to helping to prevent future ones.
Daddy said that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence must become immediately a subject for study and serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding relations between nations.
Wir sind Teil von der Beloved Community.
우리는 사랑 가득한 커뮤니티.
Sisi ni watu wa Kenya, Afrika, tunapenda watu wetu.
Manamandaramu Vasudhaika Kutumbam.
All is one.
Telugu.
All is one family.
We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality.
It teaches you about the importance of virtue and the importance of being and doing the right thing regardless of what others are doing around you, and to not resent them for it, but to rather inspire them to do better.
We must change our attitude. we must change our direction. We must break the vicious cycles that we have been on and turn in another way. Divisive discourse, divisive rhetoric. Guard your heart in this season, because God is calling us to an elevated place. We can't stoop so low as other people. We must rise with dignity and discipline in everything that we do. The movement continues in another generation, and we will get to the promised land.
I mean, it really struck me when the little girl, she said, "Why are blacks and whites still separated?" I just mean, it broke my heart. I almost cried. And I realized that the world isn't really changed yet. We still have a long way to go. And there's so much more that we can improve and progress that we need to do. It's helping younger kids realize, that this new generation, that we can change the world. We can make the world a better place if we really try.
So as we go forward, I leave you with the words of that song, "Walk Together, Children. Don't you get weary. Work together, children. Don't you get weary. Struggle together, children. Don't you get weary. Fight together, children. Don't you get weary. Hold on to each other together, children. Do not get weary. Fuss, fight, but get over it together, children. Do not get weary, but don't forget to pray together, children, because you will get weary. And one day, we'll all be able to join with Martin King and say, "Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We are all free at last."
Oh man, now look at that high tech stuff. What's going on, everybody? My name is Bakari Sellers. I am a CNN political commentator. I am the author of what I'm really proud of, My Vanishing Country, a new New York Times bestseller. Well, an old New York Times bestseller now. But I would tell you that my most amazing moment and privilege is to be a husband and father. I'm a husband to Ellen Rucker Sellers and a father of 3. My twins are actually asleep right now, and so we're going to pray that we can make it to 2:10, and they will still be taking their nap. If not, you will hear young Sadie and young Stokely. It's an honor to be here with Dr. King. It's an honor to be here for the Beloved Community Global Summit, the urgency of creating the beloved community. We will be here with you until 10 minutes after 2 for this panel entitled "Doing the Work, Entities Working to Create the Beloved Community." I first want to bring on all of our panelists, but I'll bring on Mr. David Atwood first. And in reading and learning about David Atwood, not only is he a great author, the author of 3 books, Detour to Death Road, Nonviolent People, and My Search for the Beloved Community, but he's also somebody who embodies the work of Dr. King and is on his journey himself to uplift and promote the teachings of Dr. King through his Beloved Community Project. He currently serves on the boards of the Houston Peace and Justice Center, Pax Christi Texas, and Alianza Latina International. He's doing everything he can to actually make Dr. King's words a verb and bring them to life. Mr. Atwood, it's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm I'm going to introduce Reverend Nelson and Joyce Hobson Johnson, a dynamic duo. They've been leading social justice movements in Greensboro for more than 50 years. I'm actually born in Greensboro. My daddy used to run used to work at the Public Housing Authority over there in Greensboro at Woodley. My sister went to Dudley High School. There we go. But they're guided by their faith, by their journeys for equity, justice, and radical inclusion. They've been inspired by Dr. King, as we all have. And the Johnsons, though, they are best known for organizing the historic Greensboro Truth and Community Reconciliation process. This is such a dope and innovative community-based endeavor supported by none other than the Archbishop Desmond Tutu and Reverend Dr. Peter Story of South Africa and others. We'll get more into this work, but again, this is about bringing Dr. King's words to life and making his words a verb. The next we have Reverend Dr. Liz Theoharis. Now you're gonna have to make sure that did I pronounce that right, Reverend Dr.
Theoharis.
Theoharis. You know, I get Bakari mauled all the time. It's Barakari, Bacardi, all of that. Theoharis. It's an honor, and please blame it on my mind. Don't blame it on my heart. But she is somebody who's doing dynamic work. And I always tell people that the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, is God's work truly. And she's the co-chair of that organization with the Reverend Dr. William Barber. And they have been organizing in the trenches and working in the proverbial vineyard, doing God's work. She is also the director of the Kairos Center for Religions, Rights, and Social Justice at Union Theological Seminary. She's the author of Always With Us, What Jesus Really Said About the Poor. We're going to talk about that. She is co-author of Revive Us Again, Vision and Action in Moral Organizing. She's an ordained minister as well and teaches at Union Theological Seminary in New York City. And so I have everybody here. I'm going to start with you, Reverend Dr. Theoharis. And I want to talk about first, we're talking about bringing action and doing the work. The name of this panel is Doing the Work. I want you to not only do a better job of telling the work that you're doing, but give people always ask, what can I do? How can I get involved? I want you to talk about the work necessary to create this beloved community.
Well, in the last year of Dr. King's life, he put out that the kind of Achilles heel of racism and poverty and militarism was to unite and organize poor people, poor, dispossessed, low-income people into a united force. And he said, the poor and dispossessed of this nation live in a cruelly unjust society. If they can be helped to take action together, they will do so with a freedom and a power that will be a new and unsettling force in our complacent national life. And so inspired by that and the rise in racist violence and the rise of systemic poverty, the kind of crisis of our climate, the militarization of our communities and of our entire world, and this kind of false narrative of Christian and religious nationalism, the Poor People's Campaign formed a couple of years ago with the largest and most expansive wave of nonviolent civil disobedience in the 21st century. We are organized in 45 states across the country. Poor and low-income people, moral leaders, activists, advocates, organizers, people across a huge diversity that which is this nation, who are mobilizing and organizing and engaging and educating people about what it's going to take to build what we call a fusion movement, uniting people across all the lines that have historically divided people, and to both shift the narrative, to get this nation talking about, acting on the issues that really impact what is actually 140 million people who are poor, or one storm, one job loss, one healthcare crisis away from economic ruin. And then to also build power among those folk. The solutions are there. And so the Poor People's Campaign, and again, we're organized all across the country. We need people to join. We need people to play a role, whether it's getting your congregation involved, whether it's a community organization, whether you're doing tenants' rights or healthcare advocacy. you know, we all need to be coming together and building a massive movement, and that's what we are working on, and there's a lot of really powerful work happening.
Sorry, I muted myself. I muted myself because you hear babies in the background. Reverend Johnson, you've been doing this work. Reverend Johnson, Mrs. Johnson, you guys have been doing this work for a long time. Talk about the moment that we're in from your perspective, seeing everything that's going on in the world around us and how some people feel hopeless and helpless and as if there's not much they can do. Talk about how we should get up off the floor together and go out and do the work necessary to push back against the evil that we saw last week, the evil that we see around us and those who are trying to steadily divide us.
First, I want to thank you, Bakari and the King Center for pulling all of this together. Global Summit, a little bit like Pentecost, I hope. And Brother Atwood's good to be on the panel with you. And particularly, Bakari, send greetings to your whole family. Your sister Nosiswe was in school with our daughters, and Terrence Muhammad and others. So tell Oku and Aya's parents said hello.
I will, thank you.
Yes. But essentially, we've been striving all our lives to be prepared for a moment such as this. And I am thankful that as a young 17-year-old who was one of the first Black students to go to Duke University, I had the occasion to meet the Reverend Dr. King when he came there along with Harry Boyd, whose son, Harry Boyd Jr., was a schoolmate of mine there, and spoke with him about the beloved community at that time. So it really wasn't accidental that our organization became the Beloved Community Center. And we said we were striving to fulfill the legacy, to implement what people call the dream, but it was more than just a dream. It really is a theory of social change rooted in values and principles of how we should operate. And we sorely need those today. Now, I'm glad to be on this panel with Sister Reverend Dr. Liz Theo Harris. I understand Reverend Dr. Barbara was on before. We are part of the national and state and local leadership for the New Poor People's Campaign, because we know it has to continue. And at the Beloved, as we feel that Reverend Dr. King and Mrs. Coretta Scott King, I learned how to raise children looking at them. I've told the story of seeing those children around the King family while the Poor People's Campaign was being planned. And as we raised our two children, I would often have that image in my mind of, you are propelled to be in this movement because you love your children. Too often, people separate that. And Bakari, I know both your parents very well, and I know that was true for them as well, for the three of you. So that's the first thing to say, is that the struggle is not separate from our everyday lives. And if we inculcate those principles of love, respect, the dignity and worth of all people, the possibility of all people with the struggle, then that's where we'll be headed. It's not about political parties or not. It's about human lives. It is about possibility for everyone. But we're going to share this time that's now brief. So I'm going to switch over to the Reverend Johnson, let him complete our presentation.
All right, thanks to all of you. Good to be with you. As for this period, I want to jump right into it. It's a destabilized period, perhaps more so than any time since 1968, when Dr. King was leading the first Poor People's Campaign. And I think that it's not a time to shrink back or to feel helpless, that this is a very exciting moment in the history of our country. And I think that we have great polarization. There's political polarization, there's racial polarization, there is economic and financial polarization, with the poor getting poor and the rich getting richer. All of this is a statement that what we have is not working. So it's a potential period of great transition. It's a period of great change. And actually, it is no time to shrink back. I want to borrow the phrase you use. If you're down on the mat, get up. it's time to press on. And I heard a clip from the piece before we came on. Walk together, children, and don't you get weary. Walk together and don't you get weary, because we are approaching the darkness before the dawn. That's one way to think about it. We cannot stay where we are. So the options to go backward or to go forward. Those are the two options. We cannot stay here. And that's why uniting in the spirit of the beloved community is what we have to do, and do the work in the spirit of beloved community. And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about how we have tried to do that work and connect with each other. Don't get into little rivalries about who's the boss or who's in charge. Let's work together, because together we can forge a better United States. And that's the challenge before us. And I think that will look more like a beloved community.
Mr. Atwood, Reverend Dr. Theo Harris said it's about lives, human lives. And you've done work, you talked about human lives, you talked about death row, you talked about all of these things. Talk about some of the work that you're doing in Texas, and how the work that you're doing is seeing this coalition being built, this community being built between allies, Black and brown individuals, all of those who were oppressed, trying to stand up and lift up and push back together.
Well, thank you for having me on. It's an honor to be with all of you. People many times ask me, why am I so enthusiastic about the beloved community? And it goes back, I grew up in upstate New York, basically an all-white area, but I was blessed about 40 years ago to have to move to Houston, Texas, which is a very diverse community. And I had many opportunities to connect with people in that community, African-American people, Latinos, people of different faith backgrounds. And it grew on me. And I also was very familiar with the teachings of Dr. King. And he's always been a wonderful inspiration to me. I mean, I call him the greatest American that ever lived. And probably some people would say, well, what about this person and that person? But I said, Dr. King, for me, is he's just the epitome of what it means to be a human being and what it means to create a beloved community. And so through different organizations that I've been involved with, I'm a member of the Houston Peace and Justice Center. And we decided to actually create a website dedicated to the beloved community, dedicated to Dr. King. And we called it the Beloved Community Project because we didn't want to say that we knew that there were several beloved communities in this country. And we just wanted to say that is something that we have to emphasize. And so we have had the big thing that I usually promote is that people, especially people like me, we have to get out of our comfort zones. We have to go out into the community, and we have to meet people who are different from us, from a faith basis, from a race, nationality, and that to me is one of the keys to building the beloved community. When you meet people and you see how wonderful they are, you move out of your that term silo that they're using now, and you get to meet people who. And I've had experiences a lot of in the criminal justice system. I've got to meet families who have family members in prison, and I've met some of the most wonderful people that have changed my life. That absolutely changed my life and their values. It just is incredible. I call it all grace. It's nothing that I've done. It's just somehow, I believe God took me and put me in different circumstances in order to really believe in the beloved community. I believe the beloved community is the answer to what just happened in Washington on January 6th. That's where I think we need to go. I mean, we need to rebuke what happened there, but then we need to understand the underlying factors that went into that, and then we need to work hard and commit ourselves to building the beloved community throughout this country and really throughout the world.
You know, Reverend Theo Harris, this time is unique in that it's like 1918 where you have a great pandemic meets 1928-29 where you have a great recession, depression meets 1968 where you have a racial reckoning, as they say. I hate that term, but that's what they call it. So now as you're looking out, talk to me about how you incorporate some of Dr. King's words and teachings, particularly having the fierce urgency of now, because young folk like myself, we ain't waiting to create change. We want the change, and we want it to, for better or for worse. We kind of want it right now. So that fierce urgency of now, speak to Dr. King's words and teachings as we go out and tackle this moment, as we display this urgency and how we go about doing the work and some of the things that you're doing. And maybe I want to give people something tangible. I know we only have about 13 minutes left, but as we talk, I want to give people something they can actually go out and do. So be thinking about that, Mr. Atwood and Reverend and Mrs. Johnson as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. I mean, if ever there was a time, it is surely now. You know, I direct something called the Kairos Center, and Kairos is a Greek word that stands for the breaking of the old and something new breaking through. And I think you know, that's the moment that we're in. And indeed, it is intense and you know, pulling all of these kind of crises together. But what needs to happen in the midst of that, in the forefront of that, is that those that are most impacted by the injustices of our day, be they all of the different kind of systemic interlocking injustices as they show up, you know, must be in the lead of a moral movement that isn't just putting forward one policy or one program or one act or action as the solution to all of these interlocking injustices, but instead is building the power of people to be in what I've heard from folks on the border as permanently organized communities, right? So what that looks like is people in Kentucky organizing from the hood to the holler, organizing across these differences, coming forth, both meeting people's immediate needs, but also advocating for structural and policy priorities that would actually make a difference and not just manage racism, not just ameliorate poverty, not just put a Band-Aid on the climate crisis, but that actually can get at the root causes. We have the solutions. It costs our society more to have the level of inequality, to live in this kind of crisis, than it would be to actually solve these problems. And so what it means is that we have to come together, work across these lines, but work for structural change from the bottom up. And so, you know, again, that could be connecting with folks that are organizing locally and on a statewide basis. So many of the most regressive policies are happening on a statewide basis, and so much of the potential kind of political and economic changes can also happen in our states. But then we also can't, you know, let our federal government off the hook. And so, you know, we in the Poor People's Campaign actually have put forward 14 policy priorities for the first 50 to 100 days of this administration. We need people to look at those. Those come out of actually hundreds, dozens of different grassroots struggles that people are engaged in right now. Need to support those struggles and then also get involved in a larger movement. And there's lots of ways that people can be involved in bringing, you know, your individual gifts, but we need a massive moral movement from the ground up. And there is one. I mean, we see that, you know, this summer with the protests, this, you know, the response that even this past week we've seen. I mean, there is something brewing going on in this first fierce moment right now. and we have to, you know, rise to that occasion and seek justice for everyone now.
Mrs. Johnson, Reverend Johnson, talk about tangible things that you've seen. I mean, and the work that you've been doing it for a long time. So highlight the work you've been doing. And for somebody like me who wants to live a life that people can look back on that's a lot like yours. If someone were to say that Bakari Sellers did the work that you all have done over his lifetime, then that means that I can say my life would have been a success. So what are some of the tangible things that young people particularly can do, learning from the efforts and the work that you all have been doing for so long? We got to get you unmuted real quick.
Thank you, and I did that. I'll mention just one thing. Many of you know that November 3rd, 1979, 5 of our friends were killed by Klan and Nazis because we were very organized, very diverse group, working on labor, on community housing, all these things. Had trials, 3 trials, all that. We had that truth and community reconciliation process that we are now increasing our work on because it's so needed. But after almost 41 years of persistent struggle, our city of Greensboro finally came to the table with a lot of input from clergy, young people all around, and made a substantive apology. You should look it up on the internet. It acknowledged the role of police in the murder of our friends. It acknowledged the turning of their backs on the part of our media and some of our public officials, all those things. And it then acknowledged that these were, they didn't use those terms, I don't think, but freedom fighters. And at your brothers and sisters, Dudley High School, now there's a scholarship in the names of those 5 people killed. And they're, so just that, seeing that a group that you would think could move because of the role of the people, it is moving. It is now serving as a model for other cities. But don't let me stop there.
I think that there's so many opportunities to do work now that the last period, new, beautiful, young militant energy is just coming up out of the ground of oppression. So there's no shortage of energy. How to unite it and guide it is a slightly different question. Because there's a spirit of rivalry and conflict and so forth. We had 9 groups marching in Greensboro after the lynching of George Floyd. And they broke a few windows and did a little damage on Main Street. But we were in a position to pull all of those groups together and actually refocus what it is we're trying to do, which is alter the city itself. And we are a part of the Poor People's Campaign. I deeply believe that it has to go deep in places. People live in places, police are in places, houses are in places, everybody's in a place. How do you build the unity in that place and connect it to unity all over the nation? That's the key. So we've done labor organizing. We've done solar energy projects, went to the Supreme Court on it. We've done rent strikes. Those are things people can do. Right now, people are protesting aimed at primarily the police, but we also need to aim it at policy changes. So one of the youth group is working to change policies as it relates to housing and as it relates to Fight for 15. But I want to say one thing that actually is at the top of our list now. We are working hard with networks around the state and with good friends, not in Greensboro and not in this country, some of our friends in South Africa, to put together a North Carolina Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission. So everybody in North Carolina, perk up a little bit, because we need to be able to come together. And it's not just the people who are already agreeing with each other, but this morning I had a long conversation with somebody who was in contact with the most far right. They were his classmates. They played basketball together. We've got to figure out where all of these connections are and create a process to help us walk toward each other with compassion and mutual respect, but always pushing to affirm the depth of our humanity and the connectedness of our humanity so that we can together do a new thing. So we want to elevate that Truth North Carolina Truth process. We haven't publicly announced it yet. I guess I just did.
You just did.
But we're going to be working on it.
Good.
And I want to just tell people, believe in something and then get after it. It's not just what we do, it's how we do what we do and in what spirit we do what we do that makes the difference. People are going to be doing a lot of things. A lot of things is just to get money and get grants, but we've got to believe that human beings can change. What are the conditions that are necessary to facilitate that change? That's the thinking I want to encourage everybody who's listening to think about. And you won't know the answer to that, but discover it by engaging and doing something.
Mr. Atwood, it's on you.
Okay, I'm just going to mention if people are listening in today and they hear about an organization like the Houston Peace and Justice Center, which has traditionally been a mostly white organization, although we really try hard to increase our diversity. But if you're in an organization like that, I think it's important that you create a statement, if you haven't already, that really promotes the beloved community. And by the way, promotes everything that everybody else has said here today. The truth and reconciliation is so important for this country. The Poor People's Campaign. But that's why we created the website on the beloved community. And then it's incumbent on people to, like I said before, I'll just repeat, get out of your comfort zone. For instance, the Houston Peace and Justice Center participates in the Martin Luther King Day Parade, sponsored by the Black Heritage Society in Houston. We have to go and participate in those events. We have to get to know people. We can't wait for people to come to us and just say, well, they're not showing up. We have to go out and we have to meet people and connect with them. And one other thing I'll mention real quickly, we have 5 working groups in our organization. We have one that puts on a peace camp for children in the summertime. We have one on economic justice. We have one on human rights and criminal justice. We have one on military and foreign policy that promotes primarily the nonviolence teaching of Dr. King. And we have one on environmental justice. So we try to hit these different, we probably haven't done enough, but we try to get people connected to those areas that they're most interested in and will work hard on. But my primary message is we have to, it's incumbent on people like me to go out. And I want to connect with all of you folks more than I am right now. I knew about Greensboro. I read about it. Fantastic work. The Poor People's Campaign, all the work that people are doing. We are building the beloved community. It's a hard chore. It's a long-term project, but we have to. The commitment is there, and I think with time, we will be successful.
Well, for me, this is an honor because I'm here with people who are doing the real work. And, I'm always cognizant of the book of James, where the teaching tells us that faith without works is dead. And so it's not enough for us to go and pray on Sunday if we ain't going to do the work Monday through Saturday. And so I just want to say that I'm from the big city of Denmark, South Carolina, where we have 3 stoplights and a blinking light. And Gwen and Cleve, my mom and dad would always tell me the 2 most important words in the English language are the words thank you. And they're not nearly said enough. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you all for participating. Thank you to Dr. Bernice King, who's a great friend of mine, and everybody at the King Center. To all the young people watching, we got a lot of work to do. To all the people who have been toiling for a long time, we got your back. And I thank you all, and we'll see you at the top.
Hello, I am Michael Weinstein, president of AIDS Healthcare Foundation. And on behalf of our over 6,800 employees in 45 countries that we serve, I want to say how pleased we are to partner with Dr. Bernice King and the King Center to present this beloved community summit. As a global public health organization for over 3 decades, AHF continues to be committed to our core mission of both providing quality health care to those living with HIV/AIDS and to being in the forefront of standing against hate and oppression of all types and advocating for the dignity, respect, and equity for all human beings, no matter their sexual orientation, racial, or gender identity. As we embark on this new year and work to rebuild the soul of this nation, the lessons and strategies of Dr. King provide a framework for the critical work that is still to be done. For it is ever more clear that, as stated by Dr. King, we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is no time for apathy or complacency. Over the course of last year, I was greatly encouraged by the inspiring leadership from young activists that emerged in communities across the globe. As this powerful summit has attracted so many young people with a profound concern around civil and human rights, I know that you will take the tools and deeper understanding of the lifestyle of Nonviolence 365 and commit yourself to doing your part to building the beloved community envisioned by Dr. King. The future of a more just and equitable world is in your hands, and we are counting on you. Have a great summit.
We're not passing through. We're not laying over. Don't even get us started on flyover country. No such thing. The cities we're in, day out, aren't some stopover for us. They're the cities where we work, where we live, and where we try to make a difference. Not just by connecting places around the world, but with the people that live in them. While we're known for what we do in the air, some of our best work is done on the ground.
Advancing Black Pathways is a program we launched to truly make targeted impact across education, careers, and wealth creation.
The apprentice program was life-changing for me, not having access in a network, especially as a Black man. ABP gave me that. I can call people right now and they'll answer my questions. They'll give me wisdom, and that's not something I've ever had before.
Everyone thought I was crazy. They were like, there's no beauty, there's no fashion in Detroit. And I was like, but there will be because I'm coming back home. We reached out to JP Morgan and they created the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund, and we were able to get a loan to help fund our target purchase order.
Talent is created equally, opportunity is not. And my hope is that we're doing our part by helping Black people succeed in whatever they wish to accomplish.
Dear FedEx, we are a small juice company and cafe in the heart of New York City. When the social distancing and shutdowns came through, we set up a system where our customers could purchase our juice as a donation, and we deliver it to our local hospital in Harlem to give to all doctors, nurses, and others on the front line.
We were humbled by the outpouring. Overnight, we hand-delivered hundreds of bottles. And then we got the first request to send our fresh juice to a hospital in Canada, then Arkansas, then Tennessee. We're soon fulfilling orders to send across the city, state, and America. And even when the world seems to have ground to a halt, we're able to count on FedEx.
Our cafe may be temporarily closed, but because of FedEx, we're able to keep pouring our juice and making a difference. Thanks for having our back. Sincerely, Rahim and Mohamed Diallo, Jinjan Brothers.
Hello and welcome to this panel discussion on social media, an outlet for creating a beloved community. I'm Dr. Vanetta L. West, and the theme for this year's King Holiday observance is the urgency of creating the beloved community. So in tandem with that, as a part of that, we know how social media has become such a vital part of our communication and of our social justice work. And we at the King Center believe that it can also be an excellent outlet for us creating the beloved community. So we're having this discussion. And our first panelist is the Director of Faith Partnerships for Facebook, Nona Jones. She's an innovator, an author, a person of faith who facilitates some powerful conversations around how to use social media for our faith groups and advancing the cause of justice. Ms. Nona Jones is joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. This is such an honor.
Oh, thank you for being with us. And we have Pastor Carlos Rodriguez, who is a social media, I call him a social media influencer. His tweets and his posts and his IG account all are flooded with ways that we can be more just and be more humane, including in his native country of Puerto Rico, where we have seen some devastation, and he uses his platform to advance the cause of good. And I believe he and Ms. Jones are a great guest for us to talk about creating a beloved community. Welcome, Pastor Rodriguez.
Oh, my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, sir. And then our third panelist is the Global Director of Community and Culture for Twitter. Goddess Rivera is joining us for this panel to talk about using social media as an outlet for creating a beloved community. I'm so excited. I am the social media strategist for the King Center, so this is my world to see how we can use it for great things and for goodness. So welcome to the three of you. I'm excited. I'm thrilled. We're happy and we're honored. And on behalf of King Center CEO, Dr. Bernice A. King, welcome.
Thank you so much for having us. This is exciting.
Goddess, you didn't have a chance to greet everybody. I apologize. You have
It's okay.
a greeting.
Yes. Hey, I'm just super excited to be here. It's been a really kind of interesting time. So these conversations are so important. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. You know, there's so much happening right now in our nation and in the world. And so what better time than now to talk about creating a beloved community, which is sometimes a misunderstood concept. Sometimes people think it's a utopia. But Mrs. Coretta Scott King frames it as a realistic vision of an achievable society, meaning if we want it, we can work for it. And she says it's a place where love and trust triumph over hate and prejudice. So with that quote in mind from Mrs. Coretta Scott King, who's the founder of the King Center, how do you believe social media can be an outlet for creating a beloved community? Just your initial thoughts. We'll start with you, Pastor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, there's an opportunity, obviously, that is just there. People are already connected in social media, so we might as well get in the public square and utilize that opportunity, that platform. And so when there's something that's already trending, people are already talking about something, whether there's an issue that has happened, a specific incident that has happened. If people are already talking about it, they are, in a way, searching for a thought, for an idea. It's an opportunity where some hearts might be really close to this thing happened and I'm going to reinforce with my thoughts what already happened. But other people are really kind of open. Okay, I've been moved, or I've been saddened, or I've been angered. And we've realized with the work that we're doing that if something is trending, how can we bring, for us, the story of Jesus into that? Like, how can we imagine, visualize what Jesus would have done in this instance where this thing happened? And it's incredible how much the Gospels give us so many places to go and say, you know what, in a similar kind of way, Jesus responded this way, or loved this way, or corrected this way. And again, people are already there. They're already talking. And it's almost like we're catching, you remember those old radios where you had to and find the station? It's almost like we're just getting to that station, and then you can hear clearly if you just tune into it. And you know, kind of expand the conversation in a loving, direct we're all talking about this. Let's talk about it, you know, that kind of way.
Thank you, sir. No.
You know, first of all, I love what you said, Pastor, because it made me reflect on, I believe it's Matthew chapter 4, verse 6, where Jesus basically is talking to a few people that he's considering bringing on his team to be disciples. And he says to them, you know, follow me and I will send you out to fish for men. I think what has happened is we have become so building centric, so property centric, that we oftentimes limit ourselves to the ability to connect with other people because we believe that there has to be a date, a time, and a location. And if people don't show up on the date, at the time, at the location, then we can't build a community. But I think what Dr. King was really leading us to expand our own understanding of is that community is not confined to a physical space. And so social technology enables us to build community in digital spaces that are no longer confined by the physical constraints of city limits or state limits, even national limits. And so now we truly can build an international beloved community. So that's why I think it's so powerful and why I'm such an advocate for social technology as a lever for justice.
Thank you, Nona. What you and Pastor Rodriguez shared conveys an essential truth of the beloved community, and that it's full of people from all religious backgrounds, from different faiths, some people atheist, some agnostic. The beloved community, as Mrs. King called it, is an engine of reconciliation. She said it's a state of heart and mind as well. Mm-hmm. I want to encourage you, if you don't have Coretta Scott King's memoir, Coretta, My Life, My Love, My Legacy, to get that, because in it, she gives some great definitions about the beloved community. I just wanted to share that because sometimes people think it's discriminatory, but when you're talking about your faith, I start to think about how the beloved community is also welcoming, and it applies to people of the Jewish faith or the Hindu faith or the Baha'i faith. And it's welcoming and all encompassing, as Dr. King talked about it. Goddess, your work you do from billboards with quotes. I see some quotes out there, tweets that express some thoughts that I believe are genuine and a part of the beloved community. How do you believe social media can help us to create the beloved community?
Yeah, you know, I was just so inspired just reading more and learning more about the beloved community and what it, you know, what it is aspiring to be is kind of this like achievable, equitable state of society. And for me, I spent my career listening and watching and learning people and how they respond and how they, you know, connect with ideas, how they connect with brands, to products, to things that resonated with them and movements. And I think what I love about social media and what gives me this hope that it can really be a tool that does help create this beloved community is that it's this incredible place to listen and learn. You know, it really also is a space where you can challenge your own thoughts of what you thought was possible, and you can dig into the ways and the actual tasks and tactics that it will take to achieve this equitable society. And then you can really kind of find community around people who also believe in many of those tenets and kind of push for that. And I know I was thinking a lot about just the urgency of that, right? The urgency of trying to get to this state, you know, that Mrs. Coretta Scott King spoke about and what she dreamed about with the beloved community. And I think about, when I think about Twitter, you know, whether I work there or not, to me, it was always just this idea that it was this very public and accessible place where people could have this opportunity to share ideas and really start to understand who are the people that are suffering? Who are the aggravators? Who are the people that are providing solutions? How can we poke holes in those solutions or challenge them? You know, how can we understand, you know, what is credible? So I think that's something about the urgency of the public nature. And Nona, I think you really brought that up well as well. Just talking about this interconnectivity on an international level, it is given us community without borders. And that's what's so exciting. And I think what is so powerful about it.
Yeah, Dr. King said, one of our quotes that we often use is, we're caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. He talks about how whatever happens to one person directly affects other people indirectly. Social media is proof of that. I often hear people talk about going on social media sabbaticals. And I think to myself, what kind of social media world did you create for yourself?
Right.
Because social media is what we make it. And so for us with social media, we have a chance to say, hey, I'm going to make my space as enlightening, as informative, as fun, as encouraging. I'm going to have some people on there who don't believe what I believe, but I believe their thinking challenges me a little bit and causes me to look at different perspectives. And then I'm going to make it like real life. And I can do something. I can unfriend people, and I can friend people who I believe are contributing to this world I want to create. I can tweet with people and follow people who I believe contribute to the social media world. I can get on Instagram and now Clubhouse and all this different stuff is out there. It's a lot. You can have, I said, I don't think I can add one more account because my world is full, because it is what we make it. And so we see some social justice work on social media. How do you believe justice, which is an essential part of the beloved community? We don't often think of it that way, but justice, as Dr. King defined it, is love correcting everything that stands against love. And so social media can be a space where we can correct some things that stand against love. How can we do that? When you think about the social media outlets, how can they be used, in his words and Dr. King's words, to correct everything that stands against love?
Well,
Where do you want to start? You can just
Yeah,
start.
sorry. No, I remember reading somewhere that Dr. King was a visual tactician. Like, he had this ability to know this image might create this effect or this reaction. And it was so necessary for imagery, for the cameras to be there with the intention of giving people a different perspective, something shocking, right? And sometimes we know social media, it works where maybe the most shocking thing or the most controversial thing is what it works. And if we understand in the concept of justice, of exposing people to something that might be shocking to them. And I've realized myself, so I did 10 years in North Carolina, and I quickly got used to the comforts of, right, of living in America, and things that I thought that were just not available, now they're available. I come back to Puerto Rico, not just back to Puerto Rico post Hurricane Maria, which in a way, the hurricane, what it did was expose how bad things were already even before Maria. And we're seeing how the administration is, the president and its administration is coming to Puerto Rico and really treating us in a way that is just so unjust and so like dismissive. And as we're coming and as we're taking pictures, and obviously in the most incredibly honoring way, and I have to say that there's the danger, right, of misusing images to manipulate, where there's the opportunity to use imagery and social media to inspire, right? So we got to walk that balance. And we realize as we're going from town to town, village to village, and areas, that the key was, who's the hero of that story? If I'm the hero of the story, and my team that I brought from Raleigh, who's here for 5 days to look really good, if they're the hero of the story, then that's definitely unjust. That's not doing the work of justice. But if we come to these communities, we realize you guys are the heroes. You've just endured hurricanes, earthquakes, political unrest. You're having to deal with this other government that's in charge of your government. And you guys are the heroes of the story. It's how we frame those ideas. And it's amazing how much the response from people that were following our accounts being like, I didn't know you guys were treated that way. I didn't know things were that bad. And all of a sudden they're coming and engaging with us in a way that would, provide opportunities for social justice to happen specifically here.
Thank you. Goddess.
Yeah, I think that was just a great way. It also kind of mirrors the way I think about it. I was really kind of pouring through in Dr. King's words and kind of his ideology about what, was an achievable, step for society. And what really stuck out to me was this idea of like him thinking, I think he mentions, I have it in my notes here, that the end is reconciliation, right?
Yes.
The end is redemption. And to me, there can be no reconciliation without a true kind of laying on the table of who was hurt, who was harmed, what does it look like to restore, and what has that done, to both parties. So I think about, at times it is a lot of friction, right? Because this is kind of like the hurt and that needs to come out. And social media to me is this space where we can have these conversations at scale in a way that we have not been able to do that. And really kind of, I mean, even just inter-community thing, you know, conversations about trauma and generational choices and things that we can start to unpack and then literally affect the way that we raise our own children, the way that we take care of ourselves, you know. So I think that what social provides is this opportunity to have these conversations. And if that end goal is reconciliation, we cannot do that without acknowledgement and conversation, and then getting to a place where we are all clear on what redemption can be and restoration. That makes sense.
This is so good and so important. As you both were talking, I wanted to share just a concrete example of how social media can really be an accelerator for social justice, in particular, raising awareness about the need for justice, which we know is like the biggest barrier to justice in the first place. Last summer, after George Floyd's murder, I got with a few friends and we decided that we were going to use Facebook as a platform to host a week of Facebook Live broadcast conversations with civil rights leaders, theologians, scholars. Dr. Bernice King was one. We talked with Brian Stevenson, who I know is keynoting this event. But for an entire week, we spent educating people on the issue of injustice across the sphere of the history of race in America, economics, criminal justice, et cetera. We talked about economics, all of it. And by the end of the week, we had reached about 6 million people. And mind you, this is just something we did on Facebook. We were able to partner with organizations around the country, but we didn't have a conference. You know, we didn't, obviously we couldn't, but we didn't meet somewhere at a conference center. We used a social platform and we reached more people than we could have ever reached had we said, hey, we're meeting on this date, time, and location. And so that's why I'm such a huge proponent, because social media, to your point, Goddess, I mean, it really is helping us to scale the work of pursuing equity and the work of even educating people on why this work matters.
Right.
So yeah, it is a lever for mobilizing people, educating people, and giving them the tools they need to lead change in this country and around the world.
Yeah, listen, each of you in very significant ways do the things that we're talking about. You know, Nona, your work with these groups and these conversations, they're critical. And it is proof that we can use this space for good. And Goddess, even the way you engage people on Twitter is a demonstration of bringing some beloved community components to that space. And Pastor Rodriguez, your tweets and your posts encourage people, even in your tweets about the life of Christ, how we can look at this example and live that instead of saying we're something, demonstrate that. So the three of you are doing some phenomenal work. I just want to celebrate you for a moment and thank you, because I follow you and I pay attention, and I think you are examples of how to use this space to create the beloved community. So I think sometimes we look at social media and it's like when people talk about millennials, they have like a bad taste in their mouth or something. Those millennials. And I'm always like, well, millennials are great people. Let me tell you their great attributes. And so when we talk about social media, we have to remember there are some things not positive that happen there, but there's a whole lot of great stuff happening on social. And we can use it like we can any space in life for good or for bad. So when you mention Goddess, reconciliation, and we start to redefine it. And reconciliation isn't just let's just get along. But in Kingian nonviolence and Dr. King's philosophy, it is truth and justice and going for true peace, which, as he said, is not merely the absence of tension, but it's the presence of justice. When you think about going forward, particularly for our nation, and then also across the globe, what are some key components, some things that we can bring to social that will help us inspire the world to create the beloved community? What are some concepts or ideas that you think about without sharing your company secret?
No, it's okay. It's all part of it. We're open. We're open and transparent. You know, I thought a lot about this, and I think to me, I would love to see just, you know, I love that. Thank you for calling out all of our work. And, you know, I'm so proud to be a part of kind of that beacon really is showing that this can be a tool for an equitable society and a just society. But I think that, I want people to understand that they can all utilize this tool in the way that, all of us here do today. So I think that commitment is important. So I really would love to see more people really commit to using social to kind of listen and learn from others and their experiences and really start to self-educate themselves. This is an opportunity for self-education like no other. You mentioned when millennials do get a bad rap,
They do.
I know, but if we told you our story and we said, well, we got into high school and it was school shootings, and then we got out of college and there was no jobs, and then there was another pandemic with no leadership, then when you really start to see like the empathy there, the understanding of why we make those decisions, and that goes across all different types of experiences and different groups of people. And so I think when you start to dig in from that lens and commit to that education, that self-education, that can be helpful. And I think also it's also important to, at the same time, make sure that you're really kind of verifying what you're hearing and understanding in an online and offline way, right? Making sure that you're listening to credible sources, that you're challenging that in a space that really makes sense and not becoming in your own bubble, because that's not, productive either. Making sure that you challenge yourself to make sure that what you're hearing and understanding and learning is from credible and reliable sources. And then I think lastly, determining one kind of initiative or one community that you are invested in, that you're committed to supporting, and then making sure that you're not only learning, but you're actually doing something in action to help impact that community, right? Whether it be your own, whether it's a community you learned about. I think that making sure that you understand that there's a kind of a visceral connection between what you learn and understand and the connections that you have. But then there's real world impact as well, and you can be a part of that in a positive manner. So I encourage people to kind of make sure they self-educate, understand that they need to be making sure that they're verifying and understanding that this is from credible sources, and then really kind of committing to one cause, one initiative, one community, even if it's your own, and making sure that you understand the ways that you can have real world impact on the community that you're learning from and supporting in social.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nona.
I was just thinking as you were talking, goddesses, that we have to recognize that in many ways, our social should reflect our values, and it should reflect the way that we hope to see the world, be the change that you wish to see. I have a personal philosophy when it comes to my social, that I'm not going to share anything that is going to degrade another human being. I'm not going to share anything that's going to stir up strife or confusion. The only things I will share are what I believe will edify and build people up. And so I think we have to adopt that type of a mantra at the individual level, because if we think about, injustice as this big, mega social problem, many times we can forget the fact that change always starts with an individual. I mean, I was just reading about the early life of Dr. King and how, he was pastoring his church in Montgomery, minding his own business when the boycott happens, right? And so now he becomes a convener and an organizer, but it was never his intent to lead this like global movement. He simply showed up to the moment. And I think that's what we have to commit to do on social media, is show up to the moment, be light, be love, be a source of strength. Don't allow yourself to, fall down the rabbit hole of negativity, because that's easy. God knows that's easy. But yeah, we have to just guard our social, because that's who we are, and it's who we present our values to be as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's so good. I was challenged myself. There was a legitimate internal challenge as I'm preaching at churches, and I'm trying to write books, and I'm trying to do that route, the talking head route, which is an easy one. It's not that hard to learn some strategies and to figure out a way to get people to listen and to pay attention and to buy whatever. And this internal thing was like, do not talk about things you're not getting dirty. You're not like getting involved. You're not sweating through and bleeding for. And that was a challenge for me, but it was also an invitation. Like, okay, there's this legitimate, important immigration issue. I'm not going to talk about it until I can find some refugees. I can bring them into my house. We can have a meal together. I can be part of their story. They can become part of my story, and I can figure out a way how to get money and resources. Now I can say something. And in a beautiful way, it then kind of puts weight onto what you're saying. It could be really clever, it could be really cute, it could be really positive, but if there's no blood, sweat, and tears behind it, there's not much weight to it, especially because there's so many people talking about different things. So the challenge for us was, okay, if we're going to talk about this, we have to be involved. Our money has to be involved, our time has to be involved, our families have to be involved. If we're not going to get involved, then who are the people that are doing it? I believe in this cause, but I don't either. It's not my space, or it's just not in my in my space to get involved. But there's other people that are really involved. How can I promote them? How can I reshare them? How can I donate to them? How can I let other people know who want to be involved? Hey, don't even come to us about this. You have to go to them. So for us, that was kind of like the sequence. If you're going to talk about it, you have to be involved. If you're not going to be involved, then who are the people who are involved, and how can you promote them? How can you use your platform and your influence, or whatever you want to call it, to let people know about the work that they're doing? And it ends up, that's kind of beautiful circle, that really the beloved community working together. Hey, you're really good at this part. You're really good in this platform. You really have something to say about this particular issue. I'm going to push so that your content can be received by the people that maybe my audience is a little different, but they need to hear what you have to say. And that kind of sequence has really helped us to, in a way, validate what we're doing, and also then encourage and really motivate other people who are doing amazing work.
And we also see, too, the power of hearing different perspectives and the power of seeing good stuff. Families. I go to Facebook Watch to see the Cavs family, a family from England. This Black family in England, and they're just having a great time. And the kids are getting out the car dancing, and the dad is looking at them saying, "What are you doing?" And I'm laughing at them. And then you go to Twitter, and then a hashtag like Oscar So White trends, and it causes these shifts. And all of a sudden you see Black people being added to the board that oversees the Oscars, and family and community and social justice. I have friends that I found on social media that I meet now, and we all get together for dinner, and we create a community from tweeting about shows and from doing Facebook groups about shows and from IG. I'm just talking about the power of social. That's not this space that we sometimes think people will say it's a black hole or something. And again, I would ask, what space have you created? If we wanted to create a beloved community space just on social media, a group, or on Twitter, where would we, what would we call it? Where would we come from? What would be the main tenets of it? We wanted to leave people today with 3 tangible, each of us can do it, steps for realizing the beloved community via Twitter. And we understand we can't control what people do. You know, people come to spaces to do certain things, but it's like the world. We're living in it, and we just can't get away from the world. So sometimes in social media, the question should be, how do we bring something different? And if you just had to share with people, if you're challenged with thinking that social is a negative space, can you share just one thing you believe people can bring that's different? How would you bring positivity, love, justice, in addition to what you already shared? What are 3 things we can leave people with that we each can do to create the beloved community on social media? Nona, start with you.
I was like,
you look like you were, as the song used to say, you're percolating.
Well, you know, it kind of, it gets back to a little bit of what I said before, which is simply that we have to own the fact that it's essentially it's our digital domain, right? So I believe that in order to create the beloved community, we cannot wait on someone else to create it. We have to do that. We have to walk in these principles with urgency. And we don't wait to do it, you know, when it's trendy. We do it when it's hard. That's the thing that I so admire about Dr. King and Mrs. King is, you know, they didn't wait until everybody was like, yes, now we care about Black people, right? If that was the case, nothing would have ever happened. They leaned into the difficulty and the pain and the hurt of the moment, which I think this is as hurtful and painful of a moment that I can remember in my 38 years of life. it's now the opportunity for us to lean into that and follow their example. So I think it starts with us and how we create and share content, how we build relationships. Social media was never meant to just be transactional. That's why it's called social. It's meant to foster relationships. So I think we have to do that in an intentional way.
So pay attention to our content. Is that how you summarize that? That's important. If you're watching, write that down. Pay attention to our content. That's something for the King Center social media, and certainly I see it with Dr. King, Bernice King social media, a balance of paying attention to content. Goddess, what would you add to that?
Yeah, I think, kind of going back to my earlier point too, in that commitment. And I think, it's that commitment to productive learning and productive conversation. That is just a mindset that allows you to say, maybe I don't know everything, but I am committed to having productive conversation where I don't understand. I love knowing what you laid out about saying, you don't have to tear anyone down. If anybody follows me, I'm tough, I'm honest, I keep it real, my Twitter feed. But, I don't tear anyone down. I'm honest even when I'm angry. And I think that, I have really committed my life to productive conversation and to productive learning. And I think that that's just really a mindset to go into. And, I think it's also okay to say, this is not a conversation that I feel is productive for me. And I can remove myself from that conversation, or it doesn't feel like it's going in a direction that feels productive. And that word for me is just kind of it's just something that anchors me in my work. And, the work that I do at Twitter, where I'm, able to connect with, my entire mission is to connect with and amplify and support marginalized voices in those different communities. Sometimes as we learn more about their experiences and talk more about how we can enhance and evolve our service with their experiences in mind, and they're not always easy conversations, but they're always productive. I am interested in productive ways that we can get to solutions, ways that we can evolve and evolve together. So I think that going back to that commitment of productive conversation and productive learning is just a great mindset to be in, and it will completely shift your experiences on social media.
So productive learning, paying attention to our content. 2 P's. I love it. I love it when things come together like that with P's. And I've also seen from both of you fun sometimes. And we just want to remind people, social just can be fun. The versus battles.
Oh my.
Different things that happen. Nothing like being on social when an award show is on. It is an experience. So just things like it's community. If we think about social as community, how do we want to treat people face to face? And how do we want people to treat us? What can be productive learning? What content do we want to put out there? And what's the third thing you want to share, Pastor Roger?
Now I'm trying to come up with something with a P.
With a P. Come on now.
What? Puerto Rico. Come to Puerto Rico. That's the P.
And we will gladly come as soon as COVID. We gone. Yeah.
There's one of my favorite quotes by the great Malcolm X. He said, "Sincerity is my only credential. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be who I am. This is where it's at." Because we have to understand, if it is social, right? In any social construct, it's a journey. We're in movement. So just because I'm here today, that doesn't mean I'm going to be here tomorrow. So it's almost like I'm inviting people. Like I like to use a lot of maybes. Have we considered? Because the conversation, then there's room for me to be wrong. There's room for you to be wrong. There's room for the conversation to morph, to change, right? As a pastor, I believe, right? Theology it's almost like elastic, right? Because in the inside, we're seeing more of God, more of each other, more of ourselves, more of nature, right? We're being exposed to more. If we allow our hearts to be flexible, to be in the maybes and the I don't know, but maybe, right? So being sincere has been so important to us. The times that I'm like, oh, this is not perfect, but I really feel this in this moment. And how can I communicate this in a way that's productive, but also in a way that's just honest? This is where I am today. I've learned that to say that. My wife and I have learned to say it to each other before any potential arguments, whether right or wrong. This is how I feel. Whether right or wrong, this is where I am right now. Right. And that makes room for an actual community where it's not a pretend community where we're trying to say the right thing so that we're into community, but we're actually saying where we're at as a person, as a human, etc. And then the last thing for me, I think it's important to know for Black and brown communities to understand that social media can be a great equalizer, because for a person like me, I was in a very white, charismatic Christian world. If it wasn't for social media, there wasn't many platforms that were just going to magically open to me to be able to express what I feel and to express it in a way that's actually honest. If I wanted to be on the platform, I had to adjust everything that I thought in order for the platform to open. Whereas now in social, we have the opportunity now actually to be sincere, to say this is where I am, and that opportunity is so precious. And we're actually giving people the gift of vulnerability, of actual being honest. If we see it as a gift, and also if we see as when other people are doing it as a gift, then it's Christmas. Lots of gifts.
Would you call that transparency? I'm trying to see if PPS for sincere. Transparency or sincerity?
Purity of self. There's another P. There you go.
Our P's.
Be pure about yourself, about where you're at,
to content.
and allow people to be that for you too.
It all goes together though, because in paying attention to content, what I hear you saying, Pastor Rodriguez, is that even when we're sincere, there's a way to channel that. Mrs. King says that the beloved community is not a place that's void of conflict. We just resolve it peacefully and without bitterness, which bitterness is a totally different animal than anger.
That's right.
And righteous anger is good. I can channel my righteous anger into some productive conversation and some productive work. When I get to a place of bitterness, man, I don't want to talk constructively about anything.
Right.
I'm just done with it.
That's so
and that
good.
bitterness is coming up. But sincerity or transparency and paying attention to content and productive learning, those are all things we can do even when we see an injustice and we decide we want to work on it via social media. We can do it in those three ways. Those three ways that you have provided, I believe, for people listening, give insight in how to channel anything on social media, from fun. I tweet about the Golden Girls a lot. I post about the Golden Girls too. I post screenshots and quotes from Sophia and Dorothy. And I'm just sharing that to share what social media can be. It can be a great space for community, and absolutely what the three of you do on social and what you shared today, again, is proof that social media is an outlet through which we can create the beloved community. We're so honored that you joined us today. I honor each of you. Thank you, Goddess. Thank you, Pastor Rodriguez. Thank you, Nona. We appreciate you being with us today. Thank you, audience. Continue to watch the Beloved Community Global Summit.
I always have to stop and try to define the meaning of love in this area. Agape is more than friendship. Agape is not something affectionate. Agape is understanding, creative, redemptive goodwill for all men. It is an overflowing love which seeks nothing in return. Theologians would say that it is the love of God operating in the human heart. When one rises to love on this level, he loves men not because he likes them, but he loves every man because God loves him.
I would definitely encourage anyone to come here. It kind of gave me a new insight as to what the civil rights movement is.
It's an experience that you kind of won't get anywhere else. You can read online, and seeing everything that's centered around him here is really, truly a special experience.
I think those tragedies are really a cornerstone to helping to prevent future ones.
Daddy said that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence must become immediately a subject for study and serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding relations between nations.
Wir sind Teil von der Beloved Community.
우리는 사랑 가득한 community.
Sisi ni watu wa Kenya, Afrika, tunapenda watu wetu.
Manamandaramu Vasudhaika Kutumbam.
All is one.
Telugu.
All is one family.
We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality.
It teaches you about the importance of virtue and the importance of being and doing the right thing regardless of what others are doing around you, and to not resent them for it, but to rather inspire them to do better.
We must change our attitude. We must change our direction. We must break the vicious cycles that we have been on and turn in another way. Divisive discourse, divisive rhetoric. Guard your heart in this season, because God is calling us to an elevated place. We can't stoop so low as other people. We must rise with dignity and discipline in everything that we do. The movement continues in another generation, and we will get to the promised land.
I mean, it really struck me when the little girl, she said, "Why are blacks and whites still separated?" I just mean, it broke my heart. I almost cried. And I realized that the world isn't really changed yet. We still have a long way to go. And there's so much more that we can improve and progress that we need to do. It's helping younger kids realize, that this new generation, that we can change the world. We can make the world a better place if we really try.
So as we go forward, I leave you with the words of that song, "Walk Together, Children. Don't you get weary. Work together, children. Don't you get weary. Struggle together, children. Don't you get weary. Fight together, children. Don't you get weary. Hold on to each other together, children. Do not get weary. Fuss, fight, but get over it together, children. Do not get weary, but don't forget to pray together, children, because you will get weary. And one day, we'll all be able to join with Martin King and say, "Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We are all free at last."
When it feels as though the world has stopped and life's been put on hold, what do? At Mercedes-Benz, we got to work. Mercedes-Benz USA and its dealers have quickly mobilized to help our local heroes by giving frontliners a lift, contributing to relief efforts, making vehicles safer for first responders and customers, and sometimes simply serving up a hot meal. Coming together to lend a hand is what this country's always been about. Americans have never wavered in crisis, nor hid from responsibility. And this time was no different. This was our calling. Mercedes-Benz USA is proud to be a part of this great American fabric and take inspiration in seeing the best emerge in all of us. America never rests until the job is done and the race is won. And until then, we won't either.
Hello, I am Michael Weinstein, president of AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and on behalf of our over 6,800 employees in 45 countries that we serve, I want to say how pleased we are to partner with Dr. Bernice King and the King Center to present this beloved community summit. As a global public health organization for over 3 decades, AHF continues to be committed to our core mission of both providing quality health care to those living with HIV/AIDS and to being in the forefront of standing against hate and oppression of all types and advocating for the dignity, respect, and equity for all human beings, no matter their sexual orientation, racial, or gender identity. As we embark on this new year and work to rebuild the soul of this nation, the lessons and strategies of Dr. King provide a framework for the critical work that is still to be done. for it is ever more clear that, as stated by Dr. King, we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is no time for apathy or complacency. Over the course of last year, I was greatly encouraged by the inspiring leadership from young activists that emerged in communities across the globe. As this powerful summit has attracted so many young people with a profound concern around civil and human rights, I know that you will take the tools and deeper understanding of the lifestyle of Nonviolence 365 and commit yourself to doing your part to building the beloved community envisioned by Dr. King. The future of a more just and equitable world is in your hands, and we are counting on you. Have a great summit.
We're not passing through. We're not laying over. Don't even get us started on flyover country. No such thing. The cities we're in, day out, aren't some stopover for us. They're the cities where we work, where we live, and where we try to make a difference. Not just by connecting places around the world, but with the people that live in them. While we're known for what we do in the air, some of our best work is done on the ground.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the King Center's inaugural Beloved Community Global Summit, and to this panel discussion, which is entitled Impediments to Truth-Telling and Creating the Beloved Community. The King Center founder, Coretta Scott King, urged that the beloved community would support the worldwide elimination of poverty and hunger and all forms of bigotry and violence. In a speech in 1967, Dr. King said, "The problem of racism, the problem of economic exploitation, and the problem of war are all tied together. These are the triple evils that are interrelated." This panel session will explore these triple evils of poverty, racism, and militarism, and how we can eradicate these forms of violence that permeate our society. We have 3 panelists to lead us in this discussion today. As I introduce them each, I'm going to ask each person to share some opening remarks on their work and its relationship to the beloved community. First is Ms. Dina Hayes Green. Ms. Hayes Green is the co-founder and managing director of the Racial Equity Institute, an alliance of trainers, organizers, and institutional leaders who work to create racial equity within society. Her work focuses on the structure and impacts of race and racism within systems, institutions, and organizations. Hayes Green is currently the chair of the Guilford County School Board in North Carolina and previously served as the Human Relations Commissioner for the City of Greensboro. Welcome, Ms. Hayes Green.
Thank you, Kayla. Good afternoon. The Racial Equity Institute is an organization that's based in Greensboro, North Carolina, made up of community organizers, and that's what I do. And in my community organizing role, I work to bring people together to build collectives and bases of people who are working with a shared understanding of race and racism. What is it? Why is it? And how does it impact our lives every day? And so our job is to build bases of power sufficient to challenge the existing power. And I am honored that I have come across the beloved community center, the King Center, in my community organizing, and have been able to be a partner as we support each other's work to fulfill the vision of Dr. King and so many of our ancestors. This Sister Tubman sits here behind me looking over my shoulder. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. I also want to introduce our second and final panelist, who is Ms. Karen Ryan, the Senior Advisor for Human Rights and the Special Representative on Women and Girls at the Carter Center, where she has served in various capacities since 1988. Her service has included representing the Carter Center in negotiations at the United Nations about the human rights of women, human rights defenders, and the establishment of the International Criminal Court and the UN Human Rights Council. Since 2003, Ms. Ryan has been the convener of the annual Human Rights Defenders Forum, which gathers activists and leaders from around the world to examine pressing challenges to the human rights movement. Please welcome Ms. Ryan.
Hello, thank you, Kayla, very much for your introduction. The Carter Center is an organization that was founded by Rosalind and Jimmy Carter as soon as they retired from public service in Washington, D.C. They realized they wanted to continue to advance their goals of peace and human rights. And so they established the Carter Center. And the Carter Center focuses on advancing human rights and democracy throughout the world and alleviating human suffering, particularly in neglected tropical diseases, such as the near eradication of only the second illness in the world after smallpox is guinea worm, is nearly completely eradicated, and it affects the poorest and most marginalized people in the world. That is the flagship health activity of the Carter Center. President and Mrs. Carter also have continued to lift their voices in favor of human rights and democracy throughout the world. And I am delighted to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to welcome, my apologies, we do have a third panelist. I want to welcome Reverend Samuel Rodriguez, who is the president of the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Conference and currently serves as the senior pastor of New Season Church in Los Angeles and Sacramento, California. In April 2020, Reverend Rodriguez was appointed to the National Coronavirus Recovery Commission to support crisis mitigation and recovery efforts at the national, state, and local level. Welcome, Reverend Rodriguez.
Thank you for having me. Honored to be with you. Our organization, the NHCLC, the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Conference, should sound familiar, Christian Leadership Conference. It was founded with a commitment of honoring and continuing the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., primarily impacting the Latino community, the Hispanic American community. So we are honored and blessed to advance what we call a Psalm 89:14 movement, a movement of righteousness and justice, truth and love. We fully stand committed to recognizing the Imago Dei, the image of God in every single human being, and advancing biblical justice. This includes poverty alleviation, educational equality, comprehensive immigration reform, and justice reform. So I'm honored to be part of this panel.
Thank you so much. So to kick us off with the first question, which I will pass to Ms. Hayes Green first, is that the theme for this year's King Holiday observance is the urgency of creating the beloved community. Dr. King and Mrs. King wrote and spoke about the triple evils of poverty, racism, and militarism as roadblocks to creating the beloved community, which they described as not a utopia, but an achievable society in which public policies and practices would be guided by love, justice, and solidarity. Can you each talk to us about how these three evils impact the conditions of people's lives as you see in your work and stand in the way of the beloved community?
Yeah, thank you, Kayla. Most of my life, I learned explicitly implicitly that race is biological. You know, it operates to oppress and hurt people of color, particularly African Americans. I was an African American studies major in college and didn't learn a lot about race. You know, what is it and why is it, more importantly? I've learned, and I'm still learning after decades of study, you know, that race is not true biologically, but it is very real. It's powerfully real, socially, economically, politically, and culturally. I believe for so long, and I think this is a belief that's shared among many in our society, that slavery was the result of race, you know, but learned that race is a mechanism to maintain this sort of slavery and this racial stratification and this racial hierarchy. And was stunned to find out so late in life that race and racism were really created to address white people, because white people were becoming a problem. White people were becoming working class. White people were becoming a threat to this arrangement of genocide and the exploitation and forced labor. And so racism was created to stop poor white people from organizing. How effective would we be today if we talked about race from that perspective? It absolutely impacts and harms people of color. And we should discuss that. And that should be at the top of the discussions, rightly so. And that we have to open up this dialogue. We have to open up this movement to include the accuracy of our history, so that we can go back to what's become multiracial movements that we had in the past. That's why we had racism, because working class white people, people who hadn't become white yet, kidnapped and enslaved Africans, you know, First Peoples, the indigenous people, Native Americans, people were coming together, seeing these common bonds of oppression, and race was created to bust that up. And then the application of militarism to maintain that over time. So I see them as all these sort of converging, intersecting dynamics that keep this in place, that we haven't taken the time to put together and understand.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan or Reverend Rodriguez. Either of you want to jump in and join that question?
Happy for Father Rodriguez to go first if you wanted to talk about poverty, but my assignment is militarism, so I can wrap up if you're ready to go. Well, I'll go ahead. I think the first thing to do that we should all do is go back and read Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's speech at Riverside Church, which was for me his finest, most important speech of his ministry. That linked these ideas together. Why? Because he decided that it was inadequate to advance civil rights and expect the American people to take a nonviolent path to equality, economic and racial equality, without facing the violence that we were perpetrating globally. And he explicitly linked these ideas. Partly because in that speech and in the various speeches that he gave around that time on the same theme, what he says is, we were ready to move on economic rights in the civil rights movement. But what happened? That agenda was completely diverted into the war in Vietnam. And he challenged and was attacked by all the major newspapers, even his allies, for saying this publicly. That had we moved to really unite around racial equality and also economic equality, where would we be now? But our efforts were diverted into a horrific war that has really ushered us into more than a half century of militarism, that has sucked away the resources that we need to build the beloved community. It has also, as you have said, pitted us against each other, right? That the idea that I'm patriotic, therefore I support the war machine, and that makes me a patriot when our own brothers and sisters in this country are dying of starvation, are dying from disease, from improper sanitation, dying from lead poisoning in Flint, Michigan. These things are all happening concurrently. And you know, just to say, what is the definition of militarism? According to the dictionary, it's the predominance of the military class and its ideals, the predominance. And what Dr. King exhorted us to ask is that if we spend more on national defense and offense on our military than we do on social uplift, we as a country, as a nation, as a people, are approaching spiritual death. And this is what we have, a predominance. It doesn't mean we don't have to defend ourselves as a nation. What it means is it dominates our agenda. It dominates 50% of our discretionary budget is the military. So that's a encapsulated description.
Yeah, we're speaking about the trifecta here, and we could probably go back and converse about each and every one of them respectfully. But as it pertains to poverty, within the NHCLC, we've labeled poverty as one of the lids. If there's ever a question of the legitimacy regarding systemic racism, multi-generational poverty is without a doubt a clear, measurable reality that, of course, depicts to everyone who has any sort of cognitive bandwidth the reality of systemic racism. And I'm a preacher, so all I could do is go back to a biblical narrative. It's making bricks without straw. It's this idea of Egypt, of Pharaoh dictating, we're going to enable you to do something. You're going to work. We're going to limit the resources, and we're going to make sure that you are impoverished, because poverty is an element of captivity. It's one of the conduits by which communities are enslaved or are held captive. So the idea of addressing poverty, this is 2021. We're talking about reaching Mars now, right? Reaching Mars. We have technology like you could never even imagine, from artificial intelligence to nanotechnology to virtual technology. So many platforms, even right now, so many platforms, so much in technological advancement, innovation, and creativity, yet there is poverty in America. Yet there's poverty around the world. And this is 2021. What do? This requires a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-generational emergence of a movement that will fulfill the dream of Dr. King. And it requires us to do away with this obsession with partisan politics where we fall into one camp or the other. We need to transcend that. We need to go beyond donkeys and elephants. Sorry, I'm a preacher. And we need to start advancing what I call the Lamb's agenda, which is the agenda of Christ, of righteousness and justice, truth and love. But we should be doing this in our generation. If our generation comes together and collectively, through public policy to private engagement, all these big corporations investing in not just poverty alleviation, but removing the lids from the communities. So we bring an end to multi-generational poverty. We know what poverty does in certain urban centers of America, be it Chicago, Oakland, Camden, be it Newark, whatever it may be. We know what poverty does. We know how violence and poverty are connected, without a doubt. And we know, so we need to emerge with a movement that will address these poverty issues in a way where churches get involved, the faith community, the business sector. We all come together and make a commitment in one generation to bring an end to poverty in America and then do the same around the world. It requires intentionality. It requires us going beyond the myopic, limited political, ideological worldviews. It requires us to demonstrate prophetic courage, but it's completely doable. We have to address the educational inequality if we're to address poverty. We have to address that. We have to address the fact that brown and black kids, they're getting Dora the Explorer reading materials in 10th grade when the kids in the suburbs are reading Chaucer. And it's just not cool. It's not right. We have to address that. Let's remove the lids. It requires intentionality and a multi-racial, multi-generational movement.
My apologies, I'm having a little bit of trouble unmuting my mic here. But thank you all for very clearly laying out what Dr. King and Mrs. King emphasized which is that these triple evils don't just coexist, but that they're actually interrelated, that they feed off of each other, and that there's a relationship that exists there. And we know that that relationship is at least as old as our country itself. The United States was founded through the dispossession and genocide of Native peoples and the enslavement of trafficked Africans. And yet today, we see that people with a wide range of political and moral views will often describe themselves as being aligned with Dr. King's dream, including people who are promoting things that he worked against and people who are promoting the triple evils. And so people have worked to really make sure that the way we understand Dr. King's dream actually narrows what was a very expansive vision of freedom and equality that included people no matter where in the world they exist.
This is the awkward moment in the presentation where the host is not coming through.
There she comes. There she comes.
I'm sorry, did you all hear the question at all? My apologies.
No, we didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, I was thanking you all for describing really clearly how the triple evils are connected to each other and connected to the history of the United States, which began with dispossession and genocide and also enslavement, and how today we see that people who hold a very wide range of political and moral views, including views that are, promoting the triple evils, will claim to be aligned with Dr. King's dream. And so it's really this very expansive vision of freedom and equality that includes all of us. It gets narrowed and misused in lots of ways. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to how we can work to recenter a collective concern with the triple evils and an ability to recognize them where they exist throughout our society. And Ms. Ryan, we'll start with you this time.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So that's a big question. I think that one of the topics that we're exploring these 2 days is truth-telling and the importance of establishing the truth, because we're living in a time of misinformation and the manipulation, really the poisoning of the minds of our fellow citizens, poisoning towards division between each other. And so in order to really look at it, we have to understand something. About $1 trillion a year, a trillion with a T, within the American budget, I'm not talking globally, is for the military and all of the homeland security and all the various national security infrastructure. $1 trillion a year, per year, not over 10 years. And this, I think what's so shocking about it, and there are so many statistics if people take the time to study this, is how much of our resources are going towards violence, towards the investment in violent machinery, whether it's the military or the police in our cities. So that's the first thing, is realizing that when we say we can't fix the water system in Michigan, in Flint, Michigan, and you look at the price tag for that and you compare it to what's being spent on wars abroad or even that state's police budget, you have to understand that that is a moral decision. A budget is a moral document, as we have heard so many times. So we have to look at the cost and what we are actually spending with our tax dollars on these questions. And what I would say about the issue of partisanship, I think, is absolutely right, because both major political parties participate in this almost equally with equal fervor for making sure the military is funded. The last National Defense Authorization Act was voted mostly by most of our senators of both parties. Only a couple only a fair handful of members of Congress are standing up, but the size of that group is growing, and that gives me hope, because what we have to do is we have to begin to contest this. I think that as we proceed with our activism around racial equality, defunding the police, which really is about reallocating resources to uplift the community and create real public safety. It's not about getting rid of appropriate public safety. We have to frame these things as choices, as budget choices, and as moral choices.
Reverend Rodriguez, would you like to go next?
How do we do it? We do it via the conduit of content creation. We have to create content. It's 2021. And if we really want to impact not just Generation X, but more importantly, millennials and Generation Z, it's all about content. Create content that will lead to a conversation, that would lead to, let me use a preaching term, conversions, that will lead to cultural reformation. So we have to create content that's persuasive, that's full of truth, that's full of reference, full of truth, full of love. But we need content creators. We need to create content to advance the meta narrative of Dr. King's legacy. You know what's interesting enough regarding militarism? That we're seeing the convergence both from the right and the left. There are segments from the conservative movement that are pushing back on neoconservatives, that we're advancing perpetual wars, and America is the great police state around the world. And we're seeing some pushback, some viable, measurable pushback against the idea of this constant building of militarism, not only domestically, which scares me likewise, but externally. So we're seeing these ideological silos broken down, where these virtues are arising, and many are coming around these amazing, beyond values, virtues that advance this great community that we're referencing. But it requires content creation that leads to conversation, that leads to conversion, that leads to inevitably cultural reformation.
Yeah, thank you, Pastor Rodriguez. I just still have this lambs agenda in my head. I really like that. I'm gonna borrow that. I'll give you credit as long as I can remember to. But I'm with you on that content creation. As I think about, Dr. King talked about the stage of the movement. This phase in the stage. And, we can look back in our past and see the abolitionist movement that confronted and took on the brutal terror of slavery. And then the civil rights movement that dealt with the century of Jim Crow. And then you have Black Power movement, and you have cross-racial and cross-ethnic Afro-Latinx movements, and people trying to lift up, and have their identities and the humanity restored to that. And now today we have the anti-racism, we have the racial equity, we have the Black Lives Matter, we have a multiracial movement. And I think that has been so frightening. So that's why President Trump comes out with this executive order banning this training, pastors. You're talking about this content, right? And information to change the narrative, because for the first time, we're seeing over and over and over again a multiracial group of people working with a movement mindedness. There was this letter that went out to CEOs, and it warned them about this movement. They said, you had a response after Mike Brown and Ferguson, but there's something about what happened in the wake of the murder of George Floyd that is a culmination of all of that energy and all of that content, Pastor, that narrative, that information that's countering those narratives. They said there's a moral force behind this movement today, and there's a staying power to that. And so I think that, we continue with mind-numbing consistency that is starting to dispel these myths, that's beginning to teach in our universities, because we weren't teaching that before. No one's required to take a semester-long course on race and racism and understands what that means. You don't have to, you can be on the racial equity task force, and you don't have to be able to describe what it is or where it comes from. And so it has been a movement mindedness that has pushed systems into accountability, that is making that information available. So the president comes out with this executive order that says these trainings must stop. You had a senator in Arkansas that said anybody that starts to push the 1619 project, is it in danger of losing school funding? And so, our great leader, Pastor Reverend William Barber, says that they're not coming after us because we're weak and ineffective. That the resistance is because of the fear of people coming together. And I think that it's really important for us to build on that and to understand, Ira Katz-Nelson in his book, When Affirmative Action Was White, he talks about the race and class. Socioeconomic status is not an independent condition. It is a confounding variable with militarism, and grace. As a matter of fact, he says that if you think about the knot you tie in your shoe, you can't untie the clasp knot and leave the race knot intact. And so that they all intertwine together, and they function and operate in tandem. And the more, Pastor, we have this content available to us, that we have the accuracy of how we got here. Because there's a saying, Dr. Marimba Ani says, the way out of this is back. Go back through and find out what happened. We go back through and we embrace and grab a culture that was full of agency as people work together to determine all of our future.
And I think that that what you're talking about now is how do we communicate together around these common objectives, and how do we, Pastor, you talked about content. Really, it's a communication strategy. We have to break through the noise and to be able to stand together and say, we are together in this.
Yeah, Karen, I think you froze. But when you come back, I'll just kind of build on what you were saying. That I remember doing a workshop with a group of school resource officers, and after the presentation around race and statistics and outcomes and dispelling some of these myths, economic status is not racial inequity, that there are racial gaps on every income level, every level, every professional level, working class, professional class, and it was just the information, the facts, the studies, the credentials, all of that stuff was there. So after the presentation, their sergeant walks up to me very respectfully, and he says something that I think is what it is that we're dealing with in this nation as far as narratives and content, Pastor. He said, I'm not buying what you're selling, but the information is undeniable.
Wow.
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
Because I think that's it. That's where people are. The narratives are powerful. They're powerful and they're dangerous, and they're more powerful than facts. And so we say at the Racial Equity Institute that our work is about, we know that an organized lie is more powerful than a disorganized truth. So our work as organizers and movement-minded is to organize that truth, build that collective, and stay on that course.
What I would encourage everyone here, I happen to have this interesting situation, and y'all could Google it and so forth. And but for the last X number of years, I've had I call it a God-ordained assignment. I've had the opportunity of being able to have access and advise 3 administrations, including the current one that's exiting in a week, President Obama for 8 years, and President Bush. I'm an independent. I'm a Lamb's Agenda guy. But so I get attacked from both the left and the right, which means I'm doing the right thing. It has to be that I'm doing the right thing, because I get this, I'm a piñata, right? So wonderful. Así vamos, nos gozamos. But we need to be careful, because I know for a fact, my church, for example, is 40% white, 40% African American, 20% Latino and Asian. We don't do politics, but we do engage in prophetic activism. And when George Floyd was murdered, we engaged immediately and spoke prophetically, nationally, locally, mobilized, because again, we want to bring an end to this in our generation. I just don't want my grandkids growing up. My daughter is about, I shouldn't say this because, well, we already know. My daughter's about to get engaged with an amazing African-American young man, and she'll be married sometime this summer. I don't want my Afro-Latino grandchild growing up in a world where there's still systemic racism or having to fear. But we need to reach across the aisle, across the ideological spectrum with truth and love. We can't permit the external forces that would love to divide us in perpetuity to win the day. Let's have conversations. Let's have conversations that lead to conversion, that lead to removing of the lids. What that individual, Adina, told you is interesting, but it troubles me. He acknowledged the truth behind what you shared, but he refused to buy into it. How can you hear the truth, acknowledge that as truth, and not embrace the truth? What limits you from embracing the truth? That's why I do believe we need the component of both righteousness and justice, truth and love. And that's the way we're going to change hearts and minds.
Thank you. All of you have talked about the importance of truth-telling and why we need truth-telling in this moment. And scholar Dr. Jean Theoharis writes about the difference between the sort of sanitized histories that we get and what she describes as the fuller histories that hold a mirror to the nation's past and offer far-reaching lessons for seeing the injustices of our current moment and the task of justice today. And in writing this, she's calling for our public memory to really be committed to truth-telling in a meaningful way. And so I'm wondering if each of you, if there are examples of moments in history, either where power has sort of coalesced in support of the
I think I understood her question.
Yeah.
I would just say in regards to power coalescing, or what it said, that power concedes nothing without a demand, and that demand doesn't have to come in the form of a riot and being armed. That demand comes from the consciousness and the collectiveness of people that are working together to do that. And we saw that, I think, last summer. I think that the speaking truth to power, I think telling the truth, I think educating each other has led to this movement. And for the first time in this nation's history, we saw nationally, we saw governors and police chiefs, and we saw news analysts naming structural racism as the cause, as the foundation, as the root of this problem. And so I think we're witnessing that. I think we just have to hold on to that. Sometimes we're so overwhelmed by the devastation of the impact of race and racism in our lives that it's hard to remain hopeful. Brian Stevenson says that as he offers his advice about how we transform the world that we live in. And that first he says is that we need to get proximate to the problem we're trying to solve. We keep trying to solve this and talk about this at such a distance. He says we have to change the narrative. Well, we can't change the narrative until we identify the current narrative. We have narratives inside of us that we disagree with, but it doesn't mean they didn't get in there because of the way our society has been shaped and formed. And so we have to be willing to get in touch with the narratives that are out there. We have to be able to get in touch with the narratives that have also been internalized in us about the potential and ability and what has caused these problems. He said we have to be willing to be uncomfortable. I think that's what the sergeant was saying, Pastor. He was just saying that, I'm not buying this, but I can't deny it. Right. And so not buying this is that our belief becomes our biology, and that's that comfort zone that we live in. And if we're not willing to sit in the ambiguity and in the uncertainty of it all, then we just forget the information that we can't deny and just stick with what's familiar to us. But then finally, he says we have to maintain hope in all of this. And so, I keep Harriet Tubman looking over my shoulder to remind me of the sacrifices and the risk that she and Dr. King and Fannie Lou Hamer and Ida B. Wells and so many others, the risk and the sacrifices that they took so that we could be here doing our leg of the race. The baton's been passed to us. And so we build on what has been created. And I think in Dr. King's speech around the triple evils, he's saying that he's talking about the phases and stages of this movement. And so I think we're on task. I think we stay on this. I think we find like-minded people. We make decisions that we're not going to live outwardly that contradict what we come to believe to be the truth inside. And we stay centered on our principles of anti-racism and movement building work to change this society. That's how it's always happened.
We talk about the impediments and what are the impediments to seeing this dream realized, this movement realized. I would call it a biblical mandate realized. Number one is the lack of recognition that every single human being in and out of the womb carries the image of God, the Imago Dei. It begins with that. If we don't recognize that we are all created in the image of God, that is the number one impediment. We must recognize that we're all created in the image of God, without exception. And therefore, we go beyond tolerating. We just don't tolerate people. We love people. I know it sounds Pollyanna-ish and utopia. I get that. And it sounds like wishy-washy, corny, Berkeley hippie, California speakeasy. But it's biblical, man. It's beautiful. It's not beyond, go beyond tolerating people. Love them, even those you disagree with. And boy, do we ever need love right now. The second impediment is complacency. Today's complacency is tomorrow's captivity. We are complacent. We are complacent in our own silos, in our own ideological worldviews, in our own myopic, culturally contextualized, generationally defined ways of thinking. Complacency equals captivity. The third thing that is an impediment is that, unfortunately, we seem, and we're speaking about we the collective, we seem to sacrifice truth on the altar of political or cultural expediency. Truth must never be sacrificed on the altar of political or cultural expediency. We have to push back on this uber unbridled idea of relativism. Everything, no, there is truth. 2 + 2 is 4. And we must speak truth with love, but make sure we go beyond the hype and the hysteria and the misinformation out there and elevate truth continuously, personally and corporately. These are some of the major impediments. And the last one I already alluded to, this uber obsession with political partisanship and affiliation. Political affiliation seems to be canceling our prophetic designation, and it has to be the other way around. Our prophetic designation trumps our political affiliation. It has to be more important. What God has called us to do on this planet, which is to heal and to bring good news to the poor. That's why the Spirit of God anoints us. So these are some of the impediments that we must strategically, by creating content and having conversations, begin to address as expeditiously as possible.
Yes, and we're asking ourselves, really, what is it that's keeping us from creating this world, this more just, humane, peaceful world? This is what we're trying to address, and truth-telling has to be part of that. How can we have reconciliation and progress if we don't first tell the truth about our country? And I think the 1619 Project was a huge step in that direction, anchoring ourselves in our history. Also, the genocide of the Native people, also the enslavement of the Black people that were descendants of slaves here, and all of the subsequent oppression that followed that still is with us today. And also how we are using our money throughout the world. In more than 100 countries, we have special forces. We are arming, we are sending small arms and big arms to many, many countries around the world to actually oppress their own people. This is all connected in our moral fabric as a nation. So the truth telling that we have to do has to, I feel, in the war on terror, for example, we never actually admitted or dealt with the fact that the United States committed torture and treated with impunity the conduct of torture against human beings. Both, and again, leaders of both political parties really have some answering to do for that. We actually have to tell the truth of these things. They are uncomfortable. But until we do that, how can we have reconciliation? How can we build a moral budget? How can we really bring each other into a conversation that is hopeful and optimistic about our future together? Because, and I would just say that going into our faith traditions, Pastor, you're a religious leader. You have a place in your community viewed as a leader. But we are those of us who are believers and not pastors or rabbis or imams. We all are part of faith communities. And one of the things that we really must do is look to bridge our communications with other people of faith, because that is a powerful narrative. And I think that when we can do that with love and with inclusion, we're going to make more progress above and beyond what I think we have to admit is a situation we find ourselves in today that requires accountability of leadership for sedition and violence against our country. This is non-negotiable. Accountability is part of truth-telling. It cannot be left out. Accountability is real, but let us widen our lens and be accountable.
Oh, thank you, Karen. I know that Kayla was facilitating, this session and really trying to help us, convey the convergence, the triangulation of the triple evils of poverty, economic exploitation, militarism, and racism. And, again, not seeing them as independent conditions, but the manifestation of each other as, race was created to maintain this class arrangement. And then militarism as the application of control, social control over that. And, I've just thought about this. I learned this from the People's Institute for Survival and Beyond. They're one of the longest, oldest running anti-racist organizations in the country around these, sort of three functions and factors of militarism, that it's an obsessive preoccupation with security concerns undergirded by nationalism. Now, it's fine for a nation to be concerned with safety. We should be concerned with safety and the well-being of our population, but not to the exclusion or detriment of other nations. And so this individualism that racism has created, has resulted in both domestic and sort of global imposition and social control. How we emphasize military action over negotiation when dealing with conflict. I mean, boy, is that ever true than what it is that we're seeing right now, is that, anytime that there's a threat to the status quo, is the emphasis of military action, even when we're thinking about community-based problems. And how technology is being exploited, another arm of militarism, as we're thinking about trial by algorithms, and all of the ways that, surveillance technology is amazing. I'm stunned that, we can do all the things that we can do with all of these, all the AI and all of the other things that are happening in our society. But it is becoming another function of maintaining social control, and in the ways that race has been arranged in our society. And then the last one is that arms accumulation is promoted as the answer to conflict resolution. And it used to be with enemy nation states, and today it is within. And so I just see them all as a function. They operate in tandem as a function of each other. And we see the application of that today in our society. Karen or Pastor, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything to that. I know we're almost at the.
I think we wanted to offer some ideas about what can people do. What I'm saying to my friends and people who ask me this question is educate yourself. And we all have to educate ourselves. And I think maybe one thing that we can do is share resources with each other. Go back and read the speech at Riverside Church, April 1967, that Dr. King. It is still, for me, the spiritual framework that he set in that speech is still relevant today, and it's written in a prophetic voice. I think study our foreign policy and see the linkages between what's happening in our cities, that our cities are receiving surplus military equipment to oppress our mostly Black and brown people in protests, Black Lives Matter protests, the movement for Black lives. Study these connections. Look at our budget. Contact your member of Congress, say no, and even make alliances with people of different political persuasions to say, should we be spending this much money on the military? Shouldn't we be really diverting our resources, just like with defund the police, divert the resources to education, housing, healthcare, these conditions, lifting the conditions and improving the conditions of our community. So I think education, but also I agree that we have to reach beyond partisan politics and rigid ideologies. But we also, I think we have to keep an eye on truth telling and accountability at the same time.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer in closing, and Pastor, it's rightly so that you wrap it all up, but I would just say that ending racism simply isn't just the discontinuation of the mistreatment of people. It is capturing the depth of the damage that has been done and making people whole again. And so our campaign to end racism takes 400 years of exploitation and oppression into account, to truly live in a just and equitable society.
I love it. I'm honored to be part of this. Psalm 89:14. Righteousness and justice are the foundation of God's throne. Truth and love are the attendants. If we do everything with that rubric, we will see America transformed.
Thank you, Kayla. And thank you, King Center.
Muchas gracias.
Hello, I am Michael Weinstein, president of AIDS Healthcare Foundation. And on behalf of our over 6,800 employees in 45 countries that we serve, I want to say how pleased we are to partner with Dr. Bernice King and the King Center to present this beloved community summit.
Thank you all so much for joining us.
Organization for over 3 decades, AHF continues to be committed to our core mission of both providing quality health care to those living with HIV/AIDS and to being in the forefront of standing against hate and oppression of all types and advocating for the dignity, respect, and equity for all human beings, no matter their sexual orientation, racial, or gender identity. As we embark on this new year and work to rebuild the soul of this nation, the lessons and strategies of Dr. King provide a framework for the critical work that is still to be done. For it is ever more clear that, as stated by Dr. King, we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is no time for apathy or complacency. Over the course of last year, I was greatly encouraged by the inspiring leadership from young activists that emerged in communities across the globe. As this powerful summit has attracted so many young people with a profound concern around civil and human rights, I know that you will take the tools and deeper understanding of the lifestyle of Nonviolence 365 and commit yourself to doing your part to building the beloved community envisioned by Dr. King. The future of a more just and equitable world is in your hands, and we are counting on you. Have a great summit.
Advancing Black Pathways is a program we launched to truly make targeted impact across education, careers, and wealth creation.
The apprentice program was life-changing for me, not having access and a network, especially as a Black man. ABP gave me that. I can call people right now and they'll answer my questions. They'll give me wisdom, and that's not something I've ever had before.
Everyone thought I was crazy. They were like, there's no beauty, there's no fashion in Detroit. And I was like, but there will be because I'm coming back home. We reached out to JP Morgan and they created the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund, and we were able to get a loan to help fund our target purchase order.
Talent is created equally, opportunity is not. And my hope is that we're doing our part by helping Black people succeed in whatever they wish to accomplish.
When it feels as though the world has stopped and life's been put on hold, what do? At Mercedes-Benz, we got to work. Mercedes-Benz USA and its dealers have quickly mobilized to help our local heroes by giving frontliners a lift, contributing to relief efforts, making vehicles safer for first responders and customers, and sometimes simply serving up a hot meal. Coming together to lend a hand is what this country's always been about. Americans have never wavered in crisis, nor hid from responsibility. And this time was no different. This was our calling. Mercedes-Benz USA is proud to be a part of this great American fabric and take inspiration in seeing the best emerge in all of us. America never rests until the job is done and the race is won. And until then, we won't either.
Dear FedEx, we are a small juice company and cafe in the heart of New York City. When the social distancing and shutdowns came through, we set up a system where our customers could purchase our juice as a donation, and we deliver it to our local hospital in Harlem to give to all doctors, nurses, and others on the front line.
We were humbled by the outpouring. Overnight, we hand-delivered hundreds of bottles. And then we got the first request to send our fresh juice to a hospital in Canada, then Arkansas, then Tennessee. We're soon fulfilling orders to send across the city, state, and America. And even when the world seems to have ground to a halt, we're able to count on FedEx.
Our cafe may be temporarily closed, but because of FedEx, we're able to keep pouring our juice and making a difference. Thanks for having our back. Sincerely, Rahim and Mohamed Diallo, Jinjan Brothers.
We're not passing through. We're not laying over. Don't even get us started on flyover country. No such thing. The cities we're in, day out, aren't some stopover for us. They're the cities where we work, where we live, and where we try to make a difference. Not just by connecting places around the world, but with the people that live in them. While we're known for what we do in the air, some of our best work is done on the ground.
I always have to stop and try to define the meaning of love in this area. Agape is more than friendship. Agape is not something affectionate. Agape is understanding, creative, redemptive goodwill for all men. It is an overflowing love which seeks nothing in return. Theologians would say that it is the love of God operating in the human heart. When one rises to love on this level, he loves men not because he likes them, but he loves every man because God loves him.
I would definitely encourage anyone to come here. It kind of gave me a new insight as to what the civil rights movement is.
It's an experience that you kind of won't get anywhere else. You can read online, and seeing everything that's centered around him here is really truly a special experience.
I think those tragedies are really a cornerstone to helping to prevent future ones.
Daddy said that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence must become immediately a subject for study and serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding relations between nations.
Mercantile for the beloved community.
우리는 사랑 가득한 커뮤니티에
Sisi ni watu wa Kenya, Afrika, tunapenda watu wetu.
Manamandaramo Vasudhaika Kutumbam.
All is one.
Telugu.
All is one family.
We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality.
It teaches you about the importance of virtue and the importance of being and doing the right thing regardless of what others are doing around you, and to not resent them for it, but to rather inspire them to do better.
We must change our attitude. We must change our direction. We must break the vicious cycles that we have been on and turn in another way. Divisive discourse, divisive rhetoric. Guard your heart in this season, because God is calling us to an elevated place. We can't stoop so low as other people. We must rise with dignity and discipline in everything that we do. The movement continues in another generation, and we will get to the promised land.
I mean, it really struck me when the little girl, she said, "Why are blacks and whites still separated?" It broke my heart. I almost cried. And I realized that the world isn't really changed yet. We still have a long way to go. And there's so much more that we can improve and progress that we need to do. It's helping younger kids realize, that this new generation, that we can change the world. We can make the world a better place if we really try.
So as we go forward, I leave you with the words of that song, "Walk Together, Children. Don't you get weary. Work together, children. Don't you get weary. Struggle together, children. Don't you get weary. Fight together, children. Don't you get weary. Hold on to each other together, children. Do not get weary. Fuss, fight, but get over it together, children. Do not get weary, but don't forget to pray together, children, because you will get weary. And one day, we'll all be able to join with Martin King and say, free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We are all free at last.
Awesome. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning all over the world. My name is Tiffany Smith. I first am an activist. I am a professional in higher education, but most importantly and most courageously today, I serve as a Nonviolence 365 trainer with the King Center. And so I am absolutely honored and grateful to be your moderator this afternoon. But that was a quick spill about me because today is not about me. Today is about the three panelists who will be in this conversation with me today. And so again, for those who are just joining us or those who have been here all day or all week, I want to welcome you to the King Center's inaugural Beloved Community Global Summit. And this conversation today will focus specifically on Nonviolence 365 as the pathway to the beloved community, okay? And so before we begin our amazing, robust, and I believe exciting conversation today, I would like to introduce our panelists. And as I introduce our panelists, I'll share a little bit about them, but I'll ask them to share a little bit more that I may have missed because our panelists are folks who have experiences that span the globe. So first, our first panelist up is Dr. Lily Baxter. Dr. Lily Baxter is a teacher, trainer who has led hundreds of workshops and seminars on the history and application of nonviolence for the King Center, the Fellowship of Reconciliation, and organizations of goodwill in the United States and abroad. She was hired in 1979 by Miss Coretta Scott King herself to lead programs on nonviolence education and research at the King Center. I'm smiling because I'm so happy to see Dr. Baxter. She received her PhD from Emory University in Human Development and Women's Studies. She was born in Sweden. To parents who were Holocaust survivors. And I could go on and on. Dr. Baxter is a personal, I want to say friend, but more mentor and teacher of mine. I consider her a comrade, but beyond that, someone who has lived this legacy and continues to teach. And so welcome, Dr. Baxter.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to see your wonderful face. I've missed seeing you. This COVID has really, kept us too separate. But let's hope we can connect to everyone who is here today. I'm very excited to be here and to be discussing the subject of this panel.
Yes, and Dr. Baxter, did I miss anything that you want to tell the folks out there about yourself?
You've done a great job. Thank you.
Okay. Of course. You are the author of yourself, so I just want to give you that space to do that. Awesome. So next up, very excited to introduce Dr. Bernice A. King. And so Dr. Bernice A. King is a global thought leader, orator, peace advocate, and the CEO of the King Center, which is founded by her mother, Coretta Scott King. From this position, the same one that she holds her mother's legacy in, she continues to advance her parents' legacy through Kingian nonviolence, Nonviolence 365, as well as so many other youth programs and adult programs she hosts on the issues of nonviolence and the teaching of nonviolence. She has a BA from Spelman College in psychology, as well as a master's in divinity and a doctor of law from Emory University. She continues to create and innovate the King Center and keep this space not as a museum, but a living memorial and a place of justice and inclusion in the space. And so welcome, Dr. King.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you, Tiffany. And I am excited that as one of our trainers, you are moderating this discussion. And I did want to mention that Dr. Baxter is also one of our senior instructors in Nonviolence 365 and had the pleasure of helping to train Tiffany as one of our trainers. So thank both of you. And I'm excited to be here with you all and the next person that you're going to introduce. I am extremely excited to make the connection across the waters to our homeland with him and all of the great work that he's done through the years, linking through the King Center. And I'll toss it to you now, Tiffany, to introduce Reverend Shirwani.
Yes, yes. And so last but definitely not least is Reverend Dr. Joseph Sewanee. Okay. The Reverend Doctor, if you don't mind me calling you Dr. Joseph, is an ordained minister of religion with the Evangelical Presbyterian Church in South Africa. He's also the founder and organizer of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church Youth Fellowship and the director of youth ministries with the South African Council of Churches. All right. And so beyond that, Dr. Sewanee is the executive director and founding president of the King Luthuli Center, now called the Center for Ubuntu Nonviolence Conflict Resolution in South Africa. As you see, his work spans beyond Dr. King's work here in the U.S. and continues his legacy in South Africa. And thank you, Reverend Joseph, for being here. You're muted.
Dr. Shirwani, you're on mute. Dr. Shirwani, we can't hear you.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. King.
Thank you. It's your name, Tiffany. How do you
Yes,
pronounce
sir.
it?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Tiffany.
Tiffany, wonderful. I'm very happy and I feel very honored to share a platform with these great sisters, and especially my sister, Denise. She's my sister. I'm very happy to share the platform with her. And I greet you all the way from South Africa, the continent, that is the genesis of everything that we see around the world. I'm glad to be part of this great event.
Perfect. Thank you. And just to share with our audience and folks who are just joining us maybe for this session, the theme of this year's King Holiday observance is the urgency of creating the beloved community. The King Center founder, Ms. Coretta Scott King, said this about the beloved community in nonviolence, now considered Nonviolence 365, which she reiterates is not a philosophy or a strategy for social change, but it's also a lifestyle. So Ms. Coretta Scott King, said, the movement did not only lift Blacks, it elevated the entire nation toward a place of true respect, love, and justice that transcends race, color, and creed. I call that the beloved community. The road to the beloved community is the road to nonviolence. The roadblocks are hate and prejudice. So with that being said, Dr. Baxter, I want to start with you. Could you share a little bit about what nonviolence is and how it is a road to what Mrs. King just referred to as the beloved community?
Well, in a nutshell, nonviolence is love in action. It's love working for justice, human dignity, and peace. It's hard to believe, but Dr. King was vilified during his lifetime. It's hard to believe because today he's so universally respected and honored. To a great extent, that has to do with the philosophy and methods of nonviolence that he lived, taught, and applied in all his campaigns. Because nonviolence seeks to win friendship and understanding and chooses love instead of hate, it's a whole new way of making social change in our violent culture, even 50 years after Dr. King's passing. And the civil rights movement showed us the way. It not only ended segregation laws, Jim Crow laws, but also brought about more just ones like the Civil Rights Act of '64, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and the Fair Housing Act of 1968. And in the process, it changed hearts and minds. The end result of all these grueling and now legendary struggles, Dr. King taught, the end result is reconciliation and the beloved community. And so it has been. Through the methods and tactics of nonviolence infused by love in action, as nonviolence was so often described, our nation has changed. Our nation was uplifted and changed, and in the process, so were those who at one time opposed the movement and justice for Black Americans. No better proof that nonviolence works, that did indeed elevate the entire nation toward a place of true peace, love, and justice, as Mrs. King said, than to see how admired and loved Dr. King is today, not only by Americans, but by people throughout the world who took his lessons and methods to heart to create their own societies. As Dr. King would say, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Baxter. And Reverend Joseph, could you also share, especially from the context of South Africa, what is nonviolence and what's it really mean to lead that into the beloved community?
Thank you. Nonviolent from the African perspective is what I will call Ubuntu nonviolent. It's an African root with an American fruit. African community always had a way of resolving conflict which agrees with Dr. Martin Luther King's philosophy of conflict reconciliation through nonviolence. And in Africa, we find the sense in interpreting it in our own context. Just to give you a very interesting story, is that seniors in Africa will sit under the tree of a baobab tree to listen to complaints and resolve issues of villagers and inhabitants. Sometimes a snake will fall from the tree, threatening the peace and tranquil prevailing. But instantaneously and spontaneously, the African will pick up their traditional weapon to kill the snake, not hitting each other or killing each other. The people will clearly make a difference and distinction between the snake and the human being. And they will then continue to do their business of resolving conflict within the community. So by doing this is that what nonviolence taught us is to strengthen the African traditional way of dealing with conflict. The African people will even look at how they deal with conflict. Nonviolent was a way, a philosophy that is also infused with the spirit of Ubuntu. The spirit of Ubuntu is the way in which Africans look at the principles that builds the community, that builds the beloved community. And Archbishop, to put it very well, he says for us to build a rainbow nation. He used the rainbow nation instead of the beloved community, but it is the same thing. So what we do in Africa is that we have taken the non-violent philosophy that we were taught by Dr. Martin Luther King, Mrs. King, and even our sister Bernice King now. She has taken the legacy. So we have incorporated that into the African traditional way of doing things. If you look, tomorrow I will be speaking about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. You will see how we have used the 6 principles and the 6 steps to deal with the problems that we were facing in South Africa. But in a nutshell, this is how we understand it. It's an incorporation of Ubuntu African philosophy and the non-violent philosophy. By the way, non-violence started right here in South Africa through Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi was taught by the African people, and and then it was taken to India and then to America. So that's why I'm saying nonviolence is an African fruit with an American fruit.
Yes, and Dr. King, I'll have you share, especially when considering the legacy of your mother and father, and you continue that legacy in nonviolence. Could you speak to, because again, as Reverend Joseph named, nonviolence and the principles are global, but the specific Nonviolence 365 nonviolence is really specific to the King Center. So could you speak to defining it for folks who may not be aware?
Yeah, let me give the the definitions for people to write down, to post, to place somewhere in their home, on the screen of their phones. This definition of nonviolence, and it doesn't mean other definitions are inappropriate. It's the one that we utilize at the King Center and we teach out of, and that is that nonviolence is a love-centered way of thinking, acting, and speaking that leads to personal, cultural, and social transformation. I want to say that again. Non-violence is a love-centered way of thinking, and we're talking about agape, unconditional love, not conditional love, not limited love. So it's that love-centered way of thinking, acting, and speaking that leads to personal, cultural, and social transformation. With that in mind, there are a couple of things that my father said about nonviolence. He said that nonviolence is a powerful and just weapon which cuts without wounding. It's kind of like, I use the example of a person who has a knife, who's seeking to use it to kill you, versus the surgeon who has the knife, who utilizes it to cut you open, to create an atmosphere of healing in your body, because they're removing some things, they're sewing up some things, they're maybe adding some things. And so it's that just weapon, powerful weapon, that cuts without wounding and ennobles the person who wields it. And finally, Daddy said, nonviolence is the answer to the moral and political issues of our day. And so, therefore, the only pathway to creating the beloved community is through nonviolence. And so I'm going to stop there so that we can engage in more conversation.
That's amazing. And for the audience, if you don't have your notebook or your pens out, please do so, because I think today will be both an experience of conversation, but some real learning and some real engagement. I definitely have my pen and paper next to me. Even as a moderator, I'm always learning. And so just to move us forward, Dr. King said that our choice today is nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. I'll say that one more time. Dr. King said that our choice today, now, this was 50 years ago, but I still believe it's true in this exact moment, is that our choice is nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. If this was true over 50 years ago, and based on what we experienced this year, and again, even in the last week or so, how urgent is it now that we pivot and embrace nonviolence as a way of creating the beloved community versus choosing non-existence? So how urgent is nonviolence today? And I'll actually start with go ahead, Dr. King.
Yeah, I want to dive in there, because that 50-year time period since we've seen the presence of a very powerfully effective nonviolent movement has shown us that violence is a descending spiral, that there is nothing about violence that creates justice, that creates humanity, that creates equity, that creates peace. Violence only leaves in its wake more violence. It breeds distrust. It intensifies negative emotions. And you end up with chaos. And that's why Daddy wrote that book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community? Because we are right now in a defining moment in this nation, and I would say throughout the world. Who do we want to be? Do we want to be people who are defined and driven by chaos? Or do we want to be people who are defined and driven towards community? And of course, I opt, and that's why we're having this summit and why we feel the timing could not have been more perfect in light of the recent incidences with the insurrectionist acts and terroristic acts on our nation's capital and being threatened in all 50 states around our nation at state capitals from Saturday to next Tuesday. That's why this urgency is so important, because while people are seeing the visuals of the violence, we have to continue to put forth the visuals and the teachings of nonviolence. Daddy said we must learn to live together. And he called it the art of living together as brothers. And he said brothers at the time, to mean sisters too. So I'll add that, as brothers and sisters, or together will be forced to perish as fools. And so the urgency is we must corral all our energy now to go through a process of unlearning and learning at the same time, because we have been birthed in a very violent culture. And that's not just in the United States, that's all over the world. Violence has been our way. And now the harvest of that is coming full force all throughout the world. And thank God that from time to time, there have been these warriors and champions of nonviolence who've interjected the teachings and the examples in societies across this world to remind us that this is our better self, this is our higher self, and we can embrace that way. And so we have to be more intentional, diligent, and zealous in learning about, in embodying, in living out nonviolence, not just tactically, because that's what my father said. Nonviolence is not a tactic, although you always welcome people who are willing to use it tactically in hopes that they will go further to see it as a lifestyle that we incorporate and infuse in all of our actions and our engagements, and even into our policies, the policy making in our various countries. So I'll stop and let Reverend Sharani or Dr. Baxter chime in.
Yeah, I just want to add what you're saying, my Dr. King. When Mandela went out of prison, he said these words: "As I walked out of the door towards the gate that will lead me to my freedom,
yes,
I knew that if I don't leave my bitterness and hatred behind, I'll still be in prison." The reason why we are where we are in South Africa is because of the leadership that we have of a man of his caliber. And Mandela, you'll remember, my sister Bernice, when you were here in South Africa at our inauguration,
Yes.
he quoted Dr. King. And basically, the reason why we are where we are in South Africa is because of the leadership that Mandela gave us. He was a reconciler. Our struggle in South Africa was not against the white people per se. Our struggle was against the evil system of apartheid.
Yes.
And the reason why we have the Truth and Reconciliation Commission today, it is because of Mandela, and he was supported by Archbishop Tutu, who became the chairperson of that commission. And the philosophy that really influenced South Africa today is because of the non-violent philosophy that we inherited from Dr. King. And today we are going around even the continent, propagating the very same philosophy. You will know that we were in Nigeria. We transformed the young people who were militant who were killing people in Niger Delta. Today, those young people are back in Nigeria. They were transformed and went back home, and now Nigeria is what it is today because of the nonviolent philosophy. So I want to say, just to give you the practical element of what nonviolence can do in a very conflicted situation, but it also needs very courageous leaders like Mandela and many others, Archbishop Tutu and many others. I just wanted to add on that.
No, Reverend Joseph, I think that's a great example, because I sit here and think if Mandela had chose something different, had he chose violence instead of peace, where would South Africa be? But where would we be as another example of, as he sits behind your shoulder? It just is so powerful to consider. And Dr. Baxter, any additional comments on just the choice of nonviolence today versus not?
Well, and you also mentioned nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. And in the last few years of Dr. King's life, he spent a lot of time thinking through what the world was moving toward, which was global co-annihilation. I want to mention that 2 days after Dr. King's birthday, on January 27th, the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is going to come into effect. And it's very important that we recognize that. As Dr. King said, we must transform the dynamics of the world power struggle from the nuclear arms race, which no one can win, to a creative contest to harness humanity's genius for the purpose of making peace and prosperity a reality for all the nations of the world. In short, we must shift the arms race into a peace race. Now imagine, what would a peace race be like? It would mean that we finally would have the funds to not only eliminate our nuclear arsenal, it would also mean we could eliminate the poverty that exists. It would mean we would have funds for better schools, housing, infrastructure, to fight disease and epidemics like the ones we're dealing with right now. There are so many programs of social uplift that could be undertaken. And maybe even our nation would consider reparations for Native Americans and Black Americans for their ancestors' years of free labor as slaves. In other words, the human race is at a crossroads, as Dr. King just said, and the only intelligent, compassionate, realistic way forward is nonviolence and coexistence. So that too is very important as we look at where we are, not only in our own country, but also globally.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. Thank you. And so I know so far we've talked about this from a very macro scale. I know you all are all academics and thinkers, but we talked about this from this global perspective. But what I want to ask you, because as a Nonviolence 365 trainer, I am taught that this isn't simply a thing that I do to change the world, but it also transforms me, right? And so could you tell me what experiences you have had personally that have just strengthened your belief in nonviolence, and why it's necessary not only to change the world, but also what it's done for you? What's made you stay in the game for so long and commitment to nonviolence?
I can begin.
Dr. Baxter, I'll let you start, and then Reverend Joseph will go to you next.
Okay. In my own life, nonviolence has played a key role in helping me believe in the human race again. Or should I say the capacity for humanity of the human race. As you mentioned in the introduction, my parents are Holocaust survivors. I myself was born in a displaced persons camp in Sweden 2 years after the end of the Second World War. And for those of you who may not know what a displaced person camp, it's a homeless shelter. It's a shelter for people who have no homes, no place to go, no possessions. My parents both survived, but they lost their little son, Danush, and Danush and his grandmother, Leah, who I'm named after, and his two cousins, Dusha and Machush, and I feel I must say their names so they'll be remembered. They were murdered together in the gas chambers of Auschwitz. So you can imagine what it's like when I see in our capital people with sweatshirts that say Auschwitz and then mistranslate, you know, the saying above the Auschwitz gate. So when I was born, my parents had nothing. When we moved to France when I was still a young child, because my father had learned that his brother was alive in France and family was everything. Out of 11 children, only 4 survived in his family. And I remember many nights when all my parents had to eat were onions and potatoes. And the sorrow that they lived with and in every day, and the nightmares. That was the background for how I grew up. So when I was hired by Mrs. King to work with college students at the King Center in 1979, I knew the basics of what Dr. King taught. But as you know, and we all know, the best way to learn something is to teach it yourself. And that is how I really took in the meaning and the power of nonviolence in my life. I had been very active in the anti-war and women's movement when I first came to the King Center, and I believe that's why I was hired. But my life's philosophy was unformed. I believed in justice, of course, and in human dignity, but it was all kind of vague and amorphous. So I was challenged to, as Gandhi said, experiment with truth. And I applied nonviolence to my own life, to how I raised my children, how I tried as best I could to interface with every person I met. And the amazing thing is that nonviolence changed me profoundly. It made me believe in people, in the human capacity for good, not only for evil. And in living it, it gave me great joy. I can say with total conviction that my life is a testament to the power of nonviolence to transform and redeem. And I'm so grateful to Mrs. King and the King Center for that.
Well, thank you, Dr. Baxter. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Reverend, yes.
As for me, I consider myself a wounded healer. I was an angry young person. When I came to the state in the late 70s, I remember I went into a Presbyterian school of religious education. It was mainly white people. My anger was there. And I remember one of professors of mine, he said, Joe, if you graduate and go back to South Africa with this anger, you are not going to be a very effective leader. And then I came back and joined the church again. And I was fortunate when I was the leader of the South African youth as a director. An American ambassador, he was black. I think I remember him. I can't remember the name anymore. He saw a picture of Dr. King in my office, and he said, "You know this man?" I said, "I just heard about him." He said, "No, I will make a way to get a scholarship for you to go back to go to King Center to go and meet Mrs. King. And that was the day I met Mrs. King, and then she proposed that I should go through the training in nonviolence. And the anger was subsided. And I came back and worked with young people who were very, very angry at that time, fighting against the apartheid system. But what I did was basically that I began to have a transformation that changed me. I knew that if I want to change young South African people, I need to change first. And it is that philosophy of nonviolence that helped me to begin to harness the anger and the energy that was in me so that I transform myself and then be able to transform young people. So when I say I'm a wounded healer, it's because I've gone through that pain. And these are the young people who were harassed by police. I had to accompany them. Some of them were arrested in my presence when I took them all over the world. And by doing that, today, as I'm talking to you, I've got a lot of young leaders in the parliament, those who have been transformed and those who have changed completely, and they are participating in the government of South Africa. So the anger that I had is completely gone.
Wow.
As I said, I've gone to the rest of Africa preaching nonviolence. But part of the challenge was that I needed to package the principles and the steps so that the young people can begin to practicalize those principles. Because principle has to do with moral power, moral soul force. And of course, the 6 steps has to do with the strategy and method, how we can begin to make this change effective and begin to affect the whole of the continent and South Africa as a whole. So I'm a wounded healer in that sense that I've applied the nonviolent in my own life in order to change others.
Thank you, Reverend Joseph. And for folks who are interested, we do a nonviolence 365 training that will take you through the principles and steps. So thank you for bringing that to the front. And Dr. King, last but not least, tell us what was your commitment to nonviolence?
So let me just couch it in these terms first. My father often reminded us that nonviolence works on the person first who is seeking to use it before it works on the person you may be seeking to use it or the issue or cause you may be seeking to use it against. And so with that in mind, it's personal first. And then from your personal experience and transformation, it gives you a greater spiritual and moral authority to really engage in campaigns that can be transformative, because you want to, in the end, not just transform systems and remove injustices. You want to plant seeds that can help to transform lives. So for me, similarly to Reverend Shawani, anger became the driver. Most people know my father was assassinated when I was 5. My uncle was found in his swimming pool, dead, mysteriously, did not drown. He was a very avid swimmer. We believe it was connected to my father's assassination, which is another story, but a mysterious death. I was 6 then. At 11, my grandmother was shot in church. And so the violence done to our family, I internalized, and I developed a lot of anger as a young teenager. And many of my thoughts and speech and some of action, sometimes actions were driven by that. I had the fortunate pleasure, though, on a parallel track to be exposed at an early age to the Nonviolence Institute that Dr. Baxter headed. I actually saw in the last few weeks my certificate in the 1970s. I must have been maybe 11 years old when I went through nonviolence training. But, you know, after all of those, you know, issues where violence came against my family, my loved ones taken from me through violence. And I was a kid. You know, when you're a kid, you're exploring the range of emotions. And you don't have yet the discipline to manage those emotions, or as someone said this morning, to educate those emotions. But the parallel track was always there. At the same time, I had a mama in the home who was always saying, somebody's got to cut off the chain of violence. So while all of this is raging inside of me and welling up and even coming out in bursts of anger towards the people that are closest, because most times when you're angry, your first target is not that which you are angry at. You typically fire off at the people closest to you who supposedly you love the most. And so that process of working through all of that and hearing my mother, somebody translates now into Bernice, you have to be the one to cut off the chain of violence. That means stopping what's happening with you. So I had to go on a journey of dealing with my own anger. And I will say at 57, almost 58 years of age, a couple of months from now, I'm still on that journey. I am nowhere near where I used to be. But as they say in the church, I thank God I'm not where I was, because now I have the teachings of my parents. I had the institution that's a nonviolent institution that keeps me accountable. I have a team of people that I'm surrounded by with my staff. And you know, the iron sharpens iron because we're all on this journey together. And I have come to a place now that it has really transformed my way of thinking about how you change society towards a more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world. And I, you know, I ascribe to it 100%. And I'm not perfect in it. I don't know if I'll ever be perfect in it, but I am absolutely committed to it. And I know the power that it has to really create and build true community, and to really bring dignity to our humanity. And so I will be committed to it for the rest of my days. And that's how I came to it, and that's why I'm sticking with it. And my mission in this generation as the inheritor of the legacy out of the bloodline is to ensure that there's a critical mass of people who embrace nonviolence as a lifestyle, that we have practitioners throughout every sector of our global society that are living it, breathing it, engaging in it, making policy in it, creating institutions out of it, etc.
Awesome. And so we are coming close to a close, which I'm not happy about, but I'm gonna deal with. So my last question that I have for you all is, especially when I think about the young activists and the young folks who are witnessing the violent acts of today, is what does choosing nonviolence look like? Especially when you're trying to convince young people that this works now and not just in 1960 or 1970. So what does choosing nonviolence look like?
There's a holy hush.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
it looks like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Reverend
yes.
Giovanni.
Go ahead, my sister.
I was going to say it looks like a smile. As Reverend King just said, it changes you, it transforms you. As Reverend Chawani just said, he went from anger, deep and justified anger, to a place of peace and love. So what it looks like to young people is they can relax some. They can move inward some. They do have to do deep and intense study of Dr. King's teachings. It doesn't just come naturally. And they have to talk to each other and converse with each other and learn from each other. And as they do all that and apply it in their daily lives, they will be in a new place, and the smiling will come easier and easier. That's what it looks like.
I also want to thank the King Center for having allowed me to work with Dr. Lafayette, Charles Alphin. We traveled the world promoting the nonviolent philosophy. And recently we were in Nigeria. We trained almost 30,000 young people who were militant, who told us, some of them even confessed and said, I killed over 80,000 people. I took a boat and go into the sea and shoot a lot of people. But they came back after having been trained on this philosophy. They confessed and said, there is no other way. This is the only way that we need to propagate the rest of Africa. I even said earlier on, you need to pray for us in Africa, because violent and civil wars are threatening Africa. And we need to know that there won't be any development when there is no peace. And the only way to establish peace is through the nonviolent. And for us, nonviolent means peace. Nonviolent means economy. Nonviolent means family order. Nonviolent means democracy. All of those things are very critical for us to begin to promote in South Africa. But we also want to pray for you in America, because we can see that the nonviolent philosophy need to be spread its tentacle to everybody in America. And we want to see that happening in America as it's now happening in Africa. And I want to wish you, my sister Bernice, you are having a very, very, you are holding a very, very important position that you need to continue. In Africa, we say, a luta continue. It means that the struggle continued, it has not ended. The struggle that our forefathers, the struggle that our father Martin Luther King, the struggle that our mother Coretta Scott King started. It's in your hand now, and we want to believe that you will be taking it over with great enthusiasm.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Reverend Shawani. That's a great charge, and you know, I'm humbled to be in this position, to be honest with you. You know, Tiffany, I'm glad you asked that question, because I spend many nights wrestling with how do you influence this generation who seems to be flirting with giving up on nonviolence as the pathway to creating the better world. And so for me, choosing nonviolence is in your best interest. You know, ultimately, the human emotions that we feel, which are very real and many times raw, can self-destruct. And what nonviolence does is it gives us a channel to take those same emotions and put it into a vehicle that has the capacity to create this ultimate change that young people are looking for, which it's important that that vision be established. I think what's happening is people are so caught up in what's happening to them they are not keeping the vision before them, because without a vision, people perish. And so it's important for the young people to have a movement defined by an ultimate vision. Where is it that we are trying to go? And that's why we've had this summit, because I'm trying to put out in the atmosphere more and consistently, it should be the beloved community. And so if you have that kind of vision, which basically is a just, humane, equitable, peaceful, sustainable world, all the things that young people have been working about, sustainability in the environment, racial justice, people talking about livable wages and the fight for 15, all of that equity. When you're talking about, demilitarizing our police, we're talking about a more peaceful way to govern, our communities. All of that stuff, you have to have a channel and a way to get it done so that in the end, there is a permanency to a pathway of people coexisting, as Lily said and Daddy quoted, nonviolently, that we have nonviolent coexistence. And so finally, what I said earlier, you, Tiffany, your generation, those who come under the banner of Black Lives Matter, regardless of your race, your gender, your sex, your ethnicity, your religion, have to be the ones to cut off the chain of violence. Because what you don't want your legacy to be is a legacy of violence and carnage. You want your legacy to be a legacy of dignity, a legacy of transformation, a legacy of ushering in a new world where we are fueled by unconditional love for all people. And we have not systems in place, but we have connected relationships that ensures that every community has justice and equity and dignity.
Well, that is a word. That is a word, Dr. King. Well, I want to thank you all for this amazing session. I want to really, really thank you for letting me sit at your feet, even virtually, as a young person who was in this work. Reverend Joseph, Dr. King, and Dr. Baxter, thank you so much for today. And thank you all for joining us today for our conversation.
Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Yeah, have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Enjoyed it.
I always have to stop and try to define the meaning of love in this area. Agape is more than friendship. Agape is not something affectionate. Agape is understanding, creative, redemptive goodwill for all men. It is an overflowing love which seeks nothing in return. Theologians would say that it is the love of God operating in the human heart. When one rises to love on this level, he loves men not because he likes them, but he loves every man because God loves him.
I would definitely encourage anyone to come here. It kind of gave me a new insight as to what the civil rights movement is.
It's an experience that you kind of won't get anywhere else. You can read online, and seeing everything that's centered around him here is really, truly a special experience.
I think those tragedies are really a cornerstone to helping to prevent future ones.
Daddy said that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence must become immediately a subject for study and serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding between nations.
Amazing time for the beloved community.
우리는 사랑 가득한 커뮤니티에
Sisi ni watu wa Kenya, Afrika, tunapenda watu wetu.
Manamandaramu Vasudhaika Kutumbam.
All is one.
Telugu.
All is one family.
We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality.
It teaches you about the importance of virtue and the importance of being and doing the right thing regardless of what others are doing around you, and to not resent them for it, but to rather inspire them to do better.
We must change our attitude. We must change our direction. We must break the vicious cycles that we have been on and turn in another way. Divisive discourse, divisive rhetoric. Guard your heart in this season, because God is calling us to an elevated place. We can't stoop so low as other people. We must rise with dignity and discipline in everything that we do. The movement continues in another generation, and we will get to the promised land.
I mean, it really struck me when the little girl, she said, "Why are blacks and whites still separated?" I just mean, it broke my heart. I almost cried. And I realized that the world isn't really changed yet. We still have a long way to go. And there's so much more that we can improve and progress that we need to do. It's helping younger kids realize, that this new generation, that we can change the world. We can make the world a better place if we really try.
So as we go forward, I leave you with the words of that song, "Walk Together, Children. Don't you get weary. Work together, children. Don't you get weary. Struggle together, children. Don't you get weary. Fight together, children. Don't you get weary. Hold on to each other together, children. Do not get weary. Fuss, fight, but get over it together, children. Do not get weary, but don't forget to pray together, children, because you will get weary. And one day, we'll all be able to join with Martin King and say, "Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We are all free at last."
Dear FedEx, we are a small juice company and cafe in the heart of New York City. When the social distancing and shutdowns came through, we set up a system where our customers could purchase our juice as a donation, and we deliver it to our local hospital in Harlem to give to all doctors, nurses, and others on the front line.
We were humbled by the outpouring. Overnight, we hand-delivered hundreds of bottles. And then we got the first request to send our fresh juice to a hospital in Canada, then Arkansas, then Tennessee. We're soon fulfilling orders to send across the city, state, and America. And even when the world seems to have ground to a halt, we're able to count on FedEx.
Our cafe may be temporarily closed, but because of FedEx, we're able to keep pouring our juice and making a difference. Thanks for having our back. Sincerely, Rahim and Mohamed Diallo, Jinjan Brothers.
We're not passing through. We're not laying over. Don't even get us started on flyover country. No such thing. The cities we're in, day out, aren't some stopover for us. They're the cities where we work, where we live, and where we try to make a difference. Not just by connecting places around the world, but with the people that live in them. While we're known for what we do in the air, some of our best work is done on the ground.
I will rise up. Advancing Black Pathways is a program we launched to truly make targeted impact across education, careers, and wealth creation.
The apprentice program was life-changing for me, not having access and a network, especially as a Black man. ABP gave me that. I can call people right now and they'll answer my questions. They'll give me wisdom, and that's not something I've ever had before.
Everyone thought I was crazy. They were like, there's no beauty, there's no fashion in Detroit. And I was like, but there will be because I'm coming back home. We reached out to JP Morgan and they created the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund, and we were able to get a loan to help fund our target purchase order.
Talent is created equally, opportunity is not. And my hope is that we're doing our part by helping Black people succeed in whatever they wish to accomplish.
Hello, I am Michael Weinstein, president of AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and on behalf of our over 6,800 employees in 45 countries that we serve, I want to say how pleased we are to partner with Dr. Bernice King and the King Center to present this beloved community summit. As a global public health organization for over 3 decades, AHF continues to be committed to our core mission of both providing quality health care to those living with HIV/AIDS and to being in the forefront of standing against hate and oppression of all types and advocating for the dignity, respect, and equity for all human beings, no matter their sexual orientation, racial, or gender identity. As we embark on this new year and work to rebuild the soul of this nation, the lessons and strategies of Dr. King provide a framework for the critical work that is still to be done. For it is ever more clear that, as stated by Dr. King, we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is no time for apathy or complacency. Over the course of last year, I was greatly encouraged by the inspiring leadership from young activists that emerged in communities across the globe. As this powerful summit has attracted so many young people with a profound concern around civil and human rights, I know that you will take the tools and deeper understanding of the lifestyle of Nonviolence 365 and commit yourself to doing your part to building the beloved community envisioned by Dr. King. The future of a more just and equitable world is in your hands, and we are counting on you. Have a great summit.
Well, this is the last session of our first day of this inaugural Beloved Community Summit, and I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us on today. I know it's been a marathon, but the work that we're involved in is a marathon. It requires a lot of stick-to-itness. And my mission, one of my missions in life, is to disprove something my father said. He said that one of the tragedies still of human history is that the children of darkness are often more zealous and determined than the children of light. You know what that means? So often the children of darkness spend a lot of time and energy and effort and planning and pulling together the evil and unjust work that they would do. So we have to do the same. We got to have a stick-to-itness. We got to have a resolve. We got to have a consistency. And so I'm so glad that you've had that on today, and that this Beloved Community Summit has provided you with greater insight into what the beloved community is, what the impediments are to the beloved community, how do we begin to create this beloved community, what are the ways that we can utilize social media for the beloved community. And part of what we wanted to ensure as we go forward is that you truly have an insight into the pathway to creating that beloved community, which is nonviolence. And specifically, since Dr. King popularized the term beloved community, he did not coin it. Josiah Royce is the person, the theologian Josiah Royce is the person who coined the term of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, beloved community. my father came along and captured it at the beginning of the Montgomery movement. And he put it out there in the atmosphere more and more. And then my mother took it to the next level and started talking about it in many of her speeches across the world. And now here we are today, and the urgency of creating it is upon us, because we must choose the way of community and not the chaos and the pathway that we're currently on. And nonviolence, as taught to us by Dr. King, is that way. We call it at the King Center, Nonviolence 365. It is Kingian nonviolence because it comes out of the teachings of Dr. King. But for him, nonviolence was a way of life. And as that way of life, he taught us principles, and he taught us steps, the philosophy, the methodology, the thinking, and the strategic action that's involved in bringing about social change and a world that is reconciled to itself. And so I'm happy to have joining me in this last session of the day. First and foremost, one of our nonviolent instructors, Dr. Vanetta West. She is joining us today and will be one of the presenters. Welcome, Dr. West. So glad to have you in this session again with me. We began the day together, ironically, and you and I end the day together in this great work of helping all of us better understand the beloved community and the charge to really create it. And so thank you for being here throughout this day. I also want to have join us in this last session. I'm the CEO of the King Center. I have the honor of having Bonita Hampton-Smith, Mrs. Bonita Hampton-Smith, join me as the Chief Operating Officer, who's also a trainer in nonviolence. And so we have a job to do real quick in the next 50 minutes, I think, of really helping people to understand the principles of nonviolence and the steps of nonviolence. So I'm going to toss it to the two of you, and I'm going to close out on the steps, and then we're all going to just reconvene. We're going to take a break, momentary break in this marathon, and reconvene in the morning.
And so we're going to toss it to Dr. West. I think you're going to start us off, Dr. West, to kind of share a little bit.
What a great day. Tremendous day of learning and growing and panels, starting with your message this morning, Dr. King. We want to culminate that, as Dr. King shared, with a conversation and more learning on nonviolence as the pathway to the beloved community. Just providing today the foundational components of the 6 principles of nonviolence and the 6 steps of nonviolence. And so as we go into that, we want to begin with the end in mind, just mentioning again the beloved community, which is the end goal of nonviolence. Dr. King says the aftermath of nonviolence is the beloved community. And as Mrs. King shared, the beloved community is a realistic vision of an achievable society. We believe, as did Dr. and Mrs. King, that we achieve that beloved community via nonviolence, which includes a way of thinking and a way of acting. As Dr. King shared in the last panel, the King Center definition of nonviolence is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. These principles transform, and these steps transform, and we continue to assert that nonviolence is the pathway forward. It's the way that we create the beloved community, or as the King Center often phrases it, a more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world. And so we'll get started with the principles, which we commonly refer to as the will. It's the way of thinking, it's the foundation. What we see often today is that people will try to say they're practicing nonviolence even as a tactic for social change. But what they'll have often is the steps, but not the principles. And so as you hear these principles and steps, think about how once you hit principles and we go into the steps, how do we act out these steps with the principles undergirding us and as our foundation and our way of thinking? And so to that end, Mrs. Bonita Hampton-Smith will start with our principles, And then I'll continue, and then we'll culminate this session with the 6 steps of nonviolence.
And so just a heads up, I want to tell my beloved community, if this internet and grazing goes out, I know that you all can very well cover this information. I can see I have a little freeze issue going. So have no doubt that Dr. West and Dr. King can definitely begin to dive in and take it. I do want to kind of dial back and just share real quickly with everyone our definition of nonviolence. So as we're saying the term, people will understand what we're saying and what we mean as we say it in as we expound upon the steps and principles. So for us, when we're defining nonviolence, we say nonviolence is a love-centered way of thinking, acting, and speaking that leads to personal, cultural, societal transformation. So we want people to understand that for us, nonviolence is it's a congruent way of being. So in your thinking, your acting, and your speaking, it gives you the disposition to show up a different way. So that transformation begins on the inside before it can take place on the outside. Just want to kind of share that little nugget. So principle 1, I'll just go ahead and dive in. And I definitely want to pivot to you all to allow you to elaborate as well, because that principle 1 is very appropriate in this hour. Principle 1, nonviolence is a way of life for courageous people. And if we could discuss that a little bit, Dr. King and Dr. West, as we look at all this going on in culture, how can we take this principle and digest it and show up in culture as we see what's going on in the Capitol, as we see the divisiveness that's taking place, the polarization that took place during the election. A lot of times we've seen the church be silent. We've seen our friends be silent. How does that courage show up and manifest in this hour so that people can have practical ways of understanding what does this really mean when you say it's a way of life of courageous people?
It means you have the strength of love for humanity so much that you're willing to put your very life on the line to bring true change. And so that courage that we saw versus the passivity just amongst our elected officials in Washington. You had, and I hate to present it in these terms, I'm not taking a political stance. I'm just stating some facts. You had people that were part of a party, a Democratic Party, who said we must take a stance against the acts of insurrection in our nation's capital, in our nation, period. In spite of the way in which we personally face the terror, our lives were very endangered, but we refused to be passive, and we refused to be silent. We understood that our call and responsibility was to stand up for humanity, because this is much larger than just they stormed the Capitol. As we know, there are threats for them to storm other capitals all across the nation. So this is a threat to the entire nation, and yet they had the courage to stand, as others who happen to be in the Republican Party may have just spoken about how horrific things were. And yes, we've got to think about some things. A great percentage of them did not have the courage to say, if it means I lose my seat, if it means I have to risk the loss of my safety, I'm going to do it. And I know people say, Bernice, you saying that is easy to say that where you sit. Well, where I sit is the same place all of us in this United States sit. This is everything we've experienced for 400 years, for us in the Black community has been a threat. We've lived under constant threat in the Black community in so many different ways. What's happening now is global in its threat, not just to our nation, but to the world. And we have to have the courage to resist it. And that's what nonviolence, it does not stand by and remain silent and passive and just talk about it, but it uses its strength of love to resist forces of evil. But you have to be careful how you do that. And we'll go through the other principles to talk about why that's important, the how. You do resist it with courage.
And we talk about it being an active resistance to evil. It's active. I always say it doesn't have an on and off button. It's not a button of convenience, so you don't get to be silent at your convenience because it may offend your friends, or you may lose friendships, or there's not an on and off button to it. You don't get to be silent when you see Black lives being killed and brutally murdered, and you don't have the strength and the fortitude to say anything about it. Dr. West, did you want to add anything before we go to the next principle?
I was just thinking about the need to disassociate courage from violence. Violence in language, violence in action. That often when we hear courage, particularly our young people, they think of courage means I had to act in a violent way. I had to say something that was powerful, but that denigrated the other human being at the same time. And courage in Kingian Nonviolence and Nonviolence 365 means choosing that love-centered, active thing to do that brings justice in a situation. And that's how I view courage when we speak of it here. Not what will get us attention, not what will get back at people, but that thing that will bring us closer to the beloved community, even if it means speaking truth to power or putting ourselves in uncomfortable positions.
Yeah. And so the last nugget I'll leave you guys with on this principle is always have the courage to stand against anything that stands against humanity and stands against love. Our next principle, just to understand, for your understanding, is principle 2. Nonviolence seeks to win friendship and understanding. And Dr. King, I think this principle speaks to what you always say, that you begin with the end in mind. Because when you start to deal with things, you're thinking, you're keeping in mind that you don't want to damage people. You don't want to humiliate people. So you're beginning with the end in mind. You're beginning with an intentionality of understanding. So how does this show up in climate and culture when we see so many people just total disregard for humanity, total disregard for people's being, but for selfish motives and greed? So how does this show up when we say nonviolence? It seeks to win friendship and understanding when you're having to solve issues with people who are oppressing you, people who are trying to take away your right to vote, for people who are disregarding your life in the face of police brutality. How do we begin to integrate this into our thought process, into our mind, into our being, to become congruent enough to deal with the issues of this time? Because they are so, when we see what's going on, it's so intense that it does sometimes bring a different type of feeling and emotion out of us. So how does it show up in culture and climate?
Did you want to take that, Vanetta? You want me to?
Dr. West?
How does it show up in culture?
Yeah, how does this principle show up?
Mm-hmm. I think the phrase that we use often is we seek to win people over and to not win over people. And so in our conditioning change, I know for me personally, nonviolence has reconditioned me so that I approach issues from a different angle, that I'm not looking, even in my relationships, I try not to be looking at how to conquer people and how to get back at them, or even how to win over them. But I'm trying to think about, okay, what's the common ground? As Dr. Ishad Manji said in this panel today, she said that it was not just about standing your ground, but meeting on a common ground. That thing right there this morning.
Look how I put on my shouting shoes.
The rest of the panel. I wanted to just sit this right there for just a moment. Yeah. Because that's this principle. Yeah. How do I, and I don't think she was talking about, and I'm not either, hateful ideologies. She was just talking about different perspectives. How do we come to a place where it's not about just standing my ground, but it's also about coming and meeting on a common ground? What table can we meet at where we can find our commonalities and say, this is the most just, humane path forward? And I don't think we ever get there unless we embrace this principle and understand the truths of creating a relationship and creating a beloved community.
And the other stuff that she said, it was just so rich and so good. We just make sure that you go back and see it, everyone. Everything today was so great. But she also talked about how you have to educate your emotions. Because part of what makes it difficult for people to seek to win friendship and understanding is that we got all these emotions inside that want to just kind of take revenge, and eye for an eye. You hit me, I hit you. You insult me, I insult you. And so you have to educate your emotions and really channel them into understanding that we are connected in community, and something is standing in our way, and maybe that something has to do with you, in something that you're holding so near and dear that may be harmful and hurtful to other people. But I'm going to approach you in a way where I'm not trying to got you, as she said. I'm coming to ask questions, but not to catch you in something, but to connect with you and open you up so that your defenses come down and you feel our common humanity, so that we can search out that common ground that Vonetta mentioned. And so that's so important. Seek first to understand. That story she told about the Mississippi flag, oh my God, powerful. And I know people didn't hear it, and we don't need to repeat it, but just the going into a relationship where you're trying to really ask a person, why do you feel this way?
Yeah.
It just opens up so much possibilities.
It reminds me real quickly of Daryl Davis, I believe, a Black man who went into the KKK to seek to understand how do you get to a place where you just hate me because of my skin color. It reminds me of the probation officer who just began to treat a young man like an individual and a human, part of her sisterhood, brotherhood, and he began to be won over through her love and just her humanity. And so just when we go into dealing with issues, not wanting to humiliate people. And I think that's very key, that nonviolence does not seek to humiliate people or tear them down. And so it's going to lead me into principle 3, because I think it'll help people with principle 2, because nonviolence seeks to defeat injustice and not people. That's a very important principle. We are trying to deal with evil systems to dismantle, disrupt, interrupt, transform evil systems. So nonviolence seeks to defeat injustice and not people. How do we begin to, as a culture, Vonetta, you're on social media all the time, and the session you all had today on social media was amazing. But that is a place where there's so much damage being done in the name of justice. In the name, people are being hurt and people being torn down. But we say we're trying to bring about cultural change and cultural transformation. And while we're trying to uplift part of humanity, we're tearing another part down. How do we begin to embrace this principle in these different, in our workplace, in our home, and, on social media, as you guys kind of alluded to today? How does this show up in the midst of all this that we're seeing, racism, white supremacy? I mean, where it's being normalized on social media to be cruel and mean-spirited to people.
Yeah, I think about Dr. King's words about Barry Goldwater a lot. He's this nominee for political office. And I think about his words around Bull Connor and George Wallace, and I examine them and I look at what he did as an example of nonviolence, because he didn't shy away from speaking truth. But here's what he didn't do. He didn't treat them in undignified ways. He didn't speak against their humanity and who they were. He didn't forget that spark of divinity in them. I never read where he says Barry Goldwater isn't fit to live. Well, he didn't call them names. He talked about how there are some issues that Barry Goldwater helps to cultivate, issues of injustice, that we can't sit silently by while that happens. In other words, he didn't try to defeat Barry Goldwater. He didn't believe he should be in office, but he didn't try to defeat him. His ultimate goal was still, how do we create a beloved community? And sometimes people are vessels for those impediments to create the beloved community, and we have to deal with that in love. And so I think this is my most sometimes we talk about principles 4 and 6, but this 3 for me is the one that I sit with the most, because it's the one I have to figure out in life the most for me. How do I eradicate injustice without being unjust?
Yeah.
How do I eradicate and get rid of hate without being hateful? How can I change conditions that are unequitable without wanting other people to endure inequity? And sometimes in this work, I continue to be concerned that we often become, or we are in danger of becoming, the monsters we're trying to slay, because we don't understand this principle, that I can't become what I'm trying to get rid of because I supplant it. And so I can't drive out hate with hate. I can't get rid of injustice with injustice. And that's what this principle speaks to me in real time on social media. I can't try to get rid of someone who's hateful by being hateful towards them. It doesn't work in chemistry and science. It doesn't work in philosophically. We defeat ourselves when we're trying to do things that way. Social media is a main place to see that. It's the place where I'll be typing up a tweet and I'll go back and delete it. Because I
like
think
that like the little mad cat Vanetta.
I was like, that's the 2010 Vanetta. She don't want to write that. Because 2010 Vanetta thought that the best way to approach even issues that I saw in the church was to expose them and just put them out and just call people out and blast them. A lot of that is pain. So I offer that too. I think there's a lot of hurt that causes us not to be able to really deal with that third principle.
And that goes back to one of the things we share often in our sessions, that nonviolence recognizes that evildoers are often victims. And so sometimes when you see that people have been conditioned by society, I remember the gentleman who was part of the neo-Nazi group, he said he was looking for a place to belong. And so that's the beauty of the Beloved community, is that when you practice nonviolence, we understand how to create environments where people feel they belong. But this man became attached to a hate group because he was simply trying to belong. Dr. King, did you want to add to that before we toss this over to Vanetta?
Something that I've just said before, and I'll continue to say that. I mean, we know Daddy said violence can't drive out violence, darkness can't drive out darkness, only love can do that. No matter how intent people may be on vindicating and, seeking retribution and destroying, and diminishing, demeaning, and whatever else we do to other people, you can never rid this world of enough people who are doing things that may be evil and unjust. Because violence, injustice, inequity always is going to find a host, as Vanetta said, a carrier. So that's why it's more important that we focus our energy and aggression toward the injustice and focus our attention on reconciliation towards the person. So that's very key.
Okay. So Vanetta, I'm going to toss the next 3 principles to you so we can continue discussing.
Yeah, the 4th principle of nonviolence is one of our favorites.
One of our favorites.
Nonviolence believes, it's Benita's favorite. Nonviolence believes that unearned suffering, voluntary unearned suffering.
Voluntary, that's key word.
Says in her book, and I want to just encourage people again. I really believe at this time in history, for whatever reason, that Coretta, My Life, My Love, My Legacy, is a source for me, a resource for learning about the Love community, learning how to live nonviolence. I want to encourage people to pick that up. But in it, she says the principle this way: nonviolence believes that voluntary suffering, voluntary unearned suffering for a just cause is redemptive. A just cause, she included. So when we talk about that principle, we're not talking about, just going out suffering for no reason. We're talking about this ultimate goal of creating the beloved community. What am I willing to sacrifice to get humanity to that ultimate goal? Even in those short-term goals we saw in Birmingham and Montgomery and Selma, the short-term goals of legislation that will lead to that ultimate goal of creating a beloved community. What am I willing to sacrifice? If we talk about it from that perspective, we just share for a few minutes. Today, what are some things that when we consider this principle, people are sacrificing, or we have to be willing to sacrifice in order to create the beloved community?
Anita, that's your favorite one. Go ahead. Have at it. Come on.
I was trying to unmute my mic. And in all honesty, since we have gone back to revisit, I really grappled with the fact that we just said unearned suffering. But when you sign up for a cause, you count up the cost and you are willing to take whatever consequences. I'm all down for that. We were grappling earlier because we had a blanket statement. And when I know for sure that when you believe in something, you have to be willing to lay down your life to die for it. I remember speaking out against a gentleman, and it cost me dearly. It cost me my position. It cost me, I was being sexually harassed. It cost me my position. It cost me to have to deal with some things in a particular church I was at, but I had to bring the issue to their attention because it was running rampant in that particular church. So you have to be willing to say, you know what, if I lose my job, if I lose finances or whatever, instance when I worked for another organization trying to help teachers, I decided to speak out. And I'm going to be the cry. I'm going to be the voice for the underdog, and I will continue to do that. But you have to count up the cost. And I'm all for signing up. I'm not for being signed up though. I'm all for signing up, you know. But I don't believe in enforced. But if you sign up for it, it means you just need to count up the cost. And I totally agree with that, Dr. King.
You know, when this principle was introduced into the movement, it really was about the willingness to stand in a nonviolent posture when people were spitting on those demonstrations, when they were attacking them, that they would resist the natural tendency to hit back, you know. So it's the willingness to suffer the blows without inflicting the blows, the voluntary nature of that for this greater cause, in this case, of voting rights or civil rights, and civil rights bill. I use as my poster child oftentimes, and it was very effective, especially during his lifetime, but I think it's still effective. I use often Congressman John Lewis. And I say to people, you know, when John Lewis with Hosea Williams, Amelia Boynton, and so many other people were on that bridge in Selma, Alabama, they were fighting to really advance voting rights for African Americans, protect voting rights for African Americans, and make voting fair for African Americans. Not one time do I think as he was doing it was John Lewis self-centeredly thinking about, you know, I'm doing this because, you know, I want to be, you know, congressman one day. Right. I think he was fighting because he knew that millions of his brothers and sisters had been marginalized, and that it was unfair, that it was unjust, and that it was inhumane, and that he truly wanted to be a vessel to bring change and transformation in his nation. So he voluntarily was willing to put himself in harm's way and make sure that putting himself in harm's way, he could expose the evil and the ugliness of what was taking place in the South during that time to disenfranchise Black people to the point of militaristic law enforcement trying to exercise power and control over Black people.
Right.
And so, yes, he suffered voluntarily, but it was redemptive. He's on the bridge in 1965, and in 2008, he's serving in Congress under the first African-American president who served for 2 terms. Right. That was unearned suffering being redemptive. Everybody it doesn't flow always that way, that you'll be the recipient. But the point is that there is benefit that flows to another generation. It may come in your generation, but to another generation of people. And so this principle to me is so important. And without it, we're not going to be able to really bring change and transformation.
Yeah, Dr. King, I remember you were having a conversation one time, and in Colin Kaepernick, I remember him saying that, you know, he knew it was a possibility that he would never play again. You know, he knew that that would be a possible consequence. And so you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about your career, your chance to do what you love, you know, but you count up the cost. And so I think that's just, you know, that's just very important that you understand that it may cost you something to fight to fight for something that you truly, really believe, especially when we're talking about dealing with unjust systems and laws. So just wanted to share that because that's something that people can really relate to right now.
Yeah, because two other key points about this principle is that unearned suffering for a just cause can educate and transform. And also that the nonviolent resistor accepts suffering without retaliation. I think that's key because that means I counted the cost. I knew what I was signing up for. And so I'm not trying to retaliate. I'm trying to get to this ultimate goal. And so we can't lose focus of what that ultimate goal is, which leads us to principle 4, which is that nonviolence chooses love instead of hate. More and more I realize behavior, period, is a choice. But nonviolence actively chooses love instead of hate. In fact, it not only refuses to shoot people or hit people, it refuses that internal violence as well. As we talk about in our trainings, there are many forms of violence. And as Reverend Barber talked about in one of the panels today, he talked about these different forms of violence. And so nonviolence just refuses to violate. It chooses love, which Dr. King said, love is not emotional bosh. He began that statement by saying nonviolence is absolute commitment to the way of love. And love is not emotional bosh. It's the pouring out of yourself for the benefit of other people. What does that look like? Pouring out yourself, that choosing love instead of hate.
One of the things we talk about in the training, Vanetta, is that it also recognizes that, you know, there's this interrelatedness and there's this interconnectedness. And because there's this interrelatedness and there's this interconnectedness, we understand that I have to choose love, because if I love myself, and then if I love you and you are a part of me, then how do I show up for you? That's why I don't like the term allyship. I know everybody seeks to be allies, but I think we have to go further to understand our interrelatedness and our interconnectedness, because then we become part of the same fabric, part of the same sisterhood and brotherhood. And there's nowhere in the world, you know, I'm from the Hampton Nelson clan, and we're sisters and brothers. There's no way in the world I would let somebody harm one of my sisters or brothers. And I will stand up for them. And with all dignity and honor, I would make sure I'm protecting them and fighting for them. And so when we begin to understand our interrelatedness, and to your, you know, Dr. King, you love your father's quote, and he said, I can't be all I ought to be until you're all you ought to be. And you can't be all you ought to be till I'm all I ought to be, because we're interrelatedness. Ubuntu, I am because you are. And so when we begin to understand that, we show up for humanity. You choose love because you're choosing not only the other person, you're choosing yourself. When you hurt, I hurt. Yeah. When you hurt, I hurt. 8 minutes, I always said that, 8 minutes and 46 seconds. We all were down on that ground with the police knee on our neck, because George Floyd is part of our fabric. Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, they're part of our family, they're our fabric. And so if we don't see them as part of who we are, and that's what's wrong, there's still this delineation in the mind and consciousness of people where they don't see others as human. And because we don't see our interrelatedness and interconnectedness, you can turn a blind eye to injustice, and you can turn a blind eye when people are vandalizing and terrorizing the White House, and you can justify all these actions. But when you understand that you're my brother and you're my sister, you're not going to let people hurt and harm me. And so we got to go beyond allyship and show up in this love. You know, love will correct everything that stands against love. And when you choose it, you will fight for humanity in a way where everybody's treated with dignity and respect.
Dr. King?
We probably need to move to the sixth principle because I'm looking at the time. So I will yield to you.
You don't want to talk about that?
I know we
I
got
see
to
the
get
time.
to.
I'm gonna move it.
No, I know, but I'm gonna.
You okay?
I'm good.
All
yeah,
right.
I'm good. She did an
All
excellent job.
She said you covered it all.
Okay.
Our sixth principle is nonviolence believes that the universe is on the side of justice. And as Benita just pointed out, justice in Kingian nonviolence, and his definition of justice is love correcting everything that stands against love. And what if we say the universe is on the side of love correcting everything that stands against love? And we want you to note that it says the universe. So people will ask, well, why are we seeing all of this inhumanity? That's because it says the universe is on the side of justice. And we have to decide to align ourselves with the universe. Some say God. We say, God, some of us. And then some, we talk about a cosmic companion, the understanding that in the end, justice will prevail. But justice isn't retribution. Justice isn't revenge. Justice is, as Dr. King said, love correcting everything that stands against love. And we believe that. We believe that God is a God of justice. So one of you want to share anything about that, or we move into the steps?
I think we can move on to the steps because to Dr. King's point, you covered it all.
I covered it all. Did I get it?
Yeah, you got it.
That's a King quote. The arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice.
And we are the ones who help it bend.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the principles of nonviolence are our willpower. It's the will that we call it. And what we're about to talk about briefly is the skills, the strategies of nonviolence. And I want to set it up by saying, if we are going to engage in nonviolent actions, it's very important that they are steeped in these principles. You cannot divorce the nonviolent skills and strategy from the nonviolent principles, because as Vanetta said, that the ultimate goal is the creation of the beloved community. That's that vision that you have in the end, that you keeping your sights on. And because you're keeping your sights on that beloved community goal, you have to make sure your actions line up with that. And so love being the foundation of the principles, and ensuring that you are targeting, the emotions that we often have when injustice and inequity is occurring to systems and to injustice instead of to people, because we're always keeping in mind the community, that we are all a part of the human internet connected fabric. And our goal is to find win-win pathways. And so the principles and the steps go hand in hand. As you're operating through every one of these steps, you're keeping the principles at the forefront of your thought. And we say in our training, and oftentimes, let's begin with the end in mind. And so I want to begin with step 6, because the rest of the steps are all interrelated and interconnected and lead towards step number 6. And I'm going to ask Vanetta if she would just share briefly with us the 6th step of nonviolence, which is reconciliation, which is the engine of the beloved community.
Yeah, reconciliation, we hear it often today. I hear it a lot in church spaces and in faith groups and everywhere. Even over this last week, we've seen heard a lot of talk about unity and peace and reconciliation. And sometimes it's ill-defined, just wrongly defined to mean, let's just get along. But in Nonviolence 365, reconciliation is, we've reached that place where we've come to a win-win understanding and solution, which means we've said, let's examine the issue. Let's determine a just and humane way forward. It's not, I'm agreeing that you can treat me unjustly still. It is, we've determined as parties that we can win with this and win with this, and we can move forward to the creation of the beloved community. And certainly Dr. King would not include, and the King Center would not include a step that was void of the beloved community as the ultimate goal. So it's thinking about creating the beloved community and the urgency of it requires that we rethink reconciliation, reimagine, and understand truth, mercy, justice, love, repentance, and in some cases, reparations as a part of the path to reconciliation.
So it's about relationship. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about building relationships, based off of some fundamental principles and precepts, and ensuring that we don't violate the personhood of people, that they always remain in our eyes a person to be valued, respected, and treated with dignity. And as Reverend Rodriguez said, that everybody has a spark of the Imago Dei in them, the image of God. And so these 5 steps, they work together synergistically. They are not stair steps. I'm going to follow step 1 and I'm going to start at step 1. And then as soon as I finish my information gathering, I'm going to go straight to education. And as soon as I finish education, I'm going to go straight to personal commitment. As soon as I finish personal commitment, I'm going to go straight to negotiation. As soon as I finish negotiation, I'm going to go straight to direct action. And as soon as direct action is over, I'm going to move straight to reconciliation. No, that's not how it works. They're dynamic, and it's like an escalator. When you walk up steps, you walk up step 1. And as you leave step 1, you go to step 2, and step 1 is behind you. When you go up an escalator, the steps go right back around. Now we get off of a escalator, but that escalator, those steps are coming right back around and around and around. And that's what you have to think about as you're engaging in all these steps. As you begin, importantly, in information gathering. Information gathering is important for several reasons. One, it's important because you want to make sure that what you have seen, witnessed, experienced is in fact an injustice. I know that sounds straight crazy, but if we don't do information gathering, even if we are the victim of the injustice, if we just spread that and it goes to the next person, we all have been in those exercises where somebody speaks in somebody's ear and then the next person's ear, the next person, by the time it gets back around, it is totally different than what it started as. We want to keep the purity of what it is intact. And so information gathering is important for that, so that I, as a person who receives that first bit of information, can do some more gathering of information and investigating, and not just to prove my point, but to truly understand comprehensively the issue and what has brought about the injustice. How, the when, the what, the where, the how, all those questions, have to be asked. That's the first thing. The second thing is you're doing it because you want to frame the issue. Because if there is an injustice, you want to make sure that you're in a position when it's time to articulate what the message is, what the injustice is. You want it to be clear, because otherwise people will hijack the narrative. Unfortunately, that is what happened with Colin Kaepernick, because there was no clear understanding of what the issue is, what the mobilization needed to be about. And so people kind of got on board and all kind of misinformation. And we had the president hijack the message that he was, kneeling to boycott the flag. And it had nothing to do with it. He was boycotting the injustice against Black lives. That's plain and simple. So that's step 1. The other thing is step 1, information gathering helps to feed into your strategy. As you go along and you're trying to address injustice, you have to have a strategy. How do we start? Where do we start? When you get ready to get to the direct action phase, there's a lot of information you got to gather. When they went to Birmingham, my father, them in SCLC, and I don't know why his name, Wyatt T. Walker, who's executive director, was my father's executive assistant and eventually became executive director. He went in before they went to Montgomery. They had several meetings. He went in to study the city. He went to see how many lunch counters, how many chairs existed, what were the ordinances like in case they had to violate an injunction, what would the penalties be, where the bail system's at. He had to look at all of that. That's still information gathering. So that takes place throughout the process. And then you have the step called education. Why is education important? if I'm the only person that knows there's an injustice, or if I'm the only person, and only group that's engaged in the injustice, then I don't have enough force to be able to move the issue forward. So I want to make sure that people are on the same page, that we win over as many people as we can in the education process. So they need to clearly understand the message. What are we doing? What's the problem? What's the issue? What are we doing? How are we going to do it? My father and them used mass meetings, which Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, maybe even, I don't know. Certainly Clubhouse, the new thing, can help us to understand and be educated about an issue and what is going to be the strategy around the galvanization of so many different people, so we don't have people singing off of a different script and creating further chaos. Education helps to put us on one page. And there's more to say, but I got to move on. The third step is personal commitment. Why is that important? And it's not the third step, it really is the first step. That's why I say these steps are kind of dynamic. They don't necessarily flow in an exact order, although I believe information gathering is important, because even if you have an emergency, even in an emergency room, doctors got to have some information, because they could damage the person on their table. So I would say step one is a literal step one. But step three, personal commitment. That's where you assess your own personal motives. Why am I doing this? Am I really into this for change and transformation? Am I committed to the principles? That's important. Am I committed to the principles? And I meant to say earlier, when you're gathering information, you gather information to understand all sides too. That's part of the personal commitment. When I gather information, I'm committed to understanding not just the injustice and what has happened to people who've been victims of the injustice, but I want to understand how people who've been, the ones perpetrating the injustice, I want to understand where all that's coming from. So I gather information holistically and have a personal commitment to an outcome so we can find a win-win pathway for the community, for everyone who is in that community, even our adversaries and our opponents. So personal commitment is really an important stage. And finally, it's important because I want to make sure that I'm aligned with these principles. Nonviolence seeks to win friendship and understanding. Can I stay true to that? Nonviolence seeks to defeat injustice and not people. Can I continue in that vein? And when folks are coming against me and it looks like, we're not making progress and the violence is increasing, am I now, because the violence has been more amplified, am I now going to suspend my nonviolence and now pick up weapons because it ain't quote unquote working? This is a marathon. And nonviolence works if you work it. It's not always about whether or not that person is going to change. It's about a holistic picture, because there are other people besides that individual, besides those law enforcement officers. There's an entire United States of America watching. And in my personal commitment, I'm always in a posture where I also want to be in a position where I'm inviting other people to join me in our struggle. Not my struggle, a struggle of an evil and injustice that has threatened the fabric of our beloved community. And most people are not going to join a violent revolution. They're going to join a nonviolent army. And so personal commitment. Fourth, we all love step 4, direct action. Let's go to it. An injustice has happened, a wrongdoing has happened, and we got to stand up, we got to speak up, we got to immediately do something. And yes, we have to do something, but we can't suspend the process in doing. Sometimes the process has to be accelerated, the information gathering, the education, and the personal commitment, but you can't suspend it. You can't go directly into direct action, and you haven't even assessed whether or not you have the posture and the discipline to be a vessel to create transformation, meaning to voluntarily sacrifice and suffer, as we said, that suffering can educate and transform voluntary. So you don't just want to rush directly. into that without allowing yourself to be aligned with these principles. Direct action. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I skipped the direct action. Let me back up, y'all. After personal commitment, I'm sorry, after personal commitment, I skipped it.
Negotiation.
Is negotiation. You should have interrupted me. I didn't go that far. After step 3, personal commitment is negotiation. After step 3 and before step 5 is negotiation. 3 is personal commitment, 5 is direct action, but wedged right in between is negotiation. So before you get to direct action, some things we can, through our information gathering and education, prepare ourselves to go to a table of negotiation. Sometimes it can be worked out in dialogue and confrontation and conversation, where you can sit down with certain demands. Sometimes you don't have to go as far as direct action. Some conflicts, some issues are resolved before you get to direct action and can be resolved. Those, that happens in so many instances that we probably can't even name right now, but that's an important step. And so you don't suspend all the other steps for negotiation. Information gathering is important to negotiation, so you know what you're coming to the table to ask for. Education, so that, you are prepared, you're well educated, and everybody's well educated, on what the issue is and what the adversary and where they're coming from, so that you know how to go to that table of negotiation. The personal commitment, because as we said, you don't want to insult. When you're at a table of negotiation, you're not there to win over the people, you're there to win them over, and to get those demands. And then, so that's negotiation. If it fails, they're not budging. When Daddy and them made certain demands on these corporations in the 1960s, mid-60s, through Operation Breadbasket, they asked them for the number of Blacks employed, what jobs they were in, what's their pay scale. At that time, they could do that. And when they made demands that we want more jobs, we want more promotions and et cetera like that. And when those companies didn't respond, Daddy and them, they had to unfortunately call a boycott. So the purpose for the boycott, the direct action, the protest is to dramatize the issue, is to put pressure in the environment so that people who either won't negotiate, they refuse to talk, or they were talking and they made certain promises and they can keep them. You push them back to the negotiation table. So it's a tool of persuasion. It's a tool of exposure, to expose the ugliness of the injustice so that you dramatize what's happening. And direct action also is the means. It's the means to be able to carve out a future if you do it right. And so that's the 5th step, you all. That's not where we start. It's the 5th step. Now, sometimes you may have to dramatize an issue from the beginning because it's already been exposed in the atmosphere before. It's been 400 years of some of the treatment that many of us in the Black community have received. We've been dealing with certain issues for a long time. So sometimes society has been informed in all kinds of ways about injustices and inequities in a certain area. And so these protests now are bringing to the forefront the further awareness, and you're dramatizing and putting the pressure on it to say, we can no longer wait. We've been waiting for the last 40 years. We've had people at your tables negotiating, and you refuse to make the change. We gave you 20 years, and you still haven't changed your boardrooms. So sometimes you have to pull together people in a dramatic fashion, in a direct action way, but you got to keep the principles, because you're not seeking to defeat people. Daddy said in Montgomery, this was not a win over white people. This is a win for justice. This was a win for freedom. And so that's the 5th step. And when we do it right, in the right spirit, embracing the principles of nonviolence, keeping that ultimate goal of the beloved community in mind, we create this pathway of reconciliation, which is really about either creating community or recreating or reconnecting a community that's been disconnected. So those are the 6 steps: information gathering, education, personal commitment, negotiation, direct action, reconciliation. Those are 6 strategic steps of nonviolence that are grounded in the principles, the 6 principles of nonviolence.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. King. Just any final thoughts on the principles and steps of nonviolence to leave with our listeners? I know we have about actually 1 minute, so let's make it real short and concise. Any final words, Dr. West?
No final words about this session. Powerful. We look forward to you studying nonviolence with us in the future.
And I just
go ahead. No.
Uh-oh. Have we frozen again?
I think Bonita.
And I'll just add to that. Join us on this journey to create the beloved community by connecting with our nonviolence education and training. That's the pathway. And I want to ensure that there is an army of us who are really committed to nonviolence as a way of life. And so I invite you, as tomorrow we reconvene the second day of our summit, to stay connected and sign up at the end for our Beloved Community Network, which will be launching later this year. Thank you for being with us, and have a good night, a good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world.
I just want to remind you the summit starts tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And we have a special keynote tomorrow from Brian Stevenson at 2:15, and a youth summit. All of our young people. Yes. We need young people. If you're watching and you know some young people and you want them to be a part of the Beloved Community Summit, we have a youth summit tomorrow that will stream starting at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. So as Dr. King said, thank you so much for joining us today. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, 10 a.m. ET, streaming here on Facebook, streaming on YouTube, streaming on Twitter, and at www.thekingcenter.org. As I said the other day, I don't think the www counts anymore. I'm aging myself. But it's been a great day. We look forward to a great tomorrow. And thank you again.
Truth-telling on tomorrow.
Truth-telling sessions. Absolutely.
Yeah.